I don't have any expectation of them, but I know what I'm going to be doing. As soon as launch, as soon as launch and bridge and everything else. I don't care about what they're doing, but
Hey, can we get a crypto drone in here by any chance? Ben Hammer, can you shut off your mic when you're not talking?
my bad.
Ooh, boys. 9-cent pulse. Did you guys see that?
X, you mean?
Man, Hex, sorry. Oh, yeah. You get some Hex. You get some Hex. You get some Hex. Everybody get some Hex.
Drone, I'll
Like the
take
better-
9-cent pulse.
Yeah, exactly. I say I liked it better the first time you said it. 9-10 pulse.
Yeah, right. I just got excited. I went up to 10 cents, 10.10003 last time I checked about 5 minutes ago. This may have changed, but yeah, it's good. Good opportunities. Happy Sunday to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for comment. But happy Sunday to you, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I know it's just testnet, but you know, Hex is about $3 on testnet right now. You know, and everybody says, the easy people will be like, oh, but I'm telling you, man, people are sleeping on testnet, and I know the numbers can easily be debated and be like, oh, it's not gonna do that, or it's gonna be lower. But all I'm just saying is, what happens if Hex? I don't know. Testnet says $3. I mean, fantasize about that.
Yeah, that's nice. But people will do lots of things on testnet that they wouldn't do in real life, unfortunately. So you have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I know it's, yeah, right.
Think about it. It's like a faster version of real life. It'll probably get there, but as fast as it did on testnet.
But I just, that's the other side of the debate is like, what happens if there's just 10 times, 20 times more than the numbers that are on there because of that airdrop of all the people that are not going to be using testnet at first when they find out. So that onboarding tokenomics is crazy.
That's going to be exciting, that's for sure. What's up, Red? How you doing, buddy?
Just kind of hanging there.
Wonder why I don't see a listening word underneath your name over here. I see other people in the chat that says listening, but I don't see it under your name. Are you special?
Absolutely. I'm the redneck, buddy.
Man, I see Mr. Jiggs listening in here. What's up, Jiggsy?
Not much, sitting out here. It's so cool down here in Miami. It's gorgeous night, wind blowing, just beautiful.
Welcome to Miami and Bonita Amiyami.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful day here in Miami.
Other than that, that's about it. just listening to everybody dream and wait for this to launch. But other than that, what else is there to do?
Just hurry up and wait for now. Tell others and get them on board about what's going to happen because their opportunity is still early with Pulse and PulseX. Who wouldn't want to get a piece of a tier one launch early on, you know?
I understand. I'm waiting, and so is everybody else.
Hey, Crypto Drone, you might have actually been right. I don't know if I just jumped in the chat here, but I just saw on Twitter Richard Hart earlier today, about 4 hours ago, said that there won't be a launch this month. So your earlier guess from earlier this week might end up being right.
I keep saying
You're welcome.
July 4th. I keep saying July 4th.
I was totally hoping everybody else was right, but given that prediction is much more realistic. But you know what? I'm okay with that because I'm just completely okay with that. I wish it was earlier, but if it goes then, we'll be good. Just as long as we don't go into 2023.
Yeah, I'm okay with it too. Gives me time to get some more dry powder ready.
Oh, righto. If Hex goes back into the single digits again, man, I may just have to fire off a little something, something.
Yeah, when it gets down below 7.
Saw 9 cents. I'm like, oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Nick, you were buying at 10 cents. Now it's at 10. You're waiting for 7.
Yeah, well, if I can get another tweet filled with good news, I think it'll go down there, maybe even lower.
All right, that's good. I can't buy it now because I can't do anything on my phone. I'm trapped. I can't do a thing on the phone. So that's it.
Where's Crypto Format? I'm missing his voice.
Hey, Crypto Drone. Hey, Richard Hart just tweeted Pulsechain is gold for liquidity providers. Hey, was he talking short term or long term or both?
Well, go for liquidity providers. Wow, that sounds like a whale thing to me.
Say that one time. Say that one more time.
It sounds like some whale provisions to me.
I think that was a out of pulse tweet.
Yeah, exactly. He was saying that. I'm trying. So I want to get into the liquidity game, but once I got profit, I ain't trying to play it with my coins. I'm trying to play it with my profit. But I'm just trying to say, like, did he build something special in for a long-term liquidity provider, or is it just like, hey, this is brand new, liquidity is going to be, off the charts at the very beginning?
I couldn't speak of it. Myself.
Yeah. I wish Profex or Elmiri was in the chat. I'm not sure if they're in the chat. Somebody who
I'm sure Lank can answer your question on that.
Say that again.
Yeah, I think Lank is on here. He could answer.
Yeah. Somebody.
What was your question? rephrase. You say it?
Yeah. So Richard Hart tweeted that liquidity provider Pulsechain is going to be gold for folks that do liquidity provider. You know, I
Richard
didn't know
didn't
whether
tweet
he was
that.
okay.
I
know it
I
came from
tweeted
how.
that from How to Pulse. Yeah. I tweeted that, and it's
Oh,
a clip
okay.
of Richard saying that.
Okay. Hey, Willow, hey, can you explain that? Because that got my antennas up.
Well, what did you want to know? Like, what
Yeah,
was your
so I
exact
want
question?
okay, so just somebody who's curious about liquidity providing, uh I'm looking at only doing liquidity providing as an exit strategy based on my yield, only with my yield, not with my coin. Uh if that makes any sense. So I didn't know whether that was just, hey, liquidity providers, you know, when Post first launched, I think a lot of people's talking about, you know, how that's going to be, you know, really a good win at the very beginning. But do you see it as also a long-term strategy, and why? I'm just trying to understand that a little bit.
Did you watch the video by any chance?
Nah, I didn't. I just saw the tweet and jumped into the chat. If you want to forward me the video, I'll watch it for sure.
Yeah, just tweet it out right on How to Pulse. You can watch it. It's 1 minute, 41 second. He explains exactly why liquidity providing can be gold, depending on, not much price movement. So, if you're just trying to use your yield, first you got to get the yield to be able to spend it. Then you have to time the market or time the assets that you want to provide liquidity for. And it's really based on what asset you want to hold at the end of the day. If you think that asset is going to have a lot of volume, which then earns you a lot of fees. And then also it's proportionate to how much you put in there. So if you're just looking for, just to put your yield, that's only gonna, yield so much, right? So liquidity providing in my opinion, is very dangerous if you don't understand it. And depending on how big of a player you are, you could just lose out. So you really have to kind of play with the system to understand it a little bit better, and then kind of fit yourself into what assets have large volume but not much price movement, which then incurs a lot of fees, and that pays out the liquidity providers. So, it's really a tricky one, and you should kind of just, deep dive into what liquidity providing means and how it works, and then you could kind of like position yourself in what assets you think is best performing, and then kind of put your money where your mouth is, because it's not something like I can say, hey, this is the best tool to pick. It's really based on market analysis, TA. Richard could say one thing, the market could say another. So it's really like, if you understand what liquidity providing means and how it works, it's kind of like your own choice. Get in where you fit in.
Yeah, and we're not there yet, so I totally get it. Like for instance, unless I'm a professional liquidity provider, right, it's going to come down to like what I have in my wallet, and then the timing for kind of how I want to exit, right? Like for instance, Post or a third party token or whatever the case may be, right? So it's a lot of unknowns, man. So I totally get that part. But the reason why I was saying, as an exit strategy is because, you can kind of control, uh, you can kind of, without, you can kind of control how you dump on other people's heads. So like if I have uh, a native stable coin uh, uh, to say Post, and then I pair that with say PulseX or Post, then technically I can kind of play it and hope to grow the stable coin and then dump, and then dump at that point. So I'm not dumping on Post or PulseX holders heads, and I'm still getting used to
Right.
it, still kind of understanding, kind of understanding it. So I'm looking at it as an exit strategy, but I love hearing kind of people thoughts and plays on it, because at the end of the day, if I have coins in my wallet, right, unless I'm going to invest in liquidity providing, then that's just the cards I'm dealt, right? So that's another, kind of thing that I don't think a lot of people consider when it comes to liquidity provider. But yeah. So I'm gonna watch that video, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, man. No problem. Anytime.
A good amount of people unmuted. Ask the question. Keep the convo going.
I want this thing to take over, man. I want this thing to be in everybody's wallet, you know, in the next 2 to 5 years. Uh, Usability. I want to see the whole world have Pulse. That's what I want to see.
My question is, since this is a literal fork of Ethereum with some changes regarding proof of stake instead of proof of work, what is stopping Pulse from being very successful like Ethereum? Because Ethereum is over $1,000 right now.
Adoption.
Well, if adoption is the only thing stopping it, then time is all we just got to wait till it gets adopted. Not unless there's some FUD that comes along with it.
That's correct, bro.
Yeah. It's probably just two different spectrums of it, really.
The things that are really good about a hex is that it's simplistic and it works flawlessly and perfect. And the same is going to happen for Pulsechain and PulseX. And that's how we're going to differ from Ethereum. And when people find out, they'll swap because nobody wants to fucking pay useless fees. It's fucking ridiculous, you know? I remember this website where you can fill in your wallet address and it shows how much fee you've paid this far. And I fucking cried when I saw that shit. Imagine having something like Pulse with low fees and not facing that same issue again. In also a deflationary environment. It's going to be fucking epic, man. But yeah, adoption is a big factor that comes into play. The fact HEX did really well, I think, is going to help Pulsechain though with the adoption. I think the concept of Pulsechain is more simplistic than HEX. So I think a lot of people will understand Pulsechain better and easier than HEX. So yeah. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
It just seems so criminal that Ethereum fees are into the hundreds, if not $1,000 for a transaction on a really hot night. This just seems literally criminal.
It is, man. It goes against the principles that crypto stands for in the essence of it, you know. So, and that's what Richard always says as well. That's the sole reason why he's building this new pulse chain, you know, because people are tired of fees. He wants to help hexagons with their stakes, so they don't have to pay useless fees, and yeah, do the things that Ethereum is promising for years now, but uh, isn't delivering. So yeah.
Would anybody like to share their interesting experience about how they found out about Hex and Richard Hart and Pulse or PulseX? I mean, just, without going into a 10-minute story, how'd you find out? I'm just kind of curious.
I'll go. My buddy made it big in Doge, and then he was at a this was last year's Hex HexCon or whatever, big Hex gathering in Vegas, and he was at a shooting range, and just overheard some guys talking about Hex, and then he got into Hex because of it, which in turn then got him into Pulse. And so last summer we were camping and he started telling us about all this, and that got me into it. So it's kind of that's my story. Shooting range in Vegas was what started it all for my buddy, and then he got me into it.
Cool. Yeah, what, anybody else? Give me your story. I want to hear it. I think we all like to hear stories. Or just your first impressions of Richard Hart. That's kind of comical in some people's impression at first. I know I almost lost an onboarder when he came in with Richard Hart's Beanie Baby necklace or Beanie Baby shirt. And he called me and saying, "You got to be kidding me." I said, "Just hold up, man. Let's look past the shirt, bro. You got to listen to what's going on." Almost lost him on that one.
I was in a real bad car wreck. Almost died last year. Had like 9 broken bones and had to have like 5 surgeries. So I was laid up for a couple of months and couldn't walk. And Shiba got to be real big, so I started paying attention to crypto. I looked up on YouTube, and the first person I came across was Trevon James, and he was talking about Richard Hart and Pulsechain, and it just kind of took over from there. I started getting really into it, kind of started getting obsessed with it after that, and did both sacrifices.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, go ahead. That was good. That was a good story. Next.
Cool, works. I found him on YouTube and I found him really funny, so I'm following him. That's it.
Found him on YouTube as well some time
Good
ago.
enough. Good.
Thought he was special at first, to bring it politely. Then I dug into what he was doing, what he did thus far with HEXradio, and first I came across a lot of websites saying it was a scam. So I did more research, and then I basically found out that they're just working against him, and that he's doing really well. And also his political standpoints, they resonate with me really well. I mean, there aren't a lot of rich people nowadays that have a good moral compass, and I generally think that he's one of those people. Part of his funny jokes, his PP size, flexing his watches, and his crazy outfits. It's just getting attention now. He's good at marketing. He knows how to get attention. Even the haters, they give him attention, and that's also good for us. Even if people don't realize that, they don't understand marketing. So yeah, man, I genuinely think that he's a good person, and the guy's fucking loaded, so he doesn't have an incentive to get more money. I think he really wants to make this world a better place. And the way he's doing that right now, I think that's a fucking awesome way to do it. So, fuck yeah.
Hey, I have a quick question. You guys were talking about how DEXs or how Pulsechain is going to be adopted because of the fees and it's cheaper or whatever. Haven't there been other DEXs that came out that did the same thing, like had lower fees? I'm kind of new to using them, so I'm not really sure. But is this the only one, or have there been more?
This is the first
like this. Yeah,
this is the first full fork of Ethereum. This is the first full fork of a tier 1 network. It's got different functionality than some of the past lower things. It's from what I've heard.
Okay.
Somebody else. But this is not a partial fork. This is a full Monty.
Basically, all the other
right.
When they forked empty. So
Well, I mean, like I said, that's the case. It seems like if that's the case, then it seems almost like, and I don't want to have a bias here, but it really does seem kind of just fucking impossible for this not to just go to the moon. I mean, if it really does take care of the fees and you know what I mean, it makes no sense why somebody would choose fees over no fees. It just doesn't make sense to me. So
you're absolutely right.
I mean, that alone would be just that one little fractal of what it is seems like could just take it by itself to the moon. So,
well, like one thing that I'm really into ERC20 coins, and all the big coins are on ETH. So we need to really onboard these projects and get them over to the Pulse chain, and then the money's going to follow it.
Right, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, if everybody just onboarded, if every new onboard just understood that it was their responsibility to onboard one person, it's like, multi-level marketing or whatever, it would just take off, I think.
Eventually, everybody's going to hear about Pulse. I mean, whether it's going to be on day 1 or a year from now or 5 years from now, everybody's going to realize they have some Pulse in their wallet. And not to mention, the biggest factor is going to be the liquidity, because everybody's going to have all these free coins. They're going to add to the volume, to the liquidity. They're going to be transacting with it. They're going to be doing things with
Right.
it.
And it seems like he's literally just waiting for the bear market at the very bottom. Because like he said, Hex and Eth both did 10,000x from the bottom of the bear market. So it makes sense why he hasn't released it yet.
Well, I believe I'll make a prediction, which can go to common sense or how you might view it. Is I think Pulse Chain, when it launches, is going to be a lot of excitement. But I really think, in addition, no buts to that, there's going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of movement. In addition to that, I think the snowball will start rolling about 4 months, about a third of a year. About 4 months when everything comes on, the shillers going on YouTube where people follow. Some people don't like to do their own research. They want to be a little bit of sheepish. That's fine. There's no reason why you can't be a sheep. Follow what somebody does. Once something gets onboarded and these individuals are shilling their own bags, because a lot of these guys who don't talk about it are secret investors, secret sacrificers. A couple of them got found out because of all their doxing themselves a little bit. People kind of know what their wallets do. Anyways, that's fine. That's no problem. But once things get going, things going about 3 or 4 months, that snowball will start to rise exponentially. You're going to weed out a lot of people that want to cash out fast. You're going to people are going to go 5 to 10x. People are like, this is crazy. My $100 just gave me $1,000. I'm out. Or my $300.
Oh yeah, I mean, you'll get a lot of those on day 1.
You're going to shake them. They're going to shake them, man. But if you stay long, like I tell my own boarders, hey, look, 24 months minimum. You want to really change your life? Wait 3 years, 4 years. But 24 months will be an amazing portion, or amazing opportunity to take a small portion to, do what you got to do with it and stay that long haul, son.
I personally, I don't mind telling people this either. I don't really give a shit, but I only have like $2,000 sacrificed. So I don't have a problem holding through, I feel like you're right. Like at least 24 months, I think. I'm not really sure how much 2,000 is going to make me on this, but it seems like if it goes right, we're all going to be pretty happy with it.
There's a conservative estimate between 200 and 500x the first 24 months. So take your monies, multiply it by 200 to 500, then you got your possibility.
Right. And I'd be happy with that. I think I'd be happy with that. I think anybody would.
Yeah, hey, I
especially
agree
those
with
that
what
sacrifice a
James,
lot.
I agree with what you said, James. With if everybody onboarded at least one person, I mean, dude, this thing's gonna definitely go to the moon.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because we've got 100 something thousand wallets to sacrifice to PulseX. There was I forget the
I thought it was
number
40,000.
No, there was. I think there.
Yeah, it was 38,000 for PulseX and 140,000 for Pulsechain.
Right,
got
right.
that
I
backwards.
think
You
it
got
was
it
opposite.
It's
Backwards.
opposite.
It was the opposite. Yeah, it was 40,000
Oh, is
for
it?
Pulse,
Yeah, it was
and then
the
it was
opposite.
100
You're right.
something thousand for PulseX.
That makes sense
So
though, because people missed out on Pulse and they're like, "Oh shit, I don't want to miss this one." So yeah,
right.
makes sense.
Well, and then you got a ton of people waiting for launch that couldn't or missed out or couldn't sacrifice.
Oh right.
Or, for the either sacrifice. So I would say we probably got a solid 200,000. And if each of those
Right.
people onboarded one person, that's 400,000. I mean,
Yeah.
dude, like we're starting off with more users than any other project in my research that I've been able to find.
Yeah,
Look
same.
here,
I
being
mean, me too.
sacrificer. Yes, sir.
There's a great
James,
thing about
crypto.
PulseX.
Being a
There's a great thing about
sacrificer.
PulseX. For
Go ahead.
sacrifice, yes, exactly.
Now, what were you gonna say? Being a sacrifice or what?
Get the supply of PulseX comes only from the sacrificers.
I'll get back.
The total
Yeah, no worries.
USD value of the sacrificers. So there's gonna be no more coins in existence after the point like the sacrifice phase was over. So from now on, all the coins that are gonna get generated in the circulated supplies are gonna be burnt for fees, from fees. On the
individuals
PulseX website,
here.
that's what it says. So basically, yeah, we have total control of all the circulating supply. The sacrificers, the people who sacrifice.
I have a question about that, which kind of follows the question started this conversation with the guy that said that he was a newbie. I'm also a newbie, and this might be a newbie question. Based on what this last person Ben said, the sacrificers have the total control of all the coins, which is about 150 trillion coins, and it's a buy and burn mechanism. So my question, basically, eventually, years from now, a couple of years from now, when token is going to keep burning and burning and burning, and it's going to be low demand, is it going to get to a point where the gas fees are going to get expensive because the tokens are going to become lower? So then there's going to be supply demand. The tokens are going to be more expensive. And is that going to cause the gas fees to be more expensive like Ethereum is now? Because obviously when Ethereum came out at 32 cents, people didn't complain about gas fees. But now that it's $2,000 to $3,000, it's more expensive. So I'm confused about this. If somebody can clarify for me, please. Thank you. I hope my question was clear.
Yeah, the early use of Pulse will be a fraction of a penny, of course. As it gets adopted and used, like you said, over time, Pulse will get more expensive, of course. But it's not going to be the absorbently expensive as Ethereum because it's proof of stake, not proof of work. There's not Ethereum miners being paid for their service in solving complex equations as work. Proof of stake concept, proof of stake fact. It's a different use case. So while it will get more expensive, it won't get exponentially expensive like Ethereum has.
So, but the stakers are still getting paid to stake, or delegators getting paid to delegate, right?
They're getting incentive rewards to stake. To keep their money in there, they're getting incentive rewards as in more tokens for their single-sided stake. You're talking about Pulse or Hex?
I'm talking about Pulse.
So the single siding staking is you'll get an incentive to keep your assets in there.
We're
Hey,
all hoping for
whoever was
$10.
talking about that earlier, can you expand on what you were going to say? You said something about us sacrificers. I just wanted to hear the thought you had.
Yeah, Crypto Drone here. So the guys that you see here, including yourself, as far as being a sacrificer, OGs in the near future. A lot of us got 10,000 PLS per dollar, and similar to PulseX. So the individuals adopting these things afterwards, they're getting on board, getting a good deal, of course, with a tier one network that's going to go, going to do really well. But anybody who sacrificed has taken the risk or what have you. And if they don't have paper hands, if they have those diamond hands, you're going to be talking to ones 2 years from now. That's going to be talking about like, oh yeah, I sacrificed, and they're going to hear about the sacrificers, and people are going to ask, what's a sacrificer? And
Right.
people are like, well, they didn't buy Hex at, they didn't buy Pulse at, a half a penny or, whatever, a penny or 2 cents. They didn't buy it at a penny, a couple years ago. They got, 10,000 per dollar. So yeah, those guys are sitting pretty, they took the chance. And if he didn't sell out at 100X or 500X, those ones will, because you know how many people have absolutely regretted selling their Hex when it went to, a penny or 2 cents or 3 cents, went to that 600 or 700X, 1,000X. A lot of people sold out at 1,000X, but 10,000X could have had 10,000 more.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to be that person for this. I really don't. I miss Doge. You know what's crazy? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So if you think about it, it's going to be hard. I mean, we think it's going to be easy, but we don't see the future. See, you're going to look at a 700X, whatever money you put in, you times 700, and it's going to have a lull for maybe a little while. There's maybe a price won't move. Maybe it's going down for 7 months. Maybe it's gone down.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh my gosh, I've lost $30,000 in 7 months. Maybe it's found its top. Maybe it's found its peak, and people are going to sell out. They're going to get nervous. They're going to sell out, maybe not all, but maybe portion. And people got to live. People want to enjoy some things, so they're going to sell out. But if they stay that long haul, 24 months, 3 years, and don't happen to sell anything, the potential is life changing, generational changing, or will be.
So somebody asked me a question earlier. Somebody asked me a question earlier. So basically, this is exactly from the PulseX.com website. It says here, how many PulseX will there be? It says, clearly, the supply of PulseX will be determined by the total USD value that will be sacrificed. So basically, all PulseX will be minted to sacrificers. So there's going to be no more extra coins that are going to be minted out of thin air or given to anybody. It's all going to be just straight up burned. Like all the tokens that are going to be existed is already minted, and it's all given to sacrificers.
I think another awesome thing is that, like, we already know who the OA is. Well, I mean, who owns the OA? It's like obvious. But I think the fact that he has like 95% of the supply locked up is like really badass, because I don't think that OA is ever going to dump. Especially because I think it's him. You know what I mean? I think it's in his interest to not do that. Unless I'm mistaken. I mean, that 95% of the supply is locked up, right? In that OA.
Yeah, it's a protection. To have somebody to have skin in the game, it's a protection. The last thing we really want is not last thing, but we don't really want something to be sold out when there's multiple things. The most valuable. When Bezos owned most of Amazon, that was the most valuable stock when he owned most of it. Same thing with Tesla. When he owned most of it, it was the most valuable at the point. So that being said, we want the OA to keep it up.
A lot of people I talked to about this, like that's the first, because I try to onboard people too. That's like the first thing they talk about, that they don't like is that, oh, hey, well, if 95% of the supply is in one wallet, what if that person dumps, right? So I find it, I'm not well versed enough to explain why that's not going to happen or why it's, in the interest of the OA to not do that. So
Well,
somebody wants to
the
expand on
OA
that.
can't dump all at one time because there's no liquidity. There's no money to pay out. He'll just, it would just nuke everything. It was not to be his. It wouldn't be in anybody's. The OA would not find it advantageous to sell out
Right.
and get something from nothing, right? If you sell out everything, there's no liquidity there to pay out. So,
Right.
I have a question,
But technically, it could though, right?
A person doesn't want to slit his own wrists, right?
I have a
Yeah.
question, guys. Bit of a noob here, I think. I've sacrificed for PulseX, but when it launches, how will I be able to buy Pulse? Are they going to be stable coins we can just like transfer over and buy Pulse with? Oh,
Yeah, you'll buy USDC and then bridge it over on a bridge, and then buy your Pulse with that.
yeah. What do we think the best gameplay is when it launches to buy Pulse?
Hard to say, really. I sacrificed myself for Pulsechain and PulseX, but I'm also stacking up some liquid HEX that will be copied into PHEX, and I will trade that in the 48 trading window when it launches for Pulsechain as well, so I can stack more Pulsechain. So I don't mind that Richard is delaying the whole launch, because that way I can buy more HEX every month and eventually get more Pulsechain that way. So that's my game plan.
Yeah, that's right.
Plan.
What's that 48-hour window for the? I mean, I've got HEX in my wallet, but when it gets copied, do I have to do something in that 48-hour window, or it just gets copied? And then
Yeah, that 48-hour window is, I'm not, the specific term I forgot. Maybe someone knows it. But basically, it's a 48-hour window to give people the opportunity to trade specific pairs with PulseX and Pulsechain. Specifically also for people that, for example, missed the Pulsechain sacrifice phase or PulseX, they have a 48-hour window to obtain those pairs, So actually, Richard is giving us another opportunity to stack up on some good cryptos. That's how I take it.
That's correct. Actually, it's either 24 or 47 hours. I think it's going to be a 2-day, 47 technically hours to do that. It is a tax-free $0 swap. If you want to put money in for your child's college fund or whatever, you can do it. If you didn't get any PulseX, like me, if you sacrifice all for Pulse, because I blew my wad earlier because I didn't know there was a PulseX last year. And so I don't have any PulseX because I took my portion for PLS, which I'm happy with, but I do want to diversify a little bit because I do believe PulseX is going to come out of the gate as a quick horse to run up a little earlier than PLS. Although PLS will be the big moneymaker in the long run, I wouldn't mind making some, quicker gains earlier if I want to play that. But that being said, I'm going to be trading some of my PLS for PLSX.
I'm gonna do the opposite.
Set my daughter up too, and maybe even a few friends if I wanted to do that with tax free. So at that point, after the 48 hours or 47 hours, there's going to be a price discovery, and game on.
Do you plan on staking anything? Because I plan on staking my PulseX if I can. At least like some of it, maybe 50% of it or something.
For me, I'm going to maybe do a single-sided stake for a portion. I'm just going to play with that. I'm going to see how that plays out, and I'm going to mess around with PulseX a little bit more. But I'm a safe. I try to play it safe. I'm not a big gambler about stuff, so I might I'll be delegating some stuff, of course, but other than that, I'll do a single-sided stake and see how it goes.
Right.
So that
Hey,
that
guys.
48-hour window is for trading and stuff like that, so we can swap for PulseX and all that other stuff, but it has no value yet, right? So when the mainnet launches, that's when the stuff has its value. So it's all just guesswork before that.
Last part.
It's not when mainnet launches, it's when the bridge launches.
Yeah, you'll need a bridge to bridge fiat in to purchase.
The bridge gives the coins its value.
So we'll know the value of the coins at the bridge, or only when mainnet launches?
As soon as the bridge comes.
The bridge launches.
That's the moment when people can buy and sell, and that's when the price will be determined.
The automated maker bot, AMM bot, will do its thing.
Hey, Remorph. Give me 1 second, guys. Someone had their hands up. Remorph. I just want to make sure you're a real person. Hey, Remorph. Holdberg.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot my question. I'll be back in a second. Hold on.
Okay, no problem. Hojo. And there were some other people I saw. I didn't want to interrupt you guys that had their hands raised. If y'all want to come back up, do so now. Hey, Hojo.
I'm good for now.
Okay. Hey, Merch. How you doing?
Hey, Mallow. Yeah, just want to be able to contribute if anything comes up. Cheers, mate.
Okay.
So when I've got my testnet up there, so when the mainnet comes, do I have to change anything in there, or is it automatically? Is there a new address or something we have to add?
Yes, you would basically add the
Decode.
RPC. Or you would add the RPC settings in your MetaMask from the Ethereum network to the Pulsechain network. When Pulsechain mainnet goes live and the RPC does come out, it should be on the pulsechain.com website, so you can get all the information to add the network in there. Also, there will be a way you can go through pulsex.com, the DEX, and when you connect your wallet, it will prompt you to add the network if you haven't done so already. So it is a new MetaMask update. I do recommend people try doing it the manual way, but if it gets tricky for you, you guys can do it the auto way, going through the homepage of the PulseX DEX.
It's gonna be to do is click one button once you connect to PulseX.com, and then it's gonna do it automatically for you. But recommending it manually is very good. You should definitely do that and verify your inputs before you add any network to anything to your MetaMask.
Mello.
Sorry, I didn't hear that quite well. Sorry.
I didn't ask yet because Van was saying something, so I waited. My question is, I had a friend of mine that I've been trying to onboard, and I was telling him about the duplicates, and he had his funds. He has ERC20 tokens, but he had them on Exchange, and he had them on Trust Wallet, and he moved them over to MetaMask. When will he be able to play around with the testnet with his duplicates? When does that happen? The duplicate.
Well, if he has purchased any tokens was it a month? Where we're in May now, April, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. If he has held tokens when V2B came out, you would have had a chance to play around with your copies and your allocations of PulseX and Pulsechain if you've sacrificed.
Okay, so because I was trying to tell him that I was actually wrong because I told him that as soon as he moved them,
So he can do it now. It's live V2B. You can go if he goes in there, and you can just go to the Pulse scan. If you go to the main chat and hit !testnet, all the links will be there. And he
Right.
goes to the Pulse scan explorer, and he can see, copy and paste his public address, and he can see what tokens are in his wallet.
So he was able to move the tokens to Metamask, but he wasn't able to. Once he switched the network from Ethereum to Pulsechain, like I did. That's what I did, and I saw my tokens, but my tokens were there since for a while. He just moved over his tokens.
So
Okay.
if he just did it,
Well,
it didn't copy.
It didn't copy, right?
Yeah, here's part of the problem, Profex, and he did not. He was on a Trust Wallet before, and Trust Wallet you can't change the RPC settings. But if he had them at the time of the snapshot when they did it, what Mello told you about going to PulseScan, if he uses that address, he should be able to pull whatever tokens he has up. But it has to be the Trust Wallet address, not his MetaMask.
Oh, I see. Okay, but obviously now that he moved them over to MetaMask, when the when they take the Snapchat,
Hold on.
obviously.
When you said he moved over to MetaMask, you mean he took his Trust Wallet seed phrase and moved it and migrated it into the MetaMask?
No. What I mean by that is he sent his funds from Trust Wallet to MetaMask.
What funds on the Ethereum
Like,
network?
yes, his ERC20. Like, say he has SHIB on his tokens that
Oh,
were
okay.
on SHIB
Okay.
on Trust Wallet. He just moved them to his. He created a new MetaMask, and then he just sent them to his public address from his own Trust Wallet to his new MetaMask.
Okay, he
First
didn't need to
thing he
do that
needs
and
to do is
incur
get a
fees.
hardware wallet.
Yeah,
He
he didn't need to incur any fees. But the thing is, just know that that wallet, that Trust Wallet, will not. It will receive, if he sacrificed, he will receive his sacrifice
He
in that
didn't.
public address. But after today, he will not get his copy. Now, I would recommend you tell him to go ahead and get a hardware wallet, because this is something he might need to do with getting off his phone. Trust Wallet is a phone wallet app,
Yeah, I
and you
told
don't
him.
want to do any crypto.
I told him that's
Okay.
like I had him move all his stuff, his funds from Trust Wallet to MetaMask, and I actually had an extra Trust Trezor, and I told him I'll give it to you. And obviously, older one, just so you don't waste any time. I have like a couple set up just in case I need to onboard someone. But my question is, now that he moved his tokens to MetaMask, when they take the Snapchat, obviously his tokens are now in MetaMask. He will have copies of his ERC20 tokens, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because he was getting nervous. He's like, "Oh, I don't see anything." I said, "I don't know, man. They should be here. I don't know where they're at, but they're coming." I said, "Maybe it takes a couple hours, days."
Look, how can we check if what ERC20 tokens? Is there somewhere we can check what ERC20 tokens are and which ones will be copied?
The whole state of Ethereum is being copied.
From what I understand is that the snapshot of the mainnet still has to come. So the snapshot for the testnet already has been taken. But for the mainnet, it still has to come. So you still basically have time to buy ERC20s and put them in your MetaMask before mainnet comes.
In your hardware wallet, which is connected with MetaMask, yes. You don't have a hardware wallet, you're a damn bonehead. Don't start saying to people, just put it in your MetaMask. We don't want you to get, rinsed this close to the mainnet launch.
That is correct.
So I can just put as much ERC20 tokens in my hardware wallet, wait for the snapshot, and then after the snapshot, I can take it back out.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Bob, why would you take it back out?
Just to get the free copy.
You get the free copy in your hardware wallet. It's on the blockchain. The hardware wallet is a key fob that allows you to securely access and use your tokens.
Oh,
You don't
what do you mean
keep
by
them out
take it
again.
out? But what does he mean? Do you mean by like just selling it, or are you talking about like moving it?
No, like I've got funds like everywhere. So if I move all my funds to Ethereum mainnet, get the copy on the snapshot, and then I can move it back, right?
Yeah, wait, stop. Hold on. All your funds exist on the blockchain. I hope you're using a hardware wallet to secure your funds. They're all over the place, but they should all be in maybe separate hardware wallets if you want to keep them kind of spread out, but they should all be in hardware wallets, period.
So even like stuff on like Polygon and stuff like that will get copied.
Yes. Every
wow.
damn thing that you have that's liquid should be secured on a hardware wallet.
So Bob,
Right.
basically your access to all these chains will be using MetaMask, connecting the hardware wallet to MetaMask. So MetaMask can access all the EVM chains. So if you're talking about those, yeah, you can move them to the EVM chains once these copies come. I mean, I would say is wait for the bridge, and then you can bridge it over to Pulse and take advantage of Pulse gas fees. But I mean, it's your decision.
Okay, I got it now. So I've got tokens on like BNB, mainnet, Polygon, Avalanche. So they're all going to be copied too. That's the same thing, is it?
Nope. Only ERC20s.
Yeah, only the Ethereum, from what I understand, only the Ethereum mainnet is going to be copied. So all your tokens on the mainnet, the green dot Ethereum mainnet one on MetaMask, all your tokens from there are going to be copied. And you'll be essentially be able to use those tokens more, I guess. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is I'll get all my tokens and just bridge them over to Ethereum mainnet just for the copy, and then get the copy right. I'm cool to take the funds out.
Yeah, but those will be wrapped. Those will be wrapped. If you bridge them over from different chains, they'll be wrapped, and then there's no guarantee that there'll be a front end to unwrap them. So that's a bit of a risk. What you should do. Wait, hold on. Just so you understand how it works, Bob. If you don't own an ERC20 token, it is a bridged asset that would be it's a more convoluted mess to hope and pray that you'll actually have any value on the other side. It's like it's a copy of a copy. What you want to do is only have one layer between you and the money. So you want to actually have an ERC20 token, enjoy your copy of that ERC20 token, and then trade it back to an asset that's on that other chain. Do not bridge it. You want to trade it to a token that you believe in that will retain value on the other side, enjoy that copy, and then go back into the asset that you love, your little hodl bag of some token on Matic or whatever the hell you've got. Polygon.
Yeah, so I was gonna say the best like way I guess so you don't have to go looking, is the native token of these chains. So that would be your best bet. You bring it over, and then you swap it into that token in this and that network. Get the in your Ethereum network, get your copy, and then bridge it back over. But like I said, I would personally, you'd benefit by waiting for the bridge for Pulse and bringing it over to Pulse, and try to use them on Pulse.
Okay, all right, Bob. Bob, I want to know.
Understand that.
Yeah, Bob, I
Your
want to know right now though,
wallet.
before we continue, Bob, what hardware wallet are you using?
Ledger.
Excellent. Put every liquid asset you have on your ledger, and then connect it up with MetaMask.
Also, Bob, you can have multiple networks on your ledger. So,
Okay. Okay, so a lot of my tokens on Ethereum is on MetaMask, and I know MetaMask is a hot wallet. Is that?
That's right.
Am I still,
So you're not doing things right.
Ah man, so I had to put my stuff on a wallet
It's fine.
in order
It's
to.
fine. It's fine. You're
Wait,
gonna get
stop it.
everything.
Hold on. It's
He's
not
talking
fine.
about extra security. He's just talking about extra security.
I'm
You
talking
still
about
have
basic
all of your
security.
tokens.
Hey, I'm talking about basic security here. We get people coming in this chat all the damn time getting rinsed. I don't want HEXcrypto to be one of them. Don't go back and, backsliding on the fact that we've got to maintain a basic level of security, and that includes use of a hardware wallet. I'm going to unmute you, Banhammer, but you're really skating on thin ice if you're telling me that this is, a nice to have. It's a need to have.
I'm agreeing with you. But don't scare the other poor kids.
All right. It's not scaring. I'll tell you what scaring is. Losing your damn funds and coming crying to me on DM.
Yeah.
And don't tell me this is a fear tactic. This is tough love. Every person that we onboard, we welcome to this community, has to understand that this is the basic security posture you must maintain. That's all. No ifs, ands, or buts. Do I sound like I'm putting the fear of God into you? No. I'm telling you, this is the minimum that we have to have here in this community.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, the thing
All right.
is,
Well, then in that case, I'll introduce you to the 150 people that have come to me in the last 6 months, telling me that they've lost over $15 million that I know of. $15 million. You want to join them?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
You need
I
a
want to
ledger,
join them.
guys.
Yeah.
I
Hey, but
agree
the
with
thing is,
I agree with you, man. But some people don't even have the money to buy a ledger. They might have they might have $50.
Then buy
All right,
a
that is a bullshit position. You don't have $80 to invest in crypto security, and you've got $250 to invest in crypto. Doesn't make sense. You start with 80 and you build up from there. If you can't get that, don't play.
the thing is with
Absolutely.
hard wallets is
I
like,
agree
I'm
with you that
Hey,
that a ledger should be
guys.
mandatory for everyone, but I disagree with the way you tell to people.
Hey, guy, crypto. Hold on,
He's
Pablo.
trying to give it. He's trying to give it straight. But the thing is, with hardware wallets, there's not much, like MetaMask. You can essentially swap for a lot more stuff than a lot of wallets out there. If that makes sense. Like hardware wallets, there's not much like trading or swapping or like there's only a set.
Wait.
You
HEXcrypto,
shouldn't be swapping.
wait,
You
hold on.
shouldn't be
Stop
swapping in a
this.
wallet.
Stop this crap. Listen, guys, do you guys even know what a hardware wallet does? You can trade just like you do with MetaMask because you're using MetaMask as your front end. This is a back end security thing. You connect up your hardware wallet with MetaMask and you do all the DeFi freaking trades that you want. You're just doing it behind a wall of security, which is a physical button that you have to accept a transaction. And without it connected, attackers can see your funds, but they can't move your funds. It's fucking simple. What do
Okay,
you mean
hey,
they're not
so
upgrading the
okay,
hardware
okay,
wallet?
What wallet? What
let
wallet
me
do you
try.
use?
Hey,
Let
guys,
me try. Let
listen
me
to
try
me
to explain
carefully
something right quick.
of what. Wait. Hey, guys, listen to what
If you
Papa's saying carefully. He's 100% correct. I know some
He
people
is.
personally who've gotten wrecked also. Your hardware wallet is your vault wallet that he's talking about. Your MetaMask wallet is the conduit. That's it. You get the approval, as he said, through your hardware wallet. Trust me, it's like walking into a bank. You got to go through the vault to open your safety deposit box.
Okay, so how do I set that up? How do I set up one of the wallets that I really like? How do I set that up to where MetaMask has to ask my wallet? Like I don't.
All
You
right,
see,
all right, HCrypto, we got howtopulse.com. We got videos there, and I can post videos in the main chat where I describe how to do a migration of your 12-word seed from MetaMask to a hardware wallet. Nothing changes once you've migrated. You get to use the same accounts, same public addresses. The seed simply resides in the hardware wallet rather than in the browser extension, which is MetaMask, which is not
I
secure.
fully understand the process that I have to do right now. I fully understand it, but what I'm trying to ask is I have an atomic wallet, I have something else wallet, I have a near wallet,
Yep, none of them
um,
are secure.
an atomic
You
wallet isn't secure.
sacrificed?
No, because the seed store is although it's encrypted, it's stored locally. You
Ah,
understand the difference
because
between
it's
having it
digital.
local and hot and somewhere on your PC or your Mac or your phone if you're a real bonehead? It's there for the picking, ripe for the picking for the attackers to get that seed store file. And guess what? For MetaMask, if you're using MetaMask or any of these other things, by the way, 100 different types of hot wallets have been targeted by one simple script that's available on the dark web for $140 that infiltrates your damn hardware, finds that seed store file, waits for you to actually log in, which is usually the decryption password. Your login password is a decryption password for the seed store file. They make off with the password and the seed store file. Don't leave a trace. You get rinsed in about a fraction of a second. And that has
Okay,
been published about 6 months ago.
all right.
That
What
attack is in the wild right now. And
other
by the
than
way,
Ledger?
yep, Ledger and Trezor. That's it. Look to those two companies.
That's it. Those are hardware.
Those are hardware wallets, Ledger and Trezor. Trezor.io is the website for Trezor. Ledger.com is the website for Ledger. Do not purchase them from Amazon. Don't purchase them from eBay. Don't get them from a
Okay.
friend. Don't get them from your grandma. Go and get one direct now. And if you've sacrificed, then you're going to need 2 devices. One for the migration and one for setting up a 24-word seed phrase wallet that will be your vault wallet, a simple and safe place to put all your liquid assets.
I just put
Wow.
into the chat for you
okay,
guys !HWMIG, and you'll see the links to all the hard work that Papa's done.
So
all
essentially,
right.
when I
So
make a
if
purchase
you have,
on MetaMask, let me just I'll be done in like 2 minutes. So when I get this Ledger X, because I know about it and then I need to get one, or the treasurer thing that you just said. Essentially, when I get this Ledger X, okay, or S or whatever version,
Don't get
uh,
the X. Don't get the X. Please don't get the X. It's got a
yeah.
battery on board that fails after about 2 years. So don't do that.
Okay. So once I get the Ledger S, and I make any transaction mobilely on my MetaMask or
No. Not compatible with mobile. Don't get it for mobile. Don't use
right?
mobile for crypto.
Okay.
Think
Okay.
about it
So
on
if
your home PC only or your laptop.
so when I make a transaction with MetaMask on my desktop and something's going through, then I get notified with the wallet, the Ledger wallet, to approve that amount. Is that what I'm
Yes.
putting?
When listen, when you are using your hardware wallet, and you have MetaMask as your front end. It's still your display, still is MetaMask, but the name of your account will be, for example, Trezor1 up at the top. That's the only difference. Then, when you actually transact, you send, you swap, you do anything, a new pop-up will come up, and it will ask you to approve it on your hardware device, which is plugged into the USB port. And that's it. The only impact on your life will be you've got to go over to your Trezor device, look at the display, mention that see that it's asking for approval, and click that button 3 times. When you do that, the transaction will be approved and go through. Without that device plugged into the USB port, you cannot transact.
I'm buying one right now. Hold on, sir. I'm buying one right now, dude.
You said we needed
Hey,
two
Papa.
different ones?
Papa, isn't it true that you don't even have to use the Trezor or the Ledger to receive funds? So you don't even have to go through that. If somebody is just sending you funds, it can go straight into your MetaMask, right?
Absolutely. It goes all right. Yeah, the answer is absolutely. You can receive funds no matter what, even if you're offline, even if you're sleeping. Anyone can receive funds at any time. You can't even prevent from receiving funds. I can send you anything I want right now, and you cannot stop it because it's blockchain, right? It goes one way, and it's irrevocable. So, in this case, yes, you can receive funds, no problem. But think of it this way again. MetaMask is your single pane of glass that you can actually see what's going on in the back end, which is your hardware wallet. So even if it's not plugged in, you can still see your balances. You can still view your balances on Etherscan as well. And then you can see them, and an attacker can potentially see them as well. But they can lick their chops. They just cannot move them.
Hey, sorry, mate. But what happens if we're on the road and we need to use the mobile to do some trades? You're saying we shouldn't do that?
I'm saying that you shouldn't do that. The only way that you're going to be on the road and have to do things, explain to me the scenario. Are you do you fancy yourself like some highfalutin trader that has to go and, if that's your full-time job and you can't leave your house without your phone and all this other crap? Do you really feel that that's the type of person you are in this ecosystem?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Security is paramount. Also, going back to what you said before, we needed a potential 2.
Yes, the videos that were just put up in the main chat. If you type in exclamation mark HWMIG, there are 2 videos that discuss the migration process. The migration process involves one device. One hardware device holds one seed. Underneath a seed, there can be many different accounts and different public addresses. However, the seed is the root of all of those addresses. So one seed is on MetaMask, was generated in MetaMask. It's a 12-word seed, and that contains all the wallets that you maybe sacrificed from or you staked your HEX from. Yeah, those all travel with the same seed. So the first hardware wallet, is for that seed that you created in MetaMask that you actually have locked assets associated with. The second hardware wallet presents a castle that's built on stone rather than quicksand. The migration wallet that you take the seed from MetaMask is presumed to be compromised because it began its life as a browser extension. And if it was shared at any time before the migration, that compromise would travel through even to the hardware wallet migration, which means you're just doing your best to stop the bleeding when you do a migration of your 12-word seed from MetaMask. However, the 24-word seed that you generate from the new hardware wallet, the second one, is the real security. That's the vault wallet that you set up. And every moment that you get a movable liquid asset in your migratory wallet, you move it to the vault wallet. And that may take you months. It may take you years to actually finally migrate every shred of liquid asset that has any value from the migratory wallet to the vault. That's why you need 2.
And they can be both the same?
What do you mean both the
hardware
same?
wallets? Like, say, two
They can be.
Ledgers or...
Yep. One can be a ledger, one can be a Trezor. They can both be ledgers, they can both be Trezors, they can be different SKUs on from either manufacturer. It doesn't matter. But I recommend that you stick to those two manufacturers because they withstood the test of time, reliable. They've got a huge amount to lose if they screw you over, which is that's the entire reason that you provide this trust into a hardware manufacturer where security is concerned. Think about what they have to lose. These Chinese-based companies that have all these bells and whistles should be avoided at all costs. Not only the policies of the Chinese state, which revolve around sharing of decryption keys as mandatory for anything that's manufactured in China, they also have not withstood the test of time. They haven't undergone audits, and they don't have much to lose if they screw you over.
Yeah, that's true. If I have two, do I have to approve both for a transaction?
No, you don't. You only transact on one at a time. Right?
Okay, so on this wallet, and when I'm making a transaction with my phone, if I have to, it's gonna not enable me to do so because I have to connect my Trezor wallet and approve it.
Not necessarily. You can do a simple send through the manufacturer's interface, but you cannot interact with MetaMask in a hardware wallet on a mobile now. Nor should you. And by the way, there is no scenario where you will have to be transacting on your phone. If you are like, a traveling business person, you can get a small laptop and take it with you and tether to a dedicated line from a tethered cell phone or an access point that you control to an actual cell tower if you must. But I recommend that you don't. Keep it within the confines of your home because there is a known vulnerability to hardware wallets. Nearly all of them that are worth their salt have a vulnerability, and that is that a sophisticated attacker that actually has control of your hardware wallet can potentially crack it open, and with a chipset reader, they can exact a reverse engineering attack and extract your seeds. So you don't want to take that out of your home.
Okay. Which one do you have? Do you have Trezor?
I have Trezors and Ledgers. I have both. I actually have a collection of a whole lot of different makes, just as oddities over time, because a lot of people ask me about what I think about certain hardware wallets. So I just try to pick them up as soon as they become available. But the only ones I use for my funds are Ledger and Trezor, period.
All right. You're not biased to either one. They both, do the same thing.
They're both fine, but as a first-time user, they're both equal, right, in terms of security. However, as a first-time user, I would strongly recommend trying Trezor 1, the low-end Trezor device. Trezor 1
and not the Model T.
Yeah, Model T is 3 times the cost, and I don't think that that value is particularly there. I'd love my Model T. It's amazing, but but I've got like maybe 10 Model 1s to every Model T that I own.
Hey, Papa, I've got a question. I don't know. Hang on. Do you remember a few weeks ago when, I don't know if you were in chat, but we were in here, and then a screaming Mimi came in crying that she'd just been rinsed for $2 million out of her MetaMask.
Jesus.
I remember that day.
Yeah,
I remember that day.
Yep.
$2 million gone. She woke up, it's gone out of MetaMask. That's the value of a hardware wallet.
Oh, dude, Krakatoa. I mean, that one was the second worst. Hex 19 and the videos that we did about a year ago, right?
Yeah, I've listened to him in chat. Yeah, he's been very philosophical about it. I must admit.
Yeah, truly. But he's continuing to be rinsed. Just like 2 weeks ago, somebody early unstaked his first 10-year. And that was like $3 million worth of value gone in one transaction. It's a 10-year stake that the attacker got nothing for, but just blew it apart just for fun or as a probe, or it could be another attacker. That's the thing. If you don't get your hardware wallet in order now, right? It's not just one attacker that's going to rinse you. It could be a whole bunch of attackers that get your seeds, and then you're sharing that. If people think that, oh, the hacker got me, no, it could be like simultaneously multiple hackers, and each one of them could have a philosophy in terms of when to take profits, right?
Hey, this
So,
could be a good time just to tell everyone how much he lost in the initial hack, which was
oh,
on his
geez,
phone, by the way. Which was on his phone.
geez,
How much did he
yeah,
lose?
okay. I thought it was something like the equivalent of $20 million, I think, for the first go, wasn't it, or more?
It was something like that. The hacker was dribbling that shit onto our heads for months.
Yep, yep, absolutely.
And it happened at the airport, right, Papa?
I beg your pardon?
It happened at the airport.
Yes. Well, look. When I interviewed him,
He was SIM swapped or
he uncovered a Swiss cheese holes upon Swiss cheese holes in terms of his security posture. He was walking the airport when he noticed that there was a SIM swap attack on his phone was going on. He thought, how peculiar that my phone should blank out and then I wouldn't be able to make calls. But I suspect that he could have been open because he had this thing backed up digitally as well. He had his seeds backed up digitally as well. They were backed up into the cloud. I mean, so many different ways that he could have gotten snagged. And again, I suspect that there's not just one attacker now that's got his seeds, but that SIM swap attack occurred while he was in the airport, but he could have easily connected up with a nefarious SSID while he was in the airport. That's like the single worst place to keep your phone on Wi-Fi is going to be the lobby of a hotel. The second worst would be an airport. So those two places are prime places for you to actually, with the chatty protocol from your phone, for it to be asking, are you there? Are you there? And then the attacker says, yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Here's the SSID of free Wi-Fi from hotel lobby. And it says, oh, great, I'll take that. Do you want me to connect? You click yes, and you're snagged. All of your man-in-the-middle attack is underway. And from there, they get all sorts of beautiful data, including passwords and keys that you put in and any other data that you want to, hold on yourself. And then next thing you know, this poor bastard, I'm sorry, Hex19 is not a bastard. I'm just saying in the sense that he's a poor guy. Somebody actually went into a point of sale somewhere from his cell phone carrier and said, hey, I'm Hex19. I really need a new replacement of my SIM card. I dropped my phone in the toilet and it flushed down. It's gone. So I need another SIM. Oh, coming right up, sir. Here you go. Thanks a lot. Goodbye. And he owned his life. $19 million gone. It was emergency unstaked. The attacker got away with about $4 million and gave the community something like $16 million in one day, which bumped up the payout to like 20 hex per T-share for that one day. It's the highest in the history of Hex. We know it as Hex 19 Day, as a gift to the community, but a tremendous loss to him and his family.
Did he ever take the provider to task, like sue their ass off?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how far it goes there, because if you don't have that specifically said, the answer is he went to the FBI and he gave a full story to them, and he said that they pretty much rolled their eyes, filed it, and put it away. I'm sure the FBI should be doing, due diligence about this and that with the provider, but think about it. If you have the means on paper to go and do this type of investigation, but suddenly those paper values are gone, how prone are you going to be to invest in another, $100,000 of attorney's fees and investigative fees and all sorts of other stuff to then sue a carrier that probably has small print that says, unless you specifically tell us not to do this, we could possibly do this because we employ minimum wage workers that we know are probably on the take. And for about $200, someone will go in the back room and give somebody else your SIM. Anyway, it all boils down to none of this would have happened to Hex 19 had he used a hardware wallet and not had anything on his fucking cell phone. Easy peasy.
That's why I brought the subject up. A cautionary tale.
How much
Yes.
money did he lose?
Over 20 million of value. I think that
Oh
I'm
my
being very
God.
conservative. I think it could have been closer to 60, but I'm just going to tell you 20. Does it matter? Does it matter? The guy
It
is
does
like
matter.
80 years old. He's like in his late 70s, and he lost his entire multi-generational wealth stream to an attacker for an $80 wallet that he could have purchased.
Hey, y'all heard about this this right click bug off of MetaMask?
There's all sorts of bugs.
No, this
All
one
sorts of bugs. They have
is
updates all the time.
you got to think the average consumer is not up to your scale, sir. Like, I don't know your name, I don't know where you're from, you probably been in this crypto space for a while now, I could tell. But there's a right click bug within MetaMask, and I've looked it up and other people are complaining about it too, where you go to copy your address and you go to paste your address, and it's a different address. And I clicked on the
Yeah,
address
that,
to
that's
check on
not
the
a
ether
that's not a
scan.
bug. That's not a bug. That's an exploit. So
What's
it
it?
uninstall MetaMask and reinstall. It's not a bug. If you press the
It's
copy
an
button
attack.
and you don't get your address, and that's not correct, and that's entirely the reason that you should always check the first 4 characters and the last 4 characters every time you copy paste something, because there's an
Yeah.
exploit that will redirect that to an attacker's account. That's an exploit.
That's not
It's a known exploit.
not a bug. It's actually an attack, and it's old. It's an old one. They've just updated it to MetaMask. That's all they've done.
So if I uninstall and reinstall MetaMask on my desktop, like, will I still have my wallet, or I have to
Yes.
manually add these
Listen,
tokens back?
HCrypto. This is entirely the reason that you need a hardware wallet, because you never, ever, ever, in theory, in order to have your wallet, you've got to have your seed phrases, your 12 words written down somewhere. That wallet is secure. It's offline. You've got it. It's not going anywhere. In theory, if you didn't know about hardware wallets, what you would do is you would uninstall MetaMask, re-download it from metamask.io, install it, and then you would recover by typing in the seed phrase into your keyboard, and then you would have your wallet just right up in front of you, just like nothing had happened. However, typing your seeds into a keyboard is an absolute no. You never type your seeds into any keyboard. That is an instant compromise, because keyloggers are everywhere on every system, believe it or not. So what you do instead is you get yourself a hardware wallet. You do an advanced recovery, which is an encrypted method by which you introduce those seeds into the hardware wallet, and then you uninstall and reinstall MetaMask, because you don't have to ever rely on MetaMask again. The seeds are stored in the hardware wallet, and then you do not recover into MetaMask proper. You don't type it into any keyboard. You create a new dummy account for MetaMask, a new 12-word seed phrase, just so MetaMask works. Then you connect your hardware wallet to MetaMask. Again, you see all of your funds and all of your original public addresses are there.
So as soon as I get my hardware wallet, I'm putting it in. I put my seed phrase that I wrote down from MetaMask. I put that in. I link that up, follow directions, and then from there, once everything on my hardware wallet is set up, ready to go, I uninstall MetaMask, reinstall, make a dummy one, and then I connect to my hardware wallet, and then boom, that's
Perfect.
My
Perfect.
hardware
Yes,
wallet is my
you
vault.
got it.
My hardware wallet has my money.
Yes,
Nobody could touch it.
your hardware. Listen. Your money is on the blockchain. It never was
Yeah.
anywhere. The hardware wallet allows you to actually interact with it. Yes, that's correct. But hey, HCrypto, you got it the first time, man. There's a lot of people that don't understand the process the first time. You're pretty damn slick. But listen, look on the main chat. There's a video. There's a video that goes through this 100% step by step. Type in HWMIG, hardware migration, HWMIG in the main chat. And you will see all the videos that we got. The top two are for Trezor and Ledger.
I put it in there twice already, Papa, while you were talking.
Thanks,
Hold on,
Jojo.
I'm trying to do it. Hold on.
Hey, Papa, I got a quick question for you. I just realized when we moved from mobile to the computer, we did type in the 12-word phrase in the computer to install the MetaMask, but since we've also done the ledger, is that a compromise?
Yes, that is a compromise situation. So what you should do is uninstall. So if it's also all right, your seed should never be loaded into two different wallets at the same time. If you have them doing so, you're doing it wrong. So you've got to go in and uninstall MetaMask, reinstall it, and create a dummy wallet, a brand new 12-word seed phrase. You should never type in your seeds into any keyboard, period. Ever. So if you did either of those things and you're running the same seed in two different places, both your hardware wallet and on your desktop or something like that, then something's amiss. It should only be in your hardware wallet, unique to that hardware wallet, nowhere else. So I would uninstall it right now, Hojo.
But what you were just talking about with the ledger, to go through the ledger and do an emergency, what'd you call it?
Advanced recovery.
Yeah, an advanced recovery, and then
you uninstall MetaMask. So the process is it's a hold on a second. Let me reset HCrypto's mic. There we go.
On the ledger
all right.
too.
Right. So are you saying that the same seed is active on MetaMask and your hardware wallet right now?
No.
Okay, that's good. So what you're saying is you, at some point before you did the migration, you actually typed it in to a keyboard to reestablish your MetaMask on a different machine. Is that correct?
From phone to machine, yes.
Right. That's a younger and stupider type of thing to do. It's your naivete. It's not the fact that you did it after you learned about hardware wallets. So you just got to put that past you. You potentially opened yourself up to compromise when you typed it in. That was what you thought a migration would be from your phone to your desktop, but it wasn't. It was a problem. When you did that, at some point you still had it running on your phone, didn't you? Out of convenience, you still ran on your phone and your desktop, right?
No.
No, okay. So you just migrated over from your phone to your desktop, and then you wiped it off your phone?
Correct.
Did you reinstall it on your phone to wipe out the
No.
seed store and then uninstall it again?
No.
Okay, then there could be a residue still on your phone. I would do that again as soon as possible.
Do what? Put MetaMask back on and then
Reinstall MetaMask on your phone. Create a brand new 12-word seed on that phone MetaMask, then uninstall it for good. Because the seed store could still have a residue, and the seed store most likely was synced up with your cloud services, which you probably didn't disable for either your iCloud or your Samsung cloud behavior. Is that correct?
early on, correct. But recently, after you mentioned it to me to do that, I did that.
All right, good deal. But usually the cloud, according to the EULA with Apple, it stays up there for like 6 months. So if it isn't within 6 months, then just keep puckering your butthole until 6 months has elapsed.
we're past 6 months now.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, buddy. All right, thanks.
Speaking of that,
Just to fill in the dead air, I was watching an interesting TV show not long ago about an American company or bunch. They go around to auctions and they buy company photocopiers. And what they're doing is they're taking out the hard drives in those photocopiers that have been taking a copy of everything that's passed over that platinum in the life of that photocopier. And I'm extracting all sorts of interesting data, including stuff from police stations like search warrant applications, people's criminal history, all sorts of shit that shouldn't have been out to the public. So if you write down your seed phrases and you think, oh, I'll run off a couple of copies at work on your photocopier at work, it's going to be copied to a hard drive on that photocopier. At some point, someone else is going to get hold of that photocopier and do something with it.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to run a photocopy of your seeds at all. Just that is a really good point, though, man. Think of that exploit. They're getting the hard drives from the copiers. And by the way, you also understand that a lot of these copiers are networked nowadays. And if they're networked, that goes out to the freaking internet. And you can actually hack into an entire building's network through something as stupid as a networked washing machine in the basement. This happened in Sri Lanka. A networked washing machine, a damn Samsung smart washing machine in the basement of the damn place that was networked, got hacked into, and from there they went to like a soda machine that was also networked, and then that got into the actual HVAC system, and then they got into the damn server farm and melted everything down. So all this stuff, all this whole Internet of Things bullshit that you hear about, like, oh, my eyeglasses are going to connect up with my track shoes so I can take a look at my overall health. This is IoT, is all bullshit. What I just described is a true IoT. Those gaping holes in security. And what Krakatoa brings up is 110% a real threat. You never make a digital or electronic copy of your seeds in any way, shape, or form. Keep it analog, keep it a simple cipher, keep it broken up, keep it backed up. Damn it, guys, get wise. Go back to the Stone Age.
Hey, Papa, while you're on a roll about it, why don't you give the name of the computers either to go with or to stay away from Chinese manufacturers, as well as not using anything but good products that connect from your ledger or your Trezor to your computer, and not using Chinese made products for the cords.
Oh my God. All right, well, that's under the category of kindly do not make a purchase or use anything that is manufactured in China. If you can, you got to avoid. I mean, there are certain things that are unavoidable, like casing for your PC, or you just look. You have to understand the policy of China is that if anything is manufactured in China and has its firmware or software loaded in China, and it incorporates encryption of any kind, which is pretty much everything nowadays, that encryption key to decrypt must be registered with the state and the military. So anything that's manufactured in China, for as far as a laptop goes, like Lenovo or Acer or Dell or any of these other names that you may know, that are Chinese brands or manufacture this stuff in China, are not really fit for use with crypto. The manufactured brands that you want to consider are Asus, HP, Samsung. There's some rare LG laptops that are found in South Korea, may not be found in the States. Fujitsu is a good brand as well, Japanese. The components that keep the memory, the meat and potatoes of these actual devices, even though they may say on the box made in China, it means that the injection molding constitutes more than a certain percentage of whatever is on the device. So they have to put made in China on the actual box. But HP swears up and down that the components inside the motherboard, the CPU, the GPU, if there is one on board, the RAM, and the hard drives are not made in China. Because they need to be a government contractor. They pride themselves on doing that. And after the whole debacle with Huawei, the U.S. government doesn't source anything from China either. And remember, it's really easy to have these things get adulterated on the actual lines if it's all Chinese owned and Chinese manufactured, because they don't care. So please, please, please think about those if you get a dedicated laptop for use of with crypto in conjunction with your hardware wallet. If you can afford it, this is an if you can afford it, at very least get that hardware wallet. But if you're going to do a refresh of your tech to be able to get something dedicated for Richard Hart products and projects, for God's sake, don't buy something that's made in China. Also, don't get anything that ends in book unless it's a Mac. By the way, Mac is also okay to buy, even though there are some components that are manufactured here and there in Southeast Asia. I know for a fact, and you can take a look at their records, they are very strictly audited in terms of having somebody who is 100% Apple believer on the top of every supply line. Everything is barcoded, and they got their supply chain 100% nailed down because, again, Apple has a tremendous amount to lose if they have any kind of exploit that can be traced back to any reverse engineering out of China. So Mac is also on the list of good things to buy if you want.
So Papa, let me ask you this: when Pulse launches, where do you think people are going to be able to trade Pulse? Because I know
PulseX. PulseX
Huh?
is the main DEX.
I know, but what the website, right? The IO or
It's a DEX. It's a distributed exchange or
yeah, I'm
decentralized exchange.
talking about in the market. Like, is somebody in the United States going to be able to trade with Pulse? I'm talking about in the exchange market, like day trading, like, where somebody has access to. Where is it going to be? Like, you know what I mean?
See, so look, Pulsechain presents a tremendous boon of opportunity for people that want to trade because you
Yeah.
got very low fees to swap. Now, the exchange with the best liquidity is most likely going to be PulseX from the beginning for all the pairs with Pulse. It's quick, it's convenient, and it's cheap. And then you can wrap your assets that you sell for and take them over to whatever chain you want. And you can you can then trade those for cash. Then you cash out over your centralized exchange. Now, what you're
Yeah,
asking,
I
I think,
understand the
is
process.
what centralized exchange is going to adopt this, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yes.
Richard mentioned, and without revealing it, that at least one has already confirmed that they're going to launch Pulse and Pulse, possibly Pulse pairs on their exchange. We do not know which one it is.
No, sir, I don't. I don't know what exchange that is.
No, nobody does right now. We can all speculate, but we don't know which one has already contacted Richard. But rest assured that at least one centralized exchange has already confirmed they're going to support Pulse.
Which exchange is that?
Again, one more time. We don't know yet. When we know, it will be made public.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. My bad, dude. I'm like jumping the gun every sentence. My bad.
Hey, Papa.
Okay. Oh, Joe.
On the computer, on the Apple computer, is there a place I need to go to wipe MetaMask off of iCloud on the computer? I don't know how to go there. I'm just looking at it now.
No, you can't. You can't. The retroactive snapshots in iCloud, everything that's gone up there, they're there for 6 months.
Oh, just in general for 6 months, and then that's it.
Well,
Okay.
supposedly, according to them, but I
Right.
guarantee you that, from my experience, stuff is not it. It doesn't go away. It simply gets truncated and compressed more and more, and sent to different servers for longer term hold. So I would just say that that's a compromised wallet, and live with it and start migrating off of it as soon as you can. And if that takes years, so be it.
Okay. Just checking both phones now and computers. Thanks.
What? Oh my God! You had them on multiple phones at one point.
No, just checking to make sure. I think it was just on one phone. We just went through the process. It was only on one mine.
Cool. Look. By doing this, you are doing your best. That's all that you can do, right? Nobody gets an A for security. You're striving to get a B, and by covering everything that you've done in the past and going over and retrofitting everything and getting a decent security posture built up, a multi-layered approach to security is something that you're learning. Then at the end of the day, you will have, you'll have the ability to sleep soundly at night because you did your best. You know that you incorporated everything that you've learned to that moment. And that's the ultimate goal. After you've done that, then you can start thinking like an attacker. That's the final step. First, you stop everything and you sleep nicely, but you still have that, kind of itchy feeling in the back of your head. You're like, you know what? Am I prone to attack tomorrow? Am I prone to attack the other day? What more could I be doing? That's still kind of carrying fear with you. But the moment you wake up and you say, you know what? If I didn't have any morals or ethics, was an unscrupulous piece of shit, how would I steal my own money? How would I do it? Are there exploits out there that I can start looking into on the web? Let me think. The minute that you start thinking that way, even if you don't act on it, of course, I hope you don't act on it, then you lose all fear. And you open up to a world of not only sleeping soundly, but being a practitioner of good practices. Best practices, I should say.
No, last summer I took a very, very beginner course of cybersecurity at in Miami, and I learned quite a lot about how easy it is to get into systems, from phones to through your internet at home, and if you've got solar panels and you've got a meter outside. So everything that you've been talking about, at least I have some understanding about that, and I'm sure a lot of people listening are hearing this and having an understanding of exactly what you're saying and your conviction to what you're saying. And kudos to you for all the time and energy you spend putting this out there for everybody, and guys listening for your first few times. This guy gets paid absolutely zero for doing it. He's just passionate about it, and God bless him. Thanks, Papa, again.
Thank you, Hojo.
Thank you.
And thanks for passing on the good word. If anybody takes offense to the way that I come off, I'm sorry, but we have no time to pussyfoot around it and slowly warm you up to the idea of a good security posture. The attackers don't do that, so I'm not going to either.
Note, I have a question here, Papa. Ethics aside, blah blah blah, laws, blah blah blah. How do they track taxes with DeFi, other than through Coinbase, I guess? But just a question.
Okay, I want you to go to Coinly. I think Coinly.io, Koinly. I want you to go through the process of using that as a free tool. Enter in your public address from any of your wallets and take a look at how it populates. That's how they do it. And you say, well, how do they know that those public addresses are mine? Because you on-ramped somewhere. You got fiat onto the blockchain somewhere. And when you did, you probably had to do some kind of KYC. So when you do that one event will tie in a spider web of all of your wallets. And when you put one into Coinly, you'll see the amazing spider web unfold.
Oh boy, do I not want to do this. Thank you. Thank you.
You know what? You know what? I got a great bit of advice for you. And this is financial advice. Are you ready? Don't fear paying your taxes.
I know for a fact, say that one of the exchanges I deal with, say at the end of the tax year, which is June 31 for us, they let us download, they provide us a download file that we can download for us to do our taxes with at home, which is very nice of them. But you can bet your ass that the ATO gets a copy of that as well, by law. They supply that to our tax agency.
Any idea if there's any thresholds in which they go after people? I know a few years ago it was $20,000 with Coinbase and they had to start issuing shit. Is there any numbers on it, or is it just straight fucking zero?
They're bringing that down to like in the hundreds, not thousands. That's not official yet, but transactions are going to be tracked in the very low thresholds now. So low that you can't get around the automatic reporting triggers. So again, don't fear paying your taxes. There are ways, and I lectured on this yesterday, but I'll tell you right now, get a good CPA, have them either have access or be a tax attorney as well, and ask them about estate planning with a trust attorney. Spend a little bit of capital, get your framework set up, and at the end of the whole sieve of a process, you will be able to understand how congressmen are able to pay 5% taxes maximum. And you can too. The charitable remainder trust, a family foundational trust, and irrevocable trust.
Hey, okay, I'm writing this down. Estate planning trust, and then there was what's the whole?
No. Well, the only thing you should write down is get a CPA. Make sure that they either have access to or are a tax attorney and have access to a trust attorney, and go meet with them and say, I intend to be a crypto billionaire someday. How do I start paying less taxes? And let them tell you how to do it.
Thank you very much.
There's no reason to go and, renounce your citizenship or, go find yourself looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life because you figure that you don't have to pay taxes. You're saving yourself 5%. That doesn't sound like it's really worth the task to me. I want to live where I want, when I want to eat and drink where I want, and I want to be able to have good health care and not get robbed. All those things rich people enjoy, and so can I, without getting stripped by freaking taxes. And that starts with playing the game legally with a CPA, tax attorney, estate planning with a trust attorney.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir, Papa Bonner. How are you, sir? Thank you very much for your advices. I want you just to repeat the advice you just tell about 5 minutes ago. I didn't hear very well. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help.
Which one did I give you 5 minutes ago? Was it about computers or about taxes?
I think it was computer.
Okay. Computer is very simple. Don't buy any dedicated laptop for your crypto that is made in China. Do not buy any Chinese connectors between anything that you transact with and that computer, meaning no USB cables that are bought,
Yeah,
at the local 5 and dime or on eBay.
it was the financial advice, I think.
The financial advice is pretty simple. Number one, go and get yourself a good CPA, tax attorney, and trust attorney. Number two, ask them about setting up a framework. Estate planning is what you're going to actually, have this. That's the type of consultation that you're going to demand. You want a estate planning session, and you want to talk about charitable remainder trust in conjunction with a family foundational trust, and finally in conjunction with a irrevocable trust. It's like a child's toy, right? You turn it over, the big balls on the child's toy, they filter onto the top rung, the middle-sized balls, they go to the middle rung, and the smaller balls go all the way to the bottom. That's the way that this framework of trusts will work together. At the end of this entire structure, over a nice deferment of taxes by playing the game the right way, you will have probably a liability of about 5% per annum when it eventually gets deferred all the way to the family foundational trust. It's nothing. You'll be, and I said yesterday, by the time that you have to worry about this impacting you in any real meaningful way, you'll be peeing in your depend undergarments and smiling at your nurse who's taking care of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I can't wait.
The nurse?
Nurses, big breasts.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Lots of coke, lots of cocaine. Yeah, bring it on.
So
I mean, I prefer to get to nurses when I'm young, but to each their own.
basically, you don't want to give any random exchange, any random DEX or anything, your KYC. Don't send them your pictures. Don't send them your information. Don't send them your social. Don't type anything, your passwords into the keyboard, especially if it's your seed phrase. And worry about your wealth once you have it. But the basics of the basics, like be careful with crypto. I mean, there are attackers looking for it just as much as you want to make money, they want to make money as well.
How do you avoid
question.
KYC at your bank?
Sorry. Richard's talking about bringing on fiat on ramps. Is there a way to do that autonomously, decentralized, like without KYC?
Again, my question is, how do you avoid KYC at your bank?
10-4.
So, your ID, that's a whole complicated process. You got to give them your other passport, this and that.
All right, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Well, what are you avoiding? Again, for 5% overhead, you're going to give them a nefarious passport and then break all sorts of laws to do that for 5%? Man.
Your other entity, you're doing business as
yeah. No. When you have, of course, you can set up a bank account with your trust.
Yes.
Your trust will own
that's
that.
what I meant. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. But that is entirely KYC'd. There is an absolute 100%, ironclad paper trail, and you're playing things all above board. This is playing the game. So yes, your entity will have multiple bank accounts. Each one of these trusts will have a bank account. You'll have your own personal bank account, but you'll pay yourself from the trust. You'll have tax deferments from the trust. You'll have tax benefits from the trust. Once you actually form the trust, you get an instant tax write-off. It's all wonderful stuff.
Can you repeat one more time, please? Those three trusts, the irrevocable and the family and the which one?
Yep. Irrevocable, family foundational, and the charitable remainder trust, the CRT, also known as a CRUT.
So one more time for the slow guys in the back because I'm trying to write
Sure,
it
sure.
down.
Charitable Remainder Trust. CRT. Also, sometimes you'll hear it referred to as a CRUT.
Okay. And the family trust.
Family Foundational Trust.
Thank you. And thank you.
Yep, and you must I mean, none of this is truly tax advice. I'm not a tax professional, but I am urging you to go and seek one that you trust. That you, well, God, I almost used the word trust. You have to find a family, maybe a family referral to a good CPA that maybe one of your family members have had some success with, and you have some kind of relationship with, and you begin to build your lifelong relationship with that CPA. They will then tie in the tax attorney and the trust attorney so that you'll be able to set up this entire estate planning effectively.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate everything. Everything you said tonight was on point. I mean, everybody should be blessed to even hear it.
We're all going to do really well. This is the right place, the right time. And by the way, Richard, doing a little bit of internal auditing, prioritizing bugs, getting bugs addressed, getting that going. The fact that you may view this as a bit of a delay, it's not. It's all par for the course, but it gives you the opportunity to get your estate planning all figured out before suddenly you have these amazing tokens rain down on you, and you're starting to actually, get active on this brand new freaking fork and huge ecosystem that's going to take everybody by storm. We're all talking multiples. Yeah, it's going to do multiples, but are you prepared? Are you prepared with those trusts? Do the trusts already have their bank account started? No, I guarantee that they don't. So get your damn appointment. It's off tax season right now in the States. You can actually go in and get an appointment quite easily and start the ball rolling. It takes about a month to get the whole process 100% wired tight and get those bank accounts opened and get ready to receive. Because if we do like 1,000x, what are you going to do?
I don't know how to cash out, how to off ramp, because I'm scared of the taxes. I don't pay taxes.
Yeah, but you know what? You're going to lose that fear because you're going to say, "Wow, maybe I spend $12,000-$15,000, set up this framework, pay 5% over how much? It doesn't even fall to 5% for the first 10 years. Wouldn't that make you happy? It makes me happy.
Off ramp and on ramp is definitely an issue, and that's why it's part of a privacy which ties into security. Where be careful where you on ramp your money, be careful how you off ramp your money, and be careful what you type in on your keyboard, especially your seed phrase. I mean, it's a wild west.
I think
Yeah,
as soon as
I would argue.
I think as soon as
I
5
would argue. Go ahead, Krakatoa. Sorry.
I think as soon as 5 or 10 million bucks hits your bank account unexpectedly, you're going to get asked questions whether you like it or not.
Yeah, and I would argue that security should be of paramount importance to everybody, and I think everybody values security. However, I think that privacy, nobody values privacy. Period. All your data is already in the wind. If you're a U.S. citizen, you got a social security number. Man, the Equifax hack put that into the wild a long time ago. You're known 100% by everyone. The problem is the amount of data is just too much for the attackers to actually sift through. It's almost several lifetimes of information they have to get through to actually get anything meaningful on you as a person. You're swimming in a bait ball. Yes, the sharks are feasting on the bait ball right now, but it's probably not going to get to you, and maybe you'll be able to swim away eventually. By the time that it gets to you, there'll be something else. But anyway, privacy is bullshit. Security is everything. You are not private on the blockchain. You are known. Your assets are known. The way that they travel around is known. It's a very, very transparent method to account of all these transactions. So Don't stress that stuff. Just play the game, keep everything above board, but keep your stuff safe. Privacy is bullshit. Security is everything.
Yes, yes, security is number one. Security is number one. But the people who get attacked is through privacy, through the cloud system, through sending your mugshot to an exchange or through clicking on too many links. Like people are getting attacked through privacy, which security is number one no matter what. No matter what, security is number one.
Now,
And
all the problems that you outlined are security problems. They're not privacy problems. The only privacy you should be concerned with is keeping your pants on and covering your nuts. That's
if
it.
you have
That's the only
security,
one that you know of.
if you have security, then you won't have to worry about the privacy issue. And if you worry about privacy, then you need to upgrade your security. Or if you click on too many links, then you need to upgrade your security.
Question here. Has anyone agreed to a conservative ratio to, let's say I miss on Pulse, I got 1 million PulseX. Have anybody agreed like 10%, 15% in pre-bridge? Just a question.
You can get all the agreement you like, but nobody knows.
Does anyone have like a good resource for like blockchain developer community, maybe on Telegram or somewhere else that I could reach out to about making things?
I can post main chat a link to another 3-hour chat of some developers, and you can read in the main chat.
Awesome, man. I'm just looking to get into, coding, learning Python and Solidity myself. So I'm just looking to build with other people. I know this isn't really the chat for it, but it might be a connection to one. Thank you. Sorry, who was that said that? I'll be looking for the link here in the chat.
Yeah, it's just sent 2 seconds ago.
Bam Hammer. Cool.
Hey guys, is there special accountants just for crypto, or should they already know about crypto?
You mean CPAs?
Oh, that's what they are.
Well, I don't know what country you're in, but there's
Australia.
an accountant that you deal with tax.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm in
there's
Australia. I've got but
in Australia, mate, in Australia, there's at least 2 firms that specialize in it. I can't remember their names, but there's at least 2 in Australia that will specialize in crypto.
yeah, because I asked my accountant about crypto, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we took a seminar on it. That's about it." So
the last
I was just wondering
accountant
if
I
there's
spoke, yeah, the last accountant I spoke to in Australia about crypto, he laughed at me and said, "What?" I said, I never went back to him. But yeah, there's at least two firms that are dedicated crypto accountants for tax reasons in Australia. I just sort of can't recall their names, but I'll look it up.
yeah, I think it's a bit early days in Australia. I think Australia, we're different to America. I don't know what they're saying about all that tax stuff, but I think in Australia it's just included as income tax if we off ramp it. So I think if it's like $1 million, it's 45% tax.
No, it's not that simple. And the ATO was delivered actually some time ago, dedicated advice on crypto tax. If you want to go look up the ATO website, it's quite concise in what it is. And it was out like several years ago. In fact, you can go to crypto tax in Australia. There's a definitive guide on it if you want to Google that. And look here, I just found.
I just wish my accountant would know about this.
Well, don't use him. Don't use him. Someone who's just done a seminar is not good enough. Okay. My sister's a CPA. She does tax and she's done the same thing, but I teach her shit about it all the time.
Yeah, it's weird, eh? It's like should be a regulated thing that they should all know about crypto by now.
Well, they're probably busy with normal tax,
Knows. Nobody knows about crypto, and even the people in crypto don't know about crypto. It's really a brand new technology. We're all figuring it out together as we go along.
Yeah, but it's like we're trying to do the right thing, but there's still no guide, no direct guide to do it tax wise.
Well,
absolutely.
There actually is a guide. There actually is a guide in Australia. I just told you that. It's very concise what they consider taxable, and you shouldn't be paying anywhere near 40%. 24.5% is the max you should be paying if you do it right. Also, look out. There's going to be changes in the way ATO taxes crypto coming up. Apparently, that's been in the wind for like 6 months now, so it might be getting easier because it's a little bit onerous at the moment.
Yeah, easy is what I'm looking for.
Well, it's very complicated. If you read it now, it's quite onerous, the reporting. If you want to be honest about it, you can make it simple for yourself. There's several ways of doing that. But if you they even tax airdrops, which is stupid. You can get airdrop and not even know about it, but they can stick their hand out if they find out. So this is why the airdrop you're going to get from the Pulsechain thing, the zero value on the first day or two is a valuable thing. So it's a good thing to say, take a note, receive this on this date, value 0 for your records.
Do you use Coinly?
I've looked at it. I don't need to use it yet. My crypto tax is very simple, the way I operate. I can do it in like 10 minutes, once a year. But I think it's about to get more complicated.
Does anyone know why the testnet numbers don't actually, they're not actually the airdrop numbers? Like, I have much more in testnet than I do getting airdropped.
Hey,
Pop a bonus still on here by any chance? Guess not. Anyway, I just got off the phone with my father-in-law talking about all these trusts that he was talking about, and he told me that setting up all these trusts would cost a lot of money up front. I just wanted to verify if that was right.
It's going to cost you. You got to do a cost value analysis where you're going to get value out of it, how much you're going to earn versus how much it's going to cost to save how much. You just got to figure
Yes.
it out.
Papa said that you're gonna have to use some of your capital in order to set this up, but it's you know, you might not have to do it right now, but at least get some free information out of your advisors. And once we do become rich, then you could move on further and protect it. Protect your wealth even further. Always go that extra step. But always start now, always learn, and always yeah, that's good that you're making that leap forward and talking to people about it.
Hey, who was
Yeah,
that
so
Australian?
all of these trusts, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, mate, you're right.
It's
So
going
all
to
of these
cost about
trusts,
12. It's
if
going to cost about
if
$12,000
if
to $15,000.
gotcha. I mean, if you don't would take any of these funds out, could you just wait until with Pulsechain and PulseX and all of this does what it's going to do, and then before you take out anything, open up these trusts and then take it to those bank accounts? Can you just wait till that, or does it have to be done before?
The sooner the better, but the sooner the better. You can always do it now if you have the funds. If not, then you could wait for the funds to come in through whatever investment you made, and then move along with your idea, which is a good idea. Well, yes,
Yeah. Cool. Thanks for the information, buddy.
absolutely, you're on the right path. You're on the right path. I mean, what Papa said is absolutely right. It's absolutely right. You have to go on the real path if you want to play the game and actually make the millions that people talk about. You actually have to be prepared in order to make those millions. And we're all on the right path here.
Yes, sir. Hey, Redneck. So, did you say that number is a estimation of all the costs for all those three trusts put together?
Yeah, he mentioned that before. It was around $12,000 to $15,000.
I think that's very high.
That's not bad. My father-in-law said around 50, so maybe he didn't know what he's talking about.
You go
For
through.
far less than that.
I didn't catch what anybody said. I think y'all talked over each other.
Said I think both of those numbers are very high and not realistic. I've done it for far less than that.
Cool. So he said his CPAs really don't know jack about crypto. So, I mean, what's the best path to go there? Just talk to one CPA that'll possibly know other CPAs that know other CPAs. I mean, is there like, what's the best way to go about finding a CPA that'll know just a little bit of what we're talking about?
Papa seems to think that you have to explain it to your CPA because they don't know.
Or hire a tax lawyer, possibly. What he said it was a tax and or trust attorney.
You would have to go through many channels to find the right person, you know. I mean, that will take care of your wealth. But it's good that you're talking to some of them for now. But always, don't settle for the first one, Always get a second opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Got some homework. Thank y'all, guys.
Hey, is that Australian dude still on here about his crypto tax? I'll take that as a no.
So I have a fascination about a question here. If anybody wants to entertain this idea, if this new blockchain that's coming out, I don't know if anybody heard about it, Pulsechain. If this new blockchain that's coming out, do you think it's gonna overtake and become the first #1 blockchain that's gonna overtake Ethereum? And if so, because why? Is because it's a lot more cheaper to transact. Ethereum's already done its 7-year move, and people made billions already from Ethereum, and it's too expensive to transact for the ordinary person. It's gonna just be left for institutions, and the real money is gonna flow into the new thing, which is this Pulse blockchain.
Yes. Reason number one, Hex itself almost flipped Ethereum last year.
Never heard of it.
Pulse what?
Man, it's like this new thing that's coming out. It's like a new blockchain, which you could do anything you want from Ethereum and Bitcoin, and you could do it here a lot more faster and cheaper. I don't know. It's brand new.
I better get onto that. Sounds good.
You got a link to like the Telegram or anything?
I'm gonna do a little bit of studying, but thanks for bringing it to my attention.
Yeah, man, Pulsechain is shit, man. People getting hooked on it like real quick, like on a 1, 2, 3.
I'm just saying, like, I think this blockchain might overtake the Ethereum blockchain, since Ethereum never scaled this far ahead into its future. Like, even, Richard Hart said it himself, we're going to have the same problem as Pulse users. We're going to have the same problem in about 7 years from now, where we're going to have to pay high fees. He said in one of his streams that we're going to have to pay high fees in about like 5 to 7 years, just like Ethereum. But at that point, how much we're holding compared to the fees are pretty much pennies. Just like it was going to be pennies for us when we transact on launch. But to the average guy, Ethereum fees seem like a lot of money. Like, spending $100, $30, whatever here and there. Sounds like a lot of money for us, but like for the Ethereum Genesis whales, like that's pennies. And for us new blockchain owners, what do you think about the future of the new blockchain? Is it going to overtake Ethereum?
I just heard you say the word us twice, so you know very well where you are and who you're talking to.
Are you possibly implying that Pulse could have a 7 to 10 year life cycle as well?
Yes.
I think Richard actually said something about that. He admitted to that a couple of months ago. Someone asked that question.
What he did say was he would just have to fork it again.
Hell yeah, brother.
Shit, another sacrifice. Can't wait.
I mean, I believe this blockchain.
There's a wallet coming out. We'll be sacrificing for that here in about 6 months.
Yeah, I'll be sacrificing my life.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go live in the woods for like 40 years.
I just downgraded from a high-rise apartment into the RV. It ain't that bad.
I sold my house in Austin, moved into a rent house my dad owns.
Oh yeah, I just got out of Dallas. I enjoyed it, but
Going to
my
Dallas
roommate.
tomorrow.
Oh yeah, my roommate punched me in the face, so I put her in jail and got the fuck out of there.
gonna try to find me a CPA in Dallas I can trust.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's gonna wait if it's 15K for me. I get a 10x a few times before I think about that. I need an electric dirt bike that costs about 15K first.
Did you say electric dirt bike? That's badass. I never heard such a thing.
Fuck yeah, it's a Stark Varg. It's made in Sweden. It comes with a phone on the handlebar. Everything is completely. You got traction control. You can turn it down to a 125cc or all the way up to 80 horsepower. It's called the Stark Varg. It's the coolest thing ever. No more top end rebuilds, baby.
That's fucking sweet. I'm gonna have to check that out online. What did you say the name of that was?
Stark Varg. And they had an awesome presentation on YouTube about it. I raced moto a long time, and I've been out of the game, but I need to get me that. Dude. I'm better with a fucking computer here than I am with feeler gauges, so there's a trade-off. Put a deposit on the white one. What's
Does
got
anybody
me
here?
thinking? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say it kind of ties into what you're saying here, because you need 15K for it. Is setting up the framework of trust, does it allow you to pull large amounts, or is it kind of like monthly dividend kind of amounts that are predetermined?
It's a one-time fee to create the trust, but you pay yourself as dividends through the trust, and therefore you don't have to pay any tax because you didn't make any money from the trust. The trust didn't make any money from your investment because it started off at zero. And this is why you're able to pay yourself whenever you like, anytime you like, through the trust, once you set it up from your initial investment of this new blockchain. Since it starts off at the value of $0 and it was given to you for free, so there's no expectations of it, which means it's not a taxable event. So from now on, you don't get taxed at all by owning this asset digitally.
Yeah, I understand that part. I was just kind of, I've heard of that structure before, and the way that I understood it was that you set up the family foundation as a way to pay, the remaining sum after the term that you predetermine, and the irrevocable trust doesn't allow you to make any changes to the amount. You have to have the full amount. You have to have all of that predetermined and preset. So it's like you take $1 million and pay yourself X amount per month, but that doesn't necessarily solve the large. Like, say you want to take money out for a down payment on a house or something like that, or like a large sum.
Think of a trust as a ledger, or whatever the other one is called, treasure. A trust is just like a ledger. It's an extra protection of security, which everyone should have. It's basically an extra protection of your wealth, of your money in the earthly form. The treasure is for a digitally virtual world, and the trust is for the physical world, which is just as much needed as the treasure. It's very much needed. 100% has to be there. If you own a treasure, you own crypto, the next thing is having a trust.
Pinch me if I'm dreaming, but am I listening to a Russian man with the background music of Russian hard bass?
I'm from Transylvania, actually, Dracula descendant.
Hell
Listen
yeah.
here. Listening to drum and bass, yes.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back, Profex.
My three guys for drum and bass are Square Pusher, of course. I just found out about Venetian Snares and Aphex. I'm sure there's a lot more.
I'm sure. I just listened to a radio station on the web. Provides the best music. Soma.fm.
I have one last question in regards to what we're talking about with these trusts. So all of what we're talking about only pertains to the assets that we got that we sacrificed for. This doesn't pertain to anything after the sacrifice.
No, it can pertain to anything you have in crypto, as far as I know.
Right, but this $0 cost basis, so that'll stay at zero, but the rest will have a certain percentage tied to it. It won't be zero because it won't be basically free given to us.
I think the taxes are offset because of the way that you're funding the trust is through charitable donation. I could be wrong, but there's tax benefits to it, deductibles that offset the capital gains.
That makes so much sense now, and it helps understand why there's so many of these organizations donate to charities now. That's it.
Yep. And by law, it can be your charity. So it's like, okay, now I get it.
Wow.
Wow. No.
Yes, correct. If you own a trust, you could donate to yourself as a charitable event, or vice versa.
So you need to open up a 501c3? Sweet.
No. I wouldn't recommend the 501c3. I wouldn't recommend that. There's way better. How can I word this correctly? Advantages that you can take. I don't want to say benefits or privileges, because then you're gonna be stuck in the realm of the earthly law. You don't want any benefits or privileges. You want to have advantages, if you want to be correct in the wording.
More homework to do. Thank you.
Yeah, he did mention a lot of good things. Papa, he is very on point. This guy really knows this stuff. I mean, opening up bank accounts, doing this and that, doing it under a different entity as a trust and this and that. He is very far beyond our reach. And I'm just trying to be a mediator, be for us and between him, since he's so far beyond everything. And he's very correct, and every word he says, it's. I hope everybody remembered it, wrote it down, or something. I hope somebody recorded it or something and can post it on the internet. Because that past 2-3 hours, that's been amazing. So I wouldn't recommend any projects that are not created by Richard Hart himself. Would anybody want to give out some ideas from other projects that are legit? But of course, anything that's not by Hart.
So you could call the. Let me just get the command for you in the chat.
For the PRC token chat?
Yep. That's where you could talk about it.
I mean, I don't want to talk about it anyways, but, you know, just wanted to say something. But, I mean, definitely, if what you need to do is to just stick to whatever Richard Hart made and invented, so many possibilities, it's insane. It's insane, the possibilities that he has created for all of us.
Amen.
Will Pulsechain launch in the first week of June?
At this point, I think we're all feeling like he's going to call the bottom.
Meaning what exactly?
Where and when people think the Bitcoin bottom will be, it sounds like from his tweet he's going to try to launch at the bottom.
I think that's months away then. Be a couple of months away.
Some people say 3 weeks, some people say a month.
What tweet? Hey, what tweet did you see with him that in?
Just tweet,
You know,
isn't it? Like he
that
said,
he would launch at the
do
bottom.
you think Bitcoin is going to go all the way to zero? And he put some percentages on it. So,
Not that one. I'll find it and then send it to chat.
I think it's better to hold the Pulsechain HEX than it is the Ethereum HEX.
So he just tweeted like 5 minutes ago, Pulsechain update. The validated rotation slashing delegating code has been mostly rewritten and partially implemented in the native Go outside the EVM, thus not for much higher throughput.
Solidity is the language in which Ethereum is written. That's the code language.
Yeah, this week is going to be super bullish. He just wanted a little dip to catch the 9 cent.
I think it's going to be a real bloody 2 more weeks minimum. We still got a lot of ways down to go.
Eventually, yes. Eventually, yes. We are going to go down. But in the near future, we're going up. like 1 week, like 5 days, basically, in the next 5 days. Now, I'm not talking about forever. But yeah, eventually there's gonna be, dude, do you understand how Pulsechain network is gonna work? And PulseX, like, it's crazy. I mean, you're gonna copy a whole system state. You're gonna add 10,000 new coins, 10,000, actually not even 10,000, 100,000 new pairs, because each pair can pair with a different pair of tokens. And each pair is gonna have liquidity in their wallet that they can add at any time whenever they hear about Pulsechain. And then once that happens, like with due time, everything is just gonna blow up on the Pulsechain network, since we're the first ones that can have the most liquidity of free tokens that people just have, they can play with. I don't know. It just seems unfathomable, amazing. It's once in a lifetime opportunity. Like, I mean, imagine imagine owning a piece of Bitcoin when it was 1 cent, or Ethereum when it was 1 cent, or Shiba when it was $0, or whatever the fuck, Dogecoin, whatever bullshit token you ever invested in. Imagine owning it at $0. Like, you have this chance replicated to you in real time times 10,000, because that's how many coins exist now. There's 10,000 coins. So you have 10,000 chances to buy some shit token that can make you a millionaire, like on the PRC. If you don't have that PRC token, you could buy it on the PRC exchange, or you can hold it, copy it, buy it now on the Ethereum side. But nobody's going to use Ethereum. I guarantee you, nobody's going to be using Ethereum after 3 years from now. Everybody's going to move on to Pulse. It's fuck Binance Chain, fuck Polygon Chain, fuck Aave Chain, fuck all those other dumbass chains, Chainlink Chain. Nobody transacts on those chains. Nobody uses those chains. Nobody fucking gives a shit about those chains. Rune Chain is the only chain that's actually good, because it prioritizes security and privacy. And which has done the best, actually, was the Rune Chain. And if we can outperform Rune Chain, that's 20,000x. Rune Chain did 20,000x. Hex did 10,000x. And I believe Pulsechain is going to do a 30,000x.
We got a hang. We got a hang Hawar is trying to say something in chat here.
And imagine owning a piece of history when it first came out, and you had no idea that it was going to be a piece of history until like 5 years later. Or, I mean, because we live in the digital world, so 5 years later is a long time. It's like infinite time. I mean, if you buy like a piece of a who knows what antique disc or whatever antique you have, it's gonna be worth a lot in like 200 years, because that's physical things. But digital world, we live in fast-paced life. Computers, smartphones, everything upgrade, double up like every 6 months. Yeah, I absolutely believe that Ethereum is garbage and Pulsechain is gonna be the one. I mean, there's no other way around it, whether you believe it now or later. It's so much better to do transactions on the test net than it is to do it on real live. Ethereum network, live Ethereum network has gone to shit. It doesn't work. It's proven not to work. It's I'm pretty sure Ethereum is a scam because it does not work. Cost me $1,000 in gas every week just to use my crypto. $1,000 worth of Ethereum every week just to use my crypto. It's a pretty shitty network. Binance chain ain't gonna fix that, and there ain't no other chain gonna fix that. Because Binance chain is made by Chinese fucking people. So you never want to fucking use Binance chain or Trust Wallet or any of that bullshit. You want to use Pulsechain, something that's really your time and money. Even though I knew about Binance chain when it was like $10, $3, I could have, it's worth now $300. What is that? Fucking 10x, 100x. That's 100x. What the fuck is the shit about 100x on Binance chain? They don't even know how to copy the whole system state like Pulsechain does. They have their own exchange, everything. Binance, fuck Binance. Pulsechain is gonna be number one, no matter what.
Does price indirectly or directly affect transaction gas fees?
Not the price, the amount. The amount affects, I think, gas fees.
Congestion?
Oh, both the price and the volume of congestion and all that affect your gas fees.
So, boys, we actually want these gas fees to skyrocket.
For a Pulsechain or for Ethereum?
Pulsechain, baby, because I mean, prices in congestion goes up. That's good for us.
Yes. Richard Hart said it in one of his live streams that we Pulsechain networkers are going to pay the same network fees like Ethereum does. And he said that it's going to happen within 7 years. So imagine in 7 years from now, people are going to be paying not the exact same. We're still going to be cheaper no matter what than Ethereum. But if we're paying somewhere higher than what we are paying now in fees on Pulsechain, and Richard Hart said that we're going to be paying a bunch of fees just like Ethereum, the next sentence Richard Hart said was that who gives a fuck about fees because we're all going to be rich, especially us who are here in the beginning, because we don't give a fuck about fees because we are already rich. But the people who got in late, they're going to be the one paying the fees and providing the network stability until that network crashes, because every network crashes eventually. There has never been anything that's amazing.
Ethereum is based on the fact that you didn't get rich from it.
I mean, I could have bought Ethereum when it was 20 cents. I had the opportunity to buy it when it was like $10, like $3. I had the opportunity to buy it. My friends told me to buy Ethereum when it was like a few pennies, whatever. I had that opportunity in my life, but right now, because I've been in crypto for a while, and I day trade with leverage, even though Richard Hart doesn't recommend it, and I don't recommend it either. You definitely
Will lose all your
We are
money.
worthy. We're worthy. We're worthy of a new blockchain that's gonna get fucking a massive amount of gains. Like, imagine owning Ethereum when it was like $3. Like, you're gonna have a massive amount of gains.
The question is, what are the gas fees going to be on Ethereum in 5 to 7 years?
Nobody's gonna use Ethereum in 5 to 7 years, so the gas fees on Ethereum is gonna be lower. The gas fees on Ethereum are gonna be lower because of Pulsechain, because nobody's using Ethereum, because everybody are split into a two-party system, which is Pulsechain and Ethereum.
This might be more of a technical question. We might not be able to answer, but what is the metric in which the gas fees are calculated, and how come it can't be even cheaper than that? You know what I mean? I heard throughput, more throughput, faster throughput, or whatever. Why can't we make it even wider so it lasts 10 or 20 years? Like, what is stopping it other than math? Fair enough.
You might have to repeat it one more time.
Yeah, my bad. I may not have thought the best way to ask this question, but gas fees, how are they calculated? I've heard throughput, right? So it's less than the initial cost of Ethereum. It might be less than fucking Solana, whatever. What is the metrics in which they calculate the throughput, and why can't we just make it even cheaper than it is? Or richer, or whoever. How do you calculate gas fees? That's probably the simplest question.
Might be the hardest question ever asked.
Yeah. Well, hey, if anyone has any like links to like blockchain developer telegrams, like DM me. Like I'm trying to learn more and learn all this stuff.
I think that's more of a how-to. It's a how-to kind of question.
Yeah.
Not like a why kind of question. It's like a how.
Yeah, it's kind of like a math fucking nerd question.
I mean, why gas fees? Yeah, that's an easy answer. But what gas fees? That's a different whole fucking ballgame.
Oh, Banhammer, you said you were going to send me a link to a blockchain developer telegram. I didn't realize I was talking to you. Okay. All right, let me check.
Yeah, man, you definitely should be on a different part of this world. I mean, if you know that much. But get the connect and move on. I mean, plenty of doors in this life. Yeah, the link the link that I sent in the main chat is basically some developers. If you want to click on them, and then all you got click on their links and maybe direct message them. I mean, I don't know.
Cool, man. Thanks. I'm new to Telegram. I found it in my DM. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I don't know that whole social world, but I found that in the HEX trading group. Link from there. So hopefully, we all make
damn,
that
it's no longer supported. It's no wait, no, my browser. I'm the idiot. Sorry.
No need to be sorry ever.
Nah, it pulls up Internet Explorer by default. That fucking relic.
That's what happens when you use a virtual machine.
You got me.
Yeah, bro. Imagine all the shit coins that were invented on the Ethereum blockchain that we use today. All those shit coins were invented because of Ethereum. And now we're gonna have a possibility of so many shit coins. It's incredible. It's incredible. The amount of shit coins that are gonna be added. It's not even shit coins because I don't want to take away from the good developers who are out there who actually try to benefit the world. But even though I don't recommend anything that's not made by Richard Hart himself, but you still have to just imagine about the possibilities of all the noobs out there in the world that are just gonna throw away their money for all the shit tokens and pump shit for no reason. It's because why? Because each token is gonna be paired against a new network, which is gonna have a new liquidity, which is gonna have like a whole country based government style, like set up for you, working from day one. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on DeFi. I've had crypto for a while, but I don't claim to be necessarily an expert on it. But I've had this idea over the last year, and I just need to start implementing it. About like trying to design something, learn how to do all this stuff, and maybe I could make one that where I don't know if it's even possible being a layer 2 where a portion of the transaction fees get donated or sent to a wallet that donates to like a mental health fund or a charity of some sort that contributes to actual society. They're central. Then you're centralized, and then somebody has to. How do we make it automated? Things like that. I'm just trying to get around the correct people to learn more.
If you're able to create those type of things, then you're a genius. But definitely get in contact who can create the same ideas that you have in mind, and you'll further your idea of becoming a genius. I mean, that's absolutely amazing.
Well, I'm not a genius. I do not know how to do this, but I'm going to try to learn if it's worth a shot. A coin with utility that donates for a cause. Of course, I'll have my bag of my own tokens, but it's contributing to something, so it's not a shitcoin. Just like Pulse Doge and shit like that. And it's similar metrics.
As a person who thinks freely, and whenever you mention an idea and people say, "Oh, it's been done before," fuck those people. It's never been done before the way how you want it to be done. So it's never existed. Even though they think it's existed before, it's never existed. Any idea you have has never existed before.
I know that Nas guy, the rapper, said no idea is original. But yeah, I got you. I just gonna learn as much as I can.
Yeah, man. The fact that everyone who has developed once in their lifetime is easily attracted to the Pulse chain network because it uses the same exact code. So you don't have to learn anything. All you have to do is perfect what you have already learned. So everything that's built on Pulse chain is built with or by people that have already have like an immense like worth of knowledge inside their brains that have done it before. Because it's the same exact code. They don't have to like figure out bugs or anything or figure out will this work or not, because it's the same exact code that's been proven to be worked on.
Yes, that is a layer one, but I'm trying to make a layer two on top of it and have certain like you gotta. There it gets into the commands. Send this to there, this to there. If this does that, then that. Blah blah blah. So it does. I mean, yes, Pulse chain is rad, but to have something built on top of it, you're gonna have to make something like in Solidity or Python to Java or whatever. I'm gonna have to learn the code. Blah blah blah. I know a little HTML from back in MySpace, but whatever.
Well, that's more than I know. So, but if you want to do it, you can do it. Anybody can do it. I mean, it's very simple. You could do it on the Ethereum network. You could do it on the Pulsechain network. You could do it on any network. But it's just a lot more feasible. It's a lot more feasible on the Pulsechain.
Yeah. Although I figured that if I learn it on Ethereum, because that's like through Solidity, then you can just copy and paste it on the Pulse chain because it's similar. Because you can copy and paste your ERC20s over. I don't know. There's a lot of questions I have to ask.
Yes, yes. You can copy paste your own code from Ethereum. All you have to do is copy paste your code to the Pulse network, and it's gonna work magically.
Yeah, yeah.
How's everybody doing tonight?
During the day was better. Tonight's not looking so well.
Yeah, man, I wish I could buy the dip myself, but we're getting pretty close to an 85% correction. So maybe we reverse from here, but
Yeah, I'm all in.
obviously 95% is a possibility as well, but I think that Hex is better than that. Maybe I'm just being too optimistic, but I think we're good. If 85% from the top would be like 8.095, so if we go lower than that, I would I would sell the house. Financially.
Sell the house, or sell the house because you want to buy more Hex.
Way
Yeah,
ahead of you, but
sell the house.
I mean, not really, but you know what I mean. Like anywhere like 8 to 7 cents, like you better buy that shit.
Maybe at least the car.
done.
Yeah, maybe the car, but I got a pretty nice car, so I'm not. I don't know if I'd sell that.
Yeah, it's a buyer's market. Do not panic sell. If you do hold, do not panic sell. If you're holding, if you're not holding, buy the shit out of it until it goes to 3 cents. I don't give a fuck. It's a buyer's market. Don't sell. Don't panic sell.
I mean, 95% would be 6 cents. So I don't know about 3 cents, but definitely 6 cents. That's a good buying opportunity.
Yes, yes. 3 cents is exaggerated.
$0.03, I'd probably, I don't know what I would do. I was I was buying during like 2020. So yeah, that would suck.
Curious how big the opportunity on ETH HEX is going to be when the Pulsechain HEX launches, or when Pulsechain launches. How that market's going to be affected, and just what opportunities can be made there. Everybody's focusing on Pulsechain, and they're going to forget about that side, which might need to be focused on.
I think it'll always be around. I definitely think PHEX has a brighter future, but there's nothing wrong with Ethereum Hex. Pulse will take a lot of load off of Ethereum. I think even Ethereum Hex might pump after Pulsechain just because the energy around the Richard Heart ecosystem, the hype is going to be back in a big way. So I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, this is insane, the ramifications. I mean, imagine all the companies in the world, USDC, USDT, Gemini Dollar, their coins are getting forked without their consent because they're not allowed to consent or non-consent because they publish themselves on the internet. So we're able to take their copy and pass it forward. So imagine all these stablecoins, everything is gonna get copied. We're gonna create a whole new ecosystem, a whole new exchange. Like fuck the Dow Jones, the what is it called? Mercantile, Chicago Mercantile Index, New York, Wall Street, London Exchange, all that bullshit. Like we're gonna be making our own Vatican, basically. We're making our own Vatican City.
Hey guys, do we think PHEX can see some mad gains like the original Hex did?
I think so. The only thing that won't change are the T-shares, right? It'll be a lower dollar amount, but the T-share ratio is still the same, which I learned recently. But I think it could. I mean, hey, I got a 5 stake in HEX. I'm going to be moving it all over. I'm going to bridge over my tokens whenever I'm done with that. I guess I'm going with Pulse. There's no reason to be on Ethereum for me, other than the shield for my 5 stake.
Over like the long term, I think that Pulsechain and PHEX are going to be the two that outshine everything else. Ethereum Hex is obviously a great option, but it'll always be associated with Ethereum's negative externalities, and we all know Ethereum has issues with scaling. It's not that's a bad option, but I think 10, 20 years down the road, PHEX and Pulse are going to be the two that you're like, damn, I'm glad I put money in that.
Yeah, I'm scared of everything, bro. Like I'm scared of everything little by little. Obviously I'm gonna sell everything little by little, but I'm scared to make so much money that I'm just gonna sell little by little to the point where I have nothing left. But obviously you want to buy back in every time you sell, but don't do the mistake where you sell all your bags. No matter who you are, don't sell all your bags. At least keep one pulse. Keep something. Keep this. Don't ever keep security. Keep your wallet. Keep something. Change a different wallet. Make a new different wallet. Make sure the other wallet is secure. That's the most main point. Like, change your wallets. If your wallet is not secure, if you don't think it's secure, you don't even have to think about it. Just change to a different wallet. Wallets are free. Just go to a different wallet, transfer all your funds. Make sure you secure that shit for a long ass time.
Will PHEX be the same? Oh, sorry. Will PHEX be the same as Hex price, or that'll be different at launch?
100%. Every PRC token is gonna launch with the value of 0. Every copy clone token that ever will exist, any coin that's gonna be fabricated in the future on Ethereum will be copied automatically on Pulsechain, and every coin is gonna start off as 0.
Yeah.
There's gonna be different values for every single coin because it's getting traded against versus a new pair, a new denominator. So every coin is gonna be 0. Who knows what it's gonna be in a day or two or in a year? Maybe $1, maybe 10 cents. It's all gonna start from 0 because that's the only way you could get around that Security Act, the Taxable Event Act, Security Act. If you want this to play the game correctly, every coin has to start from 0. If you want, the feds off your ass.
Yeah. Also, I have a question. It was to do with like cold storage wallet. It was a few hours ago. I was in the chat and they were talking about having 2 different ledgers to make it more secure. But I was just confused about why having 2. Wouldn't I be able just to have one cold storage like Trezor or a ledger to be safe? I'm not sure why there was the 2 mentioned.
One for your stakes and long term, one for your liquid.
Oh, okay. So I would have.
You're already a sacrificer, so that's why you need 2. You need 2 of them because you're a sacrificer. If you're not a sacrificer and you're brand new to this whole thing, you don't need 2 of them. But if you are a sacrificer and you already have stake in Hex, you need 2 of them. One for your original wallet that you have your sacrifice and your stakes, and one for the new wallet that you're gonna transfer all your money to, which is gonna be the more secure one.
Hey guys, RH, I don't know if you guys covered this or not, but RH posted an update on Pulsechain on Twitter.
Yeah, he said that. It's not coming out in May, right?
No, just like 30 minutes ago. It's an update on some of the. I'll read it. Pulsechain update: the validator rotation slashing delegating code has been mostly rewritten and partially implemented in native Go outside the EVM, thus not in Solidity for much higher throughput. So it's basically an improvement over what was originally thought or planned.
I think Richard is pretty much done with Pulsechain and PulseX. He just wants Bitcoin to capitulate one more time. There's nothing against Richard. That's just how you do a 10,000x in 2.5 years.
Yep. You run with the bulls, you never catch a falling knife. That is very bullish news, and I have a prediction that this week into next month is going to be bullish. And next month, we would see a little bit of more action between the bears and the bulls. Like a little doji candle for next month. And he's still not going to probably launch it, because if he's really, really, really waiting for the bottom, which he did not do for Hex, because who the fuck is going to call the absolute bottom? Nobody will. And he did not do that for Hex. But he did, what he did for Hex is that he launched it right before capitulation, the absolute last capitulation wick, which means that he knows that if you want to pump and dump coins for the long term, it's very healthy to pump and dump quickly at launch. Because if you only pump at launch, you're always going to be in a downtrend for the next 10 years. And he knows this by launching in a market that's going to go quickly up and down in a doji candle kind of action. So then people can get faked out left and right. So then the price can go up exponentially to the fear factor of wow. And then it's going to go down to the fear factor of oh my god. And he knows this, and this is why it's very simple. Like it's almost too simple, but it's to the point where it's magical. It's very magical how he does things.
Hey, Ben, so you've been around for a while in the game. So did you invest day one into Hex?
Funny thing about me, personally, I knew about Hex before anybody else did. I got into crypto because of my friend and my friends and the groups I was with. I made some money in crypto. Lost everything. I only made like 10,000, lost all that 10,000. Nothing special, but I was always intrigued, and I always wanted to learn more. I didn't give a fuck about the fake money that was in my wallet, for a brief second. Didn't give a shit, but I was always intrigued. After many years through ICOs, through Big Connect, through bullshit, through that, through the highs and the lows, and through the blood and the streets and all that stupid shit that people go through, which they have to go through. I found Hex on some fucking scam shit website. Everybody's talking about this. I told people randomly, like, hey, talk Hex, do this, do that. This was like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago about Hex. And I never got into Hex. I was telling people about Hex when I was going through my phases of getting fucked up, drunk, high, and shit. Even though I found out about Hex before everybody else, I still told them about it. And they profited off of, some of them profited off of my splurgings of words that I've said in the past. Some of them didn't hear my words. And some people got rich. And then I just now, me personally, recently bought Hex within the past 2 weeks when it was 16 cents. I'm down 50%. I lost like $10,000. Not really lose, but whatever. But Pulsechain.
Did you sack for Pulse or PulseX?
I did sack for Pulse and PulseX because the guys that I did tell about Hex came back to me 2 years, 3 years later, and they told me about Pulsechain after I told them about Hex. I was not affiliated with Hex or anything. Didn't give a shit about what the fuck. I had no idea, actually. I had no idea. Not that I didn't give a shit, I just had no idea. And then they told me about Pulse. They called me one random day. It's like, hey, man, get this fucking thing, sacrifice now, give me all your money, and send it to this address. I'm like, pull the fuck up. What is it, the robbery? Like, I'm going to get robbed? And then I got so hyped up, and I FOMO'd in. I threw in a couple of fucking monies in there. And this was like July. I sacrificed for Pulse. And I was on vacation. I was on vacation in the middle of a fucking overseas trip, trying to get my chakras untuned and all that stupid shit.
Hey, Ben
And
Hammer.
it's crazy. Yes,
Ben
yes.
Hammer, you're just leaning on the mic a little bit too much. You're rambling on and off. This is streaming on YouTube as well, and we don't want to lose the YouTube channel. So can you just, you know?
Oh, I'm sure you're gonna gain a bunch of more users to my dumbass, but I'll mute myself if you want.
I
But
thought
yeah,
the
man,
YouTube
crazy story.
was done.
Don't mind, can you give me the recording too? Because those past 3 hours with Papa and the security is well worthy of a repost. I would love to hear the recording of those past 3 hours with Papa, if you don't mind. And send me the link, if you don't mind.
Search HEXradio app on YouTube. HEXradio app.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey man, everything happens for a reason. If nothing else, your journey through crypto prepared you for the opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, I was mostly a leverage trader. You know, like I made 5,000 today, I lost 7,000. You know, I lost, whatever the fuck. You know, this month I made 40,000. I lost 40,000. I lost 50,000. Overall, I'm in the red. But who gives a fuck? Basically, it's my first month trading with real money after 7 years of being in crypto. And I just heard this motherfucker for the first time saying leverage, liquor, and ladies is the worst thing to your health. And those are the best 3 things that I'll never stop doing. And because of this, I love this guy. You know, it's fucking amazing. And I know a lot of Libras in my life. I'm astrological like this. And this guy, I know all his bullshit. And that's why I love this guy, bro. He's fucking amazing. Like, I know he's honest, even though he's bullshit. Even though people think he's bullshit because they don't understand his astrological chart. And he's actually really an honest man, but he seems to be proven that he's not, but he's actually very honest. It's a fascinating story.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Whenever it comes to life, investing, whatever, always look for the grassroots movement. The grassroots movement is 99.9% of the time going to help you find the best opportunity. It's never like the establishment narrative or the hey, I'm the YouTube channel with 1.5 million subscribers, but I shill things after they pump. It's like you got to find not the outcast, but the black sheep that's speaking the truth people want to keep to themselves, and that's going to really help you get ahead in life.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's something I look forward to, something I'm actively doing. Ever since I've been actively doing it, it's been working out.
So Bitcoin has been playing around with 30,000 for the last week and a half now. I think at some point before the end of the summer, it's going to revisit the 200-week moving average, and then we're going to see Pulsechain. That's just my opinion.
I agree with you. I believe I'm a trader at heart, and I believe that they're gonna do the most massive fake out. And if they go all the way to 36,000, that's gonna be the biggest fake out on history, because it's gonna go straight down to 11,000. If they go Bitcoin right now, within the next like whatever 2, 3, 4 months, to 36,000. If it ever reaches 36,000 without reaching 22.5 or at least 25,000, like that's very bad. Everybody's coin is gonna go to zero. Like it's gonna be very bad. But right now it's like some sort of relief rally where if we can stay below 32,000, then and if we can make another test then it's gonna be bullish. But right now it's a waiting game.
I'm gonna mute somebody. They have a question. Metro, you have a question? Metro, do you have a question?
Yeah. Sorry, I was on mute. I read today in Fortune magazine that Vitalik is releasing 2.0 in August, Ethereum 2.0. What are your thoughts on how that's going to impact Pulsechain's future if that comes out in August?
2 more weeks.
Did you guys hear the news on that?
It's going to pump the price, and people are going to find out that gas fee isn't that much cheaper. That's my guess.
Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering what the impact would be. Yeah, so it may not even lower the gas fees since it's such a congested network.
Maybe a little bit, but from what everyone's saying, it might not. It just might be a hype train in Vitalik's last hoorah.
Yeah, because clearly Vitalik would know that Richard Hart is launching Pulse. He could be threatened by the competition.
Richard Hart said it himself that the gas fees of 2.0 will not lower any gas fees. There's no such thing in the code that's going to lower any gas fees of Ethereum 2.0.
Got it. Okay.
What exactly is it doing then?
It's just going to proof of stake, but that's not the only issue with Ethereum 2.0. They also have problems with delegating, and you need
It's
like
gonna-
30,
you have to-
60 to
don't-
80 stake.
You're going to become a proof of stake. It's going to turn Ethereum from proof of work into a proof of stake. And the only way you can become a proof of staker is for you to have 32 Ethereums. You need to have 32 Ethereums if you want to initiate a stake.
My buddy is staking ETH 2.0 on Coinbase somehow. I don't know.
Yeah,
He
I
does
heard
not
of that
have-
too. I heard of that same thing. My buddy is staking for, and they won't let him, I think, release his coins until 2.0 comes out, which I find that pretty weird.
Pretty scammy.
Yeah, they said he can't get access to the stake until they officially release 2.0. So his coin is just
Based
sitting.
on that's not the centralized exchange's fault. That's Ethereum.
Oh yeah, very well could be because they want it staked. Yep.
Both of their faults.
Yep.
X, you decide when your stake will mature yourself. 1 day or 5555. Pulse and PulseX will not have any time locks at all.
So what's single-sided stake? I've heard that used a lot, but I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, that's a liquidity farming for PulseX. It's a limited time, it's a limited amount. It's very lucrative. It has to do with a third-party token that's yielded from that single-sided liquidity mining. There's very little risk. There's no impermanent loss, for example.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you.
Metrohexual, you got your mic open, which gives a problem for anybody that's talking. When you're not talking, can you please mute?
I'm going to close it now. Thank you.
Test. Much better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which is very funny you mentioned that because I thought I lost all my coins when I added to liquidity pool in exchange for the PLP, whatever liquidity pool, LP tokens, whatever those things were. And I thought I lost all my coins. And then actually you get all your coins back and you benefit from the incentive tokens rewards that you get from the yield of adding to the liquidity. And you get all your tokens back when you really realize how to cash out properly, like add, import token, the contract address, this and that, and then you get everything back, actually, what you first initially invested. It's a great way.
Yeah, but look, if you're confused as to where your tokens go and how to get them back and how to get them released, you really have to read up and understand about how liquidity pools operate and how impermanent loss occurs and how your gains are calculated with fees and incentive tokens, and really know the whole game before you get involved. Otherwise, you'll be shocked when you make good gains, and when you make losses, you don't know what you're doing. You're just rolling the dice. So please, 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 before you get into LP mining, please figure that whole thing out and be 100% cool with it with small amounts, and then go in with the amounts that you feel confident actually risking.
Absolutely, 100%.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Bridging EHEX to PHEX, the difference between that and yield farming is that they're from two different networks, and you're just bridge. It's a bridge pair. It's like a liquidity farm for bridging.
You're staking. The amount of coins that you're staking is gonna be copied. The date that you chose to end your stake is gonna be copied. Everything is gonna be copied over to the Pulsechain network. So, and then what? I mean, fuck! I just lost myself. But everything is gonna be there for you. If you have it staked, it's gonna be the same amount of days for you on Pulsechain. But when you end your stake, it's gonna cost you lower. When you end your stake and when you cash out finally, whatever date it is, in 1 week, 10 days, 1 year, 5 days, 5 years, whatever, 555, whatever you want.
I may have misphrased the question. I understand it's going to be copied. I was just kind of curious the difference between bridging the two pairs EHEX with PHEX versus yield farming. Is it the same thing, essentially?
Once you bridge over and you want to yield farm something, you want to yield farm something that's going to give you a better outcome in the longer run.
No, not that. Okay. I'm going to take my EHEX and bridge it with PHEX and create a liquidity pair from two different networks. Maybe I guess it would be wrapped.
Why? Do you have any HEX staked? Do you have any HEX staked?
I have HEX staked for 555, and I've been staking a bit of HEX for the last couple weeks, trying to time it so I get a snapshot of my stake and end it so I have liquidity to bridge.
Okay, so you have no liquidity right now.
I'm sorry. I have my stake that is. I got a stake ending in like 2 weeks. I'm trying to time it with the snapshot.
Okay, so your concern is liquidity or your stake? What is your concern with the liquidity?
No, I want to bridge. I want to pair my EHEX with my PHEX. Richard talked about this.
So you wanna copy your stakes. You wanna copy your stakes over to the. You wanna copy your stakes over to the new network, the new blockchain?
No, I think it's providing liquidity from EHEX to transfer to PHEX. So I think it's like yield farming, but you're over a bridge.
Okay.
All right. It's humorous to me to hear you guys not communicating, but I'm gonna have to break it up. So the question is, how do you create that liquidity pair with EHEX and PHEX? Is that correct?
How is it different than yield farming?
It is yield farming.
Over a bridge.
Okay. Don't worry about the bridge idea. The bridge is simply the way to get one token over to the new chain. Once you get it over to the new chain, you combine it with an equal amount of the same tokens on the new chain, and you put them into a liquidity pool. That's the way you do it. The bridging process is kind of like you going into the bank and saying, I would like to change dollars for pesos. That's it. Putting equal amount of dollars and equal amount of pesos into a liquidity pool is the way that you'll be doing your yield farming from your liquidity pool.
And I'm assuming that, yield farming is risky, yes, but I eventually want to take my EHEX and just trade it, get it to PHEX after I do that.
Well, that is not. So for that, you want to actually change your EHEX for PHEX. Is that correct?
Yeah, you would have to trade it, not bridge it.
No, you bridge it first. You take the EHEX over. It really becomes EHEX when you bridge it. Then you sell it or you swap it for PHEX on the PulseX exchange.
Yeah, just make
So
sure it's not
bridging
the wrapped.
first.
Make sure it's not the wrapped. Make sure it's not the wrapped version. If you want to
It will
put
have to be
PX
wrapped.
to PX,
It will have listen. It will have to be wrapped to bridge. When you bridge something, you wrap it. So he's going to take his EHEX. He's going to bridge it over. It's going to become EHEX on the Pulsechain. He's going to then swap that for native Pulsechain HEX on the Pulsechain network via the exchange of PulseX. You take value of any kind on the Ethereum network, you bridge it over so it can be traded on Pulsechain. On the other hand, you may be able to find, you may be able to find wrapped Pulse on Uniswap at some time very soon. Then you don't have to bridge your value on Ethereum, but you acquire a wrapped token that then you bridge over to Pulsechain to unlock the native token that was originally wrapped. You have to understand what bridging is. It's only taking it and transforming it into something that's compatible with that network. That's bridging.
yes, but it's keeping your same amount of tokens, but it's not keeping the same amount of value. Is what I'm saying.
No,
It's
it
not
is.
keeping.
It is keeping. Bridging keeps the same amount of tokens and the same amount of value.
No, because EHEX is a different value than PHEX.
Banhammer, you're way off, man. When you wrap it, wait. When you wrap ETH,
yes,
when you wrap,
pulse,
bro,
wrap
listen.
ETH, wrap. Can I please
Okay.
finish? Wrap.
All right. All right. Banhammer is way off. Listen. When you wrap BTC, it is good to unwrap for one BTC. Am I correct? Does everybody understand that? Am I correct or not?
Yes, of course.
Gotcha.
Yes, of course, I'm correct. Now, when I wrap ETH, when I wrap Ethereum and I unwrap it again, do I get one Ethereum or not?
Of course. Of course.
But that means that the quantity as well as the value is maintained through the wrapping process. The bridging process maintains the same value. Presumably, if there's confidence in the market and confidence in the actual bridge and it doesn't get an exploit like certain bridges have, then if everything works properly, you maintain the same value and the same quantity of the token as you take it onto the other network. It's like diving down for sunken treasure in the ocean. It's simply putting on that suit, diving into the water and going down and doing your business, coming back up to the surface onto the ship, taking off your suit and enjoying your treasure. That's all it is. Am I clear? Does that make sense? Remorph?
You are a fucking wizard, my man. Thank you. You're a gift.
All right, I'm gonna unban Banhammer now because I just can't stand for it to go around in circles and people just not communicating. Listen carefully. Don't speak with conviction unless you really 100% know, and even still ask a question and get consensus. That's the way we should communicate in this chat. Ask questions and listen to each other.
Just wanted to add something regarding the farm with everything that has been said. If you don't mind, guys, just to clarify one point, is like basically you ask the question and you seem to not really understand basically the difference between like providing liquidity and just farming. The thing is like, to make it simple, just to summarize it, and then I just tell you more about that to be sure that you guys understand. Basically, there are four versions of, in some way, of the, for example, HEX token. There is the HEX native version on Ethereum network. Okay. Then there is the wrap version of the HEX coming from the native HEX coming from Pulsechain. So the wrapped HEX from Pulsechain on the Ethereum blockchain, and the same on the other side. On the other side, on Pulsechain network, there is like when you bridge, you get, for example, your HEX, which is basically the wrapped version of the native HEX from the Ethereum network. And obviously, you can also see or find the native HEX on Pulsechain. Okay, and then once you bridged your native HEX from Ethereum to Pulsechain, which becomes HEX, over there, then you have two possibilities. Whether you swap your HEX on Pulsechain in order to get native HEX on Pulsechain, which will give you the ability to interact with the go.hex.com protocol in order to, for example, stake with less gas fees on Pulsechain. That's the first possibility that you have. Or you have two other possibilities. Let's say, for example, if you own the HEX on Pulsechain because you got a free copy, and let's say, for example, you just buy some native HEX on Pulsechain, then you can provide liquidity in a liquidity pool. Then you become a liquidity provider. And once you do that, you get an LP token. This LP token, then you can take it and you can lock it in a farm in order to basically get incentives from this specific farm. And this is what you see on the testnet V2B, like the ink token. You get the ink token when you add. Basically, when you lock your LP token, it means that you are already a liquidity provider, and on top of that, you don't only want to get benefits from the fees, the swapping fees of all the users who are going to swap. No, you even want more. You want to be incentivized with the incentive token, and you do that becoming a farmer, which means adding your LP, locking your LP, and you can unlock it at any moment basically in a farm. So in a pair of tokens that could be, for example, if it exists, I don't know, PHEX, EHEX, and HEX. See what I mean? On Pulsechain, and that's pretty much it. Does it help
EHEX
you?
and PHEX, that one has to be wrapped.
EHEX and HEX.
EHEX has to be wrapped to put in the pool of the PHEX.
It's wrapped. It is wrapped.
No.
EHEX
Yeah, okay,
is the
well, you
HEX
didn't say
coming
that.
from Ethereum.
You just said EHEX. But
EHEX
it's wrapped. It's wrapped EHEX.
Is the but we don't care
Okay.
about the name. It's just a verbiage.
Oh, we don't care about
EHEX,
the name? Oh.
Yeah, we don't care. It's just the concept that you need to
Well, you have to
understand.
wrap it
EHEX,
first. You can't just take your
No,
EHEX and just
Not a wrap.
bring it
It's
over.
not a wrap.
it is already wrapped when you basically bridge it from the Ethereum network to the Pulsechain
There you
network. The
go.
free
You
copy
gotta
that you
bridge it.
get is the wrap it.
Yeah, you have to
Is
be
the wrap
clear.
version. So no, I am clear. It's just that
No,
you
you're
are
not.
stuck with the
So-
verbiage. You take the EHEX, you take the native hex. You can even call it like, I don't know, give any name, A, B. We don't care. You take those two, you create a liquidity pool, and everything that I said after. I'm gonna repeat.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
So Papa said you could wrap PHEX over into Uniswap, and you won't even have to bridge. So how does that work? You're going to take your hex, EHEX, swap it in Uniswap, and does
No,
that
no.
land back into to the Ethereum side?
H-man.
What?
H-man. All right, so native or tokens that come into existence on either side of the chain, when they're bridged, they have the moniker of P and E, right? So what I was referring to is if you get a duplicate of your hex on Pulsechain when the mainnet launches, and you want to bring that Pulsechain asset over to Ethereum, and that is hex over the bridge, it will become PHEX when it appears on the other side of the bridge on the Ethereum side. Vice versa, your EHEX is not known as EHEX until it is bridged onto Pulsechain. So P's and E's are symbols that note where the token came from originally.
Absolutely.
Got it.
And on top of that, when you get the wrapped version, if you read the contract, it just means that basically this token has been issued to you because you provided to the smart contract the real native token from the other blockchain. And like that, when you bridge back to the origin and the initial network, they see that, okay, this guy basically has the certificate. And then we give him back the token that he gave to us.
Yeah, I know how a bridge works. Thank you. So I get it. So I'm going to view my P HEX on the Ethereum network.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
And your EHEX on the Pulsechain network.
On the Pulse chain. So I have to switch over on my networks to view these in my in my ledger or my wallet. Or in MetaMask, excuse me. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Well, thank you for answering my questions, boys.
No, man. You get all of your copies. If it's liquid, you get your copies when the snapshot is announced by Richard Hart. If you don't have any,
dude, we're way past that. We're way past that. Copy
man,
thing.
you guys
We know
are
that.
so far beyond into La La Land. I don't know. Come back to reality.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate it. I'm going to tap out and watch this ratio strategy YouTube video. I'll talk to you guys later. Appreciate it.
Right on. Take care.
Hey, Tanbark, do you have a question? Tanbark.
Sorry about that. Hey, we're talking about bridging here, and that's something that it's new for me. I'm just curious if I wanted to bridge my Ethereum hex over the Pulse chain network. Would that mean there's some sort of web app or something that's going to be built to connect a MetaMask account to, or that sort of thing? How does that work?
There is basically Pulse Ramp. You go there, and then you basically connect your MetaMask, and you can just bridge your token.
Tanbark, You have yourself a hardware wallet, yes?
Yeah.
Good. Hardware wallet connects up with MetaMask. MetaMask connects up with the front end, like Crypto Safe Trade just said. And then you've got Pulse Ramp, and you're good to go.
So Pulse Ramp is another one of the. Is that where I can bridge as well, or is it the other one you mentioned?
That is the bridge.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Ramp that
Papa.
will provide the prices for everything on the pulseexchange.com.
What's up, Chickinator?
Hey, brother.
Merch, do you have a question? I'm gonna unmute you.
No question, thanks. Just wanted to be joining in.
Yeah, the bridge is a very fascinating topic. I would like to learn more about it. I mean, if you bridge wrapped Pulse, wrapped ETH, wrapped Bitcoin, wrapped Shiba, whatever you want to bridge. But once you transfer it over into a new network, it's no longer wrapped unless you get the copy clones. If you get the copy clones of your holdings, you get the P version. If you're not holding any coins in the E version, you don't get any coins in the P version. So if you want to bridge over, you're bridging over your E version, which becomes a wrapped. So the only way to transact, I mean, you can bridge over or you can collect P versions by holding on to your E version.
I think that we could ponder these technicalities for another 4 to 5 hours, but I have a question for Papa Boner.
Yeah, man.
Obviously inflation's a thing now, but if I want to get $2 beer in Japan, can I still do that?
$2?
I heard there are some bars that are like $2 to $3. What do you think?
$5, I think, more like. Well, actually, 500 yen translates to about $4 now. So is that enough?
Yeah, no, I'm just seeing. I kind of want to travel the world, once Pulse does a 10,000x. But I've always heard there were some real good spots in Japan for really cheap beer. But I guess
Oh, they got the beer. Why don't you get a beer vending machine or go to the convenience store and grab a can and sit on the sidewalk? That's really cheap, $3.50.
You gotta buy
yeah,
it
but
by the
Japan has.
case.
There's plenty of places you
Right?
can travel for cheap beer.
Hey, the
Plenty
only
of
thing
major
in this
places.
inflation,
Earth is
gas,
amazing.
everything's going up. Right, everything went up, but alcohol. They want to keep you drunk throughout all this shit.
Yeah,
Alcohol hasn't
that's
really went
true.
up.
Japan keeps it low. Japan's got pretty much the lowest hard alcohol prices in the world. You walk around here, you can get all sorts of hard liquor for very, very cheap.
Man, cheaper than Japan. Better women.
If you go to Japan, Nathan, you got to go to Kobe and Nara too. I think those are memorable.
Awesome, man. I appreciate the tips. No, I'm seeing these YouTube videos of really good-looking draft beers in Japan, for like $2 to $3, and I have to know if it's still a thing.
$2-3 is happy hour maybe some places, but in general, expect between 5 and 800 yen.
Okay, that's still pretty good. That's like on par with America. Have you ever tried fugu sashimi?
Unfortunately, yes. I'm not really fond of it. I had to eat it all the time on business meetings because the Japanese really, really like it. If it's prepared right, you get a little bit of a numbness to your tongue and your lips. And if it's prepared wrong, you're dead.
Yeah, I've heard that the Japanese like to get a slight buzz from the tetrodotoxin, so they leave some of it in there intentionally. That kind of blows my mind. I was referring to like the taste. Does it have a good taste? Is it worth $100, or is it just
No.
regular fish? No.
Hell no. Hell no.
Go drinking with some Japanese executives after work, and you'll see that they like to get a little more than a little buzz.
Yeah, I know a lot of neurotoxins like everything like cyanide. You can there's a lethal limit of cyanide. Your body can handle a very minute amount of cyanide before you die, and that's obviously true with tetrodotoxin as well. But it's funny how they just don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah,
Well, it's an art. It's an art.
Microdosing there, Nathan. You better take it easy. You're doing that DMT and
yeah, we have a live stream on YouTube here.
Yeah, that's right.
You can go eat all the apricot seeds you want.
Bamboo shoots also have cyanide. So if you get them when they're when they're older, when they're peeking out of the ground too much, you don't boil them. Yeah, your whole face will be numb. I learned that the hard way.
So, Papa, you said you were going to be leaving Japan soon. Where are you headed?
Looking to go back to mid-Pacific. So I'll be in Hawaii State.
Man, come to Eastern Europe, bro.
Just come back to LA.
Oh, jeez. LA, I'll visit maybe. If we really strike it super X's. Yeah, maybe LA is possible, but I can't see having the money to go and enjoy Los Angeles again the way that I would like to.
Who wants to live in the desert, anyways?
Me, I'm a desert. I was born and raised in the desert in Southern California. I dig the desert. No mold, no mildew, a nice dry heat. I love it.
I like the breeze down there. Gonna lie.
Desert's
Yeah,
where it's at.
ocean breeze.
But I went to San Paulo in 2018, Utah, and just rode around, hit dunes for like 5 hours, had a bonfire. Man, you can do a lot in the desert.
And what about Japanese Kobe beef? Is there a real difference in terms of taste?
Yeah, there is. The marbling is incredible. It's like 90% fat, though. So it
They
really
do
melts
not
in your mouth.
export it.
No, they don't. However, the animals are the same. So when you get Wagyu in the States, genetically it's the same type of animal that they have over here in Japan. Wagyu is like traditional Japanese type of cow. And Kobe beef is just simply the same animal that's been beer fed and massaged and prayed over every day, and just fattens up. And when they cut it, and they sell Kobe beef here in the local grocery store. It's incredible to see. It's like nearly all white with fat because it's just the animal's just been had a nice, happy, drunken life, and it just puts on all those beautiful pounds of fat, and it makes a very, very tender meat. However, you gotta cook it super rare, or else you're gonna liquefy all that meat and it's destroyed.
There's a lot of good teppan restaurants in Kobe. I highly recommend if you're into that sort of thing. You got to try it because it is not Wagyu. It is so much better. I mean, it's almost indescribable.
Yeah, once in your life, you have to try it at least.
Does it cost if you want to eat one at a restaurant? A Kobe beef.
Well, how many grams?
No, for one person, for example, per person, let's say, you order
As a
meal.
main course? As a main course, is a small like entree. Which one would you say?
No, main meal basically,
It is-
and with something, of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, it can range anywhere from $150 to $250 then.
Yeah, it's doable because I heard
But
like
you're not going to get
I
very
don't know if
much. Don't expect to get very much though for that, right?
okay, but I don't know if you have already watched on YouTube. Tons of YouTubers basically they bragged about that, and they say, okay, I tasted the most expensive Wagyu Kobe beef, and it cost me, and like it's like the competition who is going to eat the most expensive one. And it was way more expensive. It went like from between 2K until like 10K even just for a meal, one meal.
Yeah, if you go in and think that you're going to go get a half a kilo, like you're going to sit down and have an American sized meal and that's going to be the only thing you eat, yeah, you could spend that. But if you eat it the way that it's meant to be given to you in Japan with sides and garlic rice and all sorts of other stuff that's provided on the teppan, then 150 to 250 is generally the price for Kobe beef.
And did you have the chance to basically learn Japanese while you are there, or not?
Well, I've been here since 1994, so even though I'm a slow learner, I've picked up Japanese.
Okay. And how do you find it, like difficult to pick up, or it's something like doable?
No. And the syllabary is more limited than English. The rules are very simple. Very brief expressions are accepted. It's like poetry, right? So very, very short sentences get a lot of things across. The only problem is the nuance you have to learn. So you can live on the surface, speaking very basic stuff, but you won't understand Japanese until you consider the nuances of the meanings of the small, short sentences that they use. That's the difficult thing. Everything else is very easy.
Well, the written language is a whole different story. Like Japanese
Oh, forget
people
don't
don't even
forget that
know
shit.
all of the kanji. Like even
Yeah,
people that
yeah.
The little
are born and
houses.
raised in Japan don't know all of the kanji.
Yeah, the written is absolutely 100%. You're absolutely right. That's hundreds of times more difficult than learning to speak it. And that's why I'm terrible at reading and writing.
Don't you have your seed words in it? Seed words in that? Oh, then Japanese could read it. That's right. Those little houses and stuff. It's like, what? It's a little roof with a little porch and a little. What does that mean? And how do you
Well,
read that from like bottom right to
it's
upper
Chinese.
left?
It's Chinese.
Okay.
So if it's written on a page, it's left to right. But if it's written vertically, then you read it right to left.
Nice.
Would you be able, for example, to read a newspaper? Can you read
No.
newspaper over there? No.
I mean, I can if the newspaper is like one of the shinbuns that actually puts the hiragana over the kanji, then I can fumble through it, sure. But in general, no.
Basically,
My kids can.
It's mixed with Chinese, no? If you say kanji, in this case,
Chinese characters that are adapted to have different meanings and pronunciations for the Japanese. They've adopted and adapted the Chinese alphabet, and they've included 3 other alphabets: Romaji, which is, the English letters, the Roman letters. Then they've got hiragana, which is a phonetic spelling for Japanese words. Then there's a katakana, which is a phonetic spelling for foreign words. And they're all mixed up all over the place.
And
I would venture to say that that Mandarin is almost similar to Japanese. Obviously, different expressions, different words, but the same basic architecture of the language.
The difference, I would argue, is the intonation. Japanese have only one intonation. Mandarin has like 6 or 7 at least per each word to mean different things.
And would you recommend to anyone to settle down, to go there for settling down, or what are the pros and cons since you have been there?
Pros. Pros for the environment is it's clean, it's safe. It's become an affordable country because it just has been in a deflationary spiral for the last 20-something years. Food is absolutely excellent, and not just Japanese food. It's got more 2-star Michelin restaurants here than I think everywhere but France. So there's that. The cons are, well, the cons are that if you don't speak Japanese, you're probably going to have to bring your career with you because it's very difficult to get employment over here unless you at least speak a little bit of Japanese. If you're relocated over here with another foreign country, a gaishike, then there's no problem there. You bring your career with you, then you'll have a ball. But if you don't, if you're just a hexagon gazillionaire, then yeah, it's a nice place to hang around for a while, but you're not going to get permanent residency and be allowed to stay here for more than, let's say, 3 months unless you've got sponsorship for your visa. So that's about it.
And what about the salary, for example? How is it over there? Does it pay well?
How is what? How is what?
The salaries, the
salaries
the
are
wage.
Yeah. Minimum wages have actually gone down over time. If you look at the charts of salaries globally versus inflation, Japan, and they're covering it on news every day. It's the only country on the graph that's actually gone down in terms of minimum wage over time. So it's crap. And especially the yen is very weak right now against the dollar. So the best scenario would be to come over with a foreign company, be earning dollars, or in our terms, be earning HEX on blockchain passively and trustlessly, and then have that as your revenue stream to be able to enjoy over here. You'd get more bang for your buck.
What you mean? And is it true that basically all the employees work a lot in the Japanese society? It's like a lot of them do burnout, and they have this problem.
Yeah, because they're conditioned to only do that. They work long. They don't work smart. They sit and they pace themselves to make sure that the kacho and bucho, the manager and director, always they have to leave first, or else the employees don't feel that they've, shown that they've committed or sacrificed enough to the company. That's the old traditional way. There is the new generation that's saying, of course, fuck all that. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. And they're trying their hand at new things. But the traditional Japanese salaryman in these big conglomerate companies, they still kind of pull long hours and push papers and stamp documents and do bullshit work facing each other on long tables while being very, very quiet in the office all day long. And it's ridiculous. And yes, they do have death at your desk is still a big problem in Japan. The biggest company to be exposed for this has been Toshiba.
I see. Okay, so basically, it's the opposite of the American culture and mindset, right?
Yes. Yep. Work-life balance is absolutely not in the Japanese vocabulary.
So basically, yeah. And do they accept, like, how do they see you as like a foreigner, and they never will accept you totally, or they are welcoming and so on?
Well, they're kind of forced to nowadays because there's such a decreasing number of Japanese people now. So they're starting to warm up to acceptance of a more cosmopolitan, environment. Many things are written now in English that were not when I first got over here. The Olympics was supposed to be a big thing for them, was an absolute tragedy because people couldn't even come over here. They were going to kind of open up and, exchange new ideas and try to figure out, adapt new cultures coming in and figure out where they played in the world. And it was going to be a huge campaign to do that. And no, we're back to, we're ethnocentric type of society once again until we are now going to see the Japanese crawl towards extinction, I suppose. But as they say in France, c'est la vie.
Is that tower record still there in Tokyo?
Yeah, there's. I think HMV has gone out of business or has decided not to have their points of sale anymore. But there is still a Tower Records in Shibuya, at least.
It's the only one left in the world. I think it's last time I was there, it was 6 stories.
Yeah, in Shibuya, then, right?
I guess it was Shibuya. Their department stores are crazy though. If you've never been to Japan, it's like you can shop at it's like a Nordstrom's on the first couple floors, and then it's like Best Buy, third and fourth floors, and then it's like watches and jewelry it's everything you need in one spot.
Don't forget the supermarket in the basement.
Oh, that's right. Literally everything you need.
Anyway, I got to dip, guys. I'll catch you all later.
Take it easy, Papa. Good talking to you.
Thanks for calling.
Do anybody know what that last tweet was about? So y'all talked about that.
What are you talking about, man?
I think RH tweet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you want to know exactly about that? In terms of software development, what it means?
Right. What do y'all think that means?
About the Pulsechain update, the validator rotation, slashing, delegating code. This one has been mostly rewritten and partially implemented in native Go, right?
Right.
One sentence, man, technical, and then you interpret it as you want. It means that basically they used a certain language, has been developed by Google, which is Golang, okay? And they simply use that to rewrite partially the code, if you want, of the delegate of the validators. You know, because you can stake your Pulsechain on a delegator. You can so basically delegate your Pulse in order to add collateral on the blockchain, and you get rewards from locking your Pulse. And basically to increase the number of simultaneous transaction and also how they are going to operate, to make them operate better, they rewrite the code which is initially implemented in JavaScript with the Solidity framework. They use another language which is multi-threaded, which means that you can basically run multiple instances of a program in parallel. And this software development language is called Go. And they use that to have a more efficient, basically, software for which manage the node validators. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. So basically, it's
Very.
making it faster and better.
Yeah. And it's really used in, it's highly used, the Go language, in a crypto. Basically, in the crypto field, they use two languages. For everything that is core development, they tend to use Go. Okay, because it's a really efficient software development language, and basically you can do multi-threading. And everything that is like on the application side, smart contracts, etc., that you cannot multi-thread, they use for that specifically everything that you're going, everything basically that is related to smart contracts, they use JavaScript with the Solidity framework. This is how it works in the blockchain development world. And even, for example, the wallets that he plans to launch, because I read by myself the ad that he posted on his one of his Telegram channel on Richard's call, and basically it will use half of those technologies. But anyway, hope that it answers your question.
No, it did. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to add, where does AWS come in on this? What is this Amazon or AWS?
Okay. I don't know. Okay, where did you? I'm going to answer this question, but where did you read that? In general, or did you read that in?
Yeah, in general. I've heard it.
In general, okay.
I've heard it talked about in here.
Okay.
And
let me explain you. Okay. So basically, you have. I am a software developer myself. I used to work as a technical lead, so that's why I can tell you all of that. Otherwise, It would be like you would have no clue. So basically, you can rent servers. Okay. So back in the days, you knock on the door of a hosting company, and then over there you would remotely rent, which is called basically a virtual private server, a VPS, or dedicated server, and remotely you would basically administrate and configure from A to Z those servers that you would rent. Okay, from basically a web hosting company or hosters. And with AWS, basically they provide you tons of services that are scalable and sometimes pre-configured. And for example, instead of renting a brand new fresh server and having to configure it by yourself and not being able to be scalable, which means that your server would even clone by itself and adapt to the traffic, then AWS come up and it allows basically the company is doing that. So they basically they adapt more easily to the traffic, and on top of that, they offer pre-configured server or even technical stack that enable company to
pre-configured.
gain time.
Is that
pre-configured
secure?
and scalable.
Is that very secure? Okay, but is that secure, or can they write bugs into that and snatch your info?
So no, they have like multiple. Basically, they have multiple middlewares. It's called middleware, and they even have layers for security. And then it's like cartridges. See what I mean? Basically, the clients choose what they need. They have like between, I would say, a good like 40 products on their server, between 40 and 80 products. So you just basically rent what you need and the number of instances that you need, and then you get charged depending on the traffic that is going to be used by your users on a monthly basis, for example. And regarding security, you have like moduled, basically coded and product that are really secure. And on top of that, then you can simply add rules and even make it more secure. But by essence, of course, it's a big company, it's robust. They are Amazon, AWS, Amazon Web Services, and they have tons of money to basically test the product, and it hasn't been created yesterday. It's been a while that it is on the market. So yeah, it has, how can I say that, proved its robustness and reliability.
Thanks. Yeah, I thought it was more software than hardware.
It's a mix. It's a mix of two. It's a mix of two, but they offer infrastructure. Most of their business is offering basically scalable infrastructure at a low cost. Redundant also infrastructure, etc. Everything that is like hosting, but and you can do that at a lower cost. And but general big companies, especially in Europe, they don't like it, because they don't like how American monitor their data, and they don't care about the GRPD law, if you are familiar with that. And of course, they are not going to give the power to them, and that's why they tend to avoid that. Only startup basically use that outside of Europe, and which is unfortunate. And the other one are like behind, and they prefer to have full control and have basically rent their own servers, or they have their own servers that they basically monitor and maintain in-house. Yeah, but it's a cool, it's cool. It's a cool service. But they have like competitors. There is not only Amazon Web Service. There is also Rackspace. There is also, which is American. There is also OpenShift from the Red Hat company. There are other competitors which do the same, but Amazon Web Service, the three biggest one are Amazon Web Services, the Google Cloud Engine, and the third one is Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Azure. You know, those are the three yeah, biggest fish.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust them. They're so huge conglomerates. They just like, I just noticed them in the last year. I'm like, what is this? And it's owned by Google or something like, or Amazon. I mean, yeah. So, but they, like you said, they have the money to make all this.
They tell themselves, okay, we need to pay for those huge infrastructure because we cannot allow ourselves to have downtime. So why not expanding that? And while we don't use those resources, try to basically rent them to basically other companies or individuals or even startups in order to help them scale up their business, being even faster with what they produce, and at the same time making money on their asses. So that's their business, which is cool. You know, it's a win-win situation.
Crypto safe. Appreciate that Discord, that summary. It was very informative for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Oh, they asked me the question, so then I answer.
No, very well spoken. Very well spoken, man. I appreciate it. I think Richard wants to launch Pulsechain like a Lamborghini blockchain. He doesn't. He's doing everything he can with that team to make her hum.
Sure. And yeah, we will benefit from that. So yeah, for me, it's a good news that he decided to delay basically the launch. For me, it's quite healthy, compared to a lot of what the other people think about it. And yeah, I was expecting that personally.
Yeah, it's terrible news for me.
Didn't hear you. You cut off.
I said that it's terrible news for me.
Yeah. It depends your understanding and your point of view, and yeah, also how you understand the market, and also if you need the money, of course, if you need to get your money back, or yeah, everyone is in a different basically position. So yeah.
Right, exactly. I need Pulsechain to launch just so that the assets can start appreciating from nothing to something, and then therefore other loan protocols can more quickly come out, and I can start taking loans and having a reliable income. Right now, I'm selling crypto to live, and I don't want to do that. I have enough hex that is, the yield is, tolerable for right now, but like, of course, it's gone down a whole lot, so I'm not quite living as large as I wish I was.
Yeah, but let's imagine if right now you would be in a situation where you would have to choose between two possibilities. Okay, let's say someone tells you, okay, we can launch right now, but there are two risks. First risk, okay, maybe the software can have tons of bugs, or will have basically potential bugs that can even ruin the network, and then because of that, the network will have a bad reputation, and then it will not perform as you would expect. See what I mean? First reason. And then on top of that, maybe, I said maybe, someone can tell you, okay, we are going to launch right now, but it's not the best time to launch because BTC still needs to reach a certain point price level to the downside, maybe it's not perfect to launch right now. And yeah, the price performance will not be the one that you will or would expect. And third possibility, okay, we are going to launch later on, but better software, more guarantee that it will not get hacked, not have any like attack that would create basically yeah, like how can I say that? Like basically
Better
fluctuating the
performance.
the traffic. And I had something more specific in my mind. Yeah, and also like yeah, launching at the bad time, not at the best in terms of momentum, not at the best time. I mean, you know, then I think if you could see that and you would have guarantee on that, you would tell me yes, you are definitely right. And if I need to wait even more time, and if it will be like 100x times more beneficial to me, then yes, I definitely sign on that. And the only like context where I would see and I would understand someone telling me no, I don't care about that, is that if someone would have all in on this project and wouldn't have any money left to survive or to put meat on his plate, and then I would understand. But for the rest, I totally agree with him, and I would do the same personally.
I agree completely with holding off on a launch if there are critical bugs that still need to be fixed. But if you were saying that he is purposefully holding off for the launch to time it for a bottom, I would not agree with that. I think that's the wrong move.
So, no, I didn't say that. I said potentially we could see those two reasons, you know, and if one of those two reasons could basically have a bad impact on the price appreciation on the appreciation of the asset, I think it's good what he decided to do. See what I mean? But then we don't know. Maybe it's because of exactly what he said. So the number of bugs, etc., and also basically a mix between like timing. See what I mean? Because even if it's bad to basically
Crypto
leverage
safe,
trade.
your
Yeah.
mic is getting
Okay.
wrecked, man.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, well, can you come back? Can you get out and come back in real quick? I'll get you
Okay.
back
Okay.
in.
Okay. Okay. Is it better like that? Maybe the network.
Yes, it's better now. Thank you.
Better. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because
Yeah, it's better.
yeah, because even if leverage trading is bad, like a degen, and always wanting to time the market is not good. You already talk about that a lot. But then at the end of the day, as he said on his last live, from what I understood, is like when he does something, even if he has the money to afford what he wants to buy, he always asks for discounts, and he always tries to get the best deal that he could get, you know. So if it means, you know, it's like just speculation. If it means like launching at a certain time to basically have the perfect gains, and if it makes sense, because he also talked a lot about 85% retracement for the BTC, and I already talked about that. And then if you look at the market, it would also fit with the future date for the fork, the imminent date for the fork. Then I agree with him. And if it's the case, and if it's also that on top of the bugs that need to be fixed, I think he's right. See what I mean? And it's not timing the market. It's just trying or just choosing the right time to launch a project that will last forever. And that's what I meant.
Well, you know, it's the way I look at it. It just makes sense sometimes, where you don't necessarily mean to time a market, but Pulse is close to coming out. The market is where it is at that moment. I don't think it would be wise to not take into consideration where you are in a market cycle when you're trying to launch a new blockchain. It does make sense to, if you find yourself in the middle of a potential large correction, it does make sense to see if you can hit the bottom. There's no question about it. It's good for everybody in terms of the chart and the amount of X's, right? People aren't going to like that, but that is part of being wise in when you launch into a market. There is that. It would be different if, Bitcoin was in 45,000 strong and we were headed upwards. That's different than obviously where we're going right now. So there is a piece to this where, because we're landing at the time where we're close to Pulsechain launching and the market is where it's at, that it does make sense to be smart about the when to launch Pulse. I asked Richard this, and he said that he's going to launch it right away as soon as it's ready. But that was months ago, and now we're in a market that's definitely different now. So, and he did mention that in the tweet, and he doesn't say things for no reason. He did mention that there are a lot of people that would prefer it in a bear market. So he is putting it out there.
Definitely, and I totally agree with you. But I explained that this afternoon, and a lot of people didn't agree with me and said, yes, but she's against timing the market, etc. And
Yeah.
I think exactly the same as you.
Crypto
It's not timing.
safe.
Mhm.
Yeah. Your microphone, your connection's horrible. It's going in and out really bad, man.
Okay.
Just so you know, it's bad. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. I mean, Richard isn't saying things for no reason. He's obviously not launching Pulse until it's purring like a kitten. And the fact that we are sitting in a market that looks like Bitcoin could see a good drop, it isn't unwise to kind of know the market that you're in. So I'm good with it. Spiffy, I hope you're doing good, brother. I hear you loud and clear, my friend. It's been a while. It's been a patient endurance and delayed gratification, right? That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I'm not desperate yet, but I mean, it's God, it's definitely, as I mentioned to you in like Twitter post, it's definitely frustrating a little bit. I mean, I understand delays. I mean, but at the same time, I'm running out of money.
Well, and it doesn't help when you have most of your assets in the thing and it's going down by 50% or 30%. That doesn't help, right? So
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that, like, I have 1 or 2 months left of funds, because there's always other piles of like other shit that I can hit up. I'd probably have at least $50,000 in Bitcoin somewhere that, worst case that gets me through at least another year. But like, I'd rather just continue to act like I don't know about it and just wait for that to come back up.
yeah, it is going to be nice when dev teams get to look at Pulsechain from, kind of where he was coming from, looking at the code and how fast it's humming and how secure it is. And, when people see how impressive Pulsechain is from that standpoint, that's really what matters, right? Like if you launch Pulse and it is the highest of standard and it's just working beautifully from a development standpoint, you can build trust big time in a fast amount of time like that, as opposed to what we're seeing with all these other freaking fugazi blockchains, man. So I think that Richard sees an opportunity with the fact that Cardano's basically stalled and not delivering, and Ethereum's not, and Solana's down 95 times, and Luna's just run pulled everybody. It's a perfect opportunity to show everybody, you know, the potential for a better version of Ethereum. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be super interesting, guys. Like, this is it. This is like ninth inning shit. World Series.
I'm definitely excited, of course. I mean, one of the other things is I've been debating for the past couple of years as to whether I want to actually apply for federal disability. And part of me doesn't really want to do that because I don't like the idea of taking money from other taxpayers so that I can live. Might not need to.
That's what it's there for. If you need it, man.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. I know it feels like I didn't want to take food stamps, and they offered when I was down for a year. And that helped. I hated it. I would never do that.
Yeah, but you know that you're the exact type of person that it's designed for. The guy who hates taking it, you know, the guy who's worked and paid into it, and it's there when you actually need it. You know, that's what it's there for, man. You know, so
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I came around.
I understand that somewhat.
Mhm.
It's kind of annoying because like they make the requirements to like qualify a lot more than like you would think. Like, I mean, I'm legally blind in one eye, but that's not good enough. I only have use of one hand, but that's not good enough. I don't know if you combine those two things, if that, you know, puts me past the edge, or what combination of things I need to actually say to, you know, to be able to qualify, or, you know, whatnot. Or so I don't know. The application process is a little annoying, but you know, part of it's just laziness and not wanting to do it. But yeah, I mean, I possibly should, but I don't know.
Just change your ethnicity to Ukrainian. You'll be good.
Yeah, it only takes probably a day, an evening or two, and then you just send it in and see what they say. Either deny it or they accept it.
I was in a Twitter space earlier today, and I was hearing somebody talk about Polygon NFTs and how unbearable the process is to actually purchase a Polygon NFT, and it was just like, wow, every layer one attempt with Ethereum is absolutely pathetic. So yeah, Pulsechain is like, I get more and more excited every day.
yeah, it's crazy, you know, because you thought that there was a bunch of innovation that people were going to like and use, and it just turns out that so much of it's just a bunch of bullshit. Like, literally, from like high level just scams to just shit that just flat out doesn't work in the top 20, 30 of cryptocurrencies. It's just mind boggling, dude.
Honestly, Mando, if it
Yeah,
wasn't
it's all about this viral hype. You know, whatever's hyped and goes viral, it's like what people just buy into it. blindly.
If it wasn't for Hex, Pulsechain, and PulseX, I wouldn't be involved in cryptocurrency.
Well, if it wasn't, I would literally just be sitting in ETH and Bitcoin the whole damn time. That's it.
I would be slightly depressed knowing that I missed out on all these gains and there's no good solutions. Like I'm basically screwed. But there's Richard Hart, so that's that's awesome.
Yeah, he's doing all that PP marketing, dude. He's gangster right now. He's just going after it.
I think it's a good idea. Sorry, go ahead.
He's been absolutely crushing the haters lately. Just like annihilating haters. Like shoving it down the throat on a daily basis. It's funny. Yeah, the PP talk, I mean, I have mixed feelings on that, but who knows?
Well, no, like I don't like it at all, right? I personally don't like it at all just because I'm just more conservative, right? But I don't, he's Richard. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. He doesn't work for anybody. He doesn't do, right? But so the thing is like when you saw kind of that little controversy the other day or whatever happening, instead of like capitulating or anything, he like turns it into like a marketing campaign, bro. And just uses it to like ratchet it up even 10 times more. And it works. And there's tons of eyeballs on it. Like who's this guy with all these Lambos and big PP licenses? And like, this guy's killing it right now. It's so funny. And he can track the metrics on it too. It's just absolutely funny.
I guess it's kind of like the Trump effect. When Trump was like, yeah, he attacked me on my hands. And he's like, look at these hands. They're so small, but I assure you there's no issue. And his voting approval freaking skyrocketed. So yeah, there's just certain things. And I guess Richard knows that better than all of us. But yeah.
Well, like the thing is, right, is like do you have to like Jeff Bezos to use Amazon? No. I don't really care for the guy. Do I have to like Bill Gates to buy Microsoft products? No, not at all. If somebody builds a thing that a customer can use to make money, to enter into commerce with the world, to build major things on it, like Amazon AWS, like things that people can use. The world doesn't, in general, they don't care if they have to like the CEO of a thing or the front end of a thing. I don't care for Zuckerberg at all, but I use the shit every day. So this narrative that everybody has to just love Richard Hart, like they have to just fall in love with who he is as a person. It's just not what we see happening in the real world.
Yeah, I agree. I was arguing with somebody and they're like, what if Richard died? Hex would tank. I was like, no, I mean, look at Bitcoin without Satoshi. Everybody hates Vitalik. They literally hate Vitalik. I'd argue they despise Vitalik, but look at, Ethereum. Nobody likes, CZ, and, Binance Smart Chain did like a 6,000x. Bill Gates and Zuckerberg, yeah, they're kind of a different conversation, but, as far as likability likability with successful people is practically non-existent. But yeah, I mean, Richard's no exception, but I think Richard is a better role model than everybody else in crypto, that's for sure.
Well, that's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head as well.
Hey, Mando, if you're
Well, I made the argument last week. Somebody was talking about, it's just disappointing because, is the Wall Street Journal going to want to, interview Richard Hart? And I'm like, no, they're not going to want to interview anybody in crypto. They're telling everybody, it's just fear mongering on crypto. Crypto was established to essentially take the power away from these institutions. So we're already making a statement by being involved in it. And, you know, again, I think he's authentic, which is more than a lot of people can say in business and leadership positions. You don't have to question his authenticity, right? He's a flawed human like all of us. But if he were to switch it all up and, you know, be the suit and tie guy that's talking the, you know, spitting the jargon and cleaning up his act and talking about, people would call him a phony. People would accuse him of being fake and, you know, he's masquerading and that's not who he really is. So, you know, I think he's doing what he needs to
you
do.
you mean like Do Kwon and the CEO
Exactly.
of Saitama and all these big blockchains that just rug pulled on everybody, but they're in their beautiful suits, talking all perfectly and going to church. Yeah, no, man, no. See, that's the problem. Like we don't hire a pastor in chief for our president. You know, you're not looking for somebody who's perfect. You're looking for somebody who's upfront, authentic, tells the truth, and gets shit done. You know?
Yeah.
How freaking ironic is it that Do Kwon was saying how entertaining it is to watch companies die 8 days before Luna takes a shit? That's just like the purest form of karma in your face.
Yeah, and
You
there
guys are
was so many
sociopaths.
people. There were so many people that saw the writing on the wall with that months in advance and were doing so many videos. I saw so many amazing videos where people were literally just breaking down how the protocol, the math works, and that it was bound to collapse. Like, and then boom, months later, just astronomical.
And it's weird how a lot of the influencers acted like they didn't see it coming. That to me is it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't agree with the whole narrative that Richard has to be, you know, this perfect angel, and that he can't be edgy. I don't think that you know, a lot of this stuff too just gets buried into the internet over time and can be wiped out if need be. But at the end of the day, man, in the real world, people do business with people they don't like every day in the tune of billions of dollars. So if they're building things that you can benefit from, they don't care. I mean, look at Ethereum, man. I mean, Vitalik dresses like a he's nuts too in his own way. He's a little nut job. He dresses all weird, talks all weird, acts all weird, like, and then he's just. I mean, the blockchain's just been destroying us, bro. Like a gangster Italian mafia racket, just insanity. And people are using it every freaking day, getting ripped off. Like it's astronomical, dude. Ethereum, it really is. The ability for that blockchain to charge what they're charging people is just, it's insane. So yeah, when Pulsechain launches, it's game over, in my opinion. It's just going to be it's going to be like a flocking of people from everywhere just coming to Pulsechain to check it out.
Amen. 100%, brother. Can't wait.
I think it was Pepe who was in here. He was using the term disruptive innovation, and that I like that phrase the most when it comes to Pulsechain.
Yeah, I like when Richard talks about how, you know, if you have McDonald's and you outgrow it, like you don't need to go and reinvent the thing that just exploded. You need to do you need to basically clone it. And that's what all the greatest empires do. They clone the thing that they found that works. Obviously, you try to become more efficient as you go, but you try to keep that. This is what Pulsechain does. It doesn't try to be the next Solana or the next this or the next that. It takes the mothership Ethereum and basically just clones it and makes it better. Now you've got a a horizontal integration. Boom. It's kind of like what we see happening in the real world too. All right, let me see here. AH, you got something for us, man? The deck is cleared. AH, you are not muted.
Hi.
What's going on?
Oh yeah. I just read the Richard Hart tweet today morning. Can we make out of anything like best guess or something? You know?
Well, there's absolutely no best guess in terms of. Can you mute yourself out real quick? Yeah, there's no best guess in terms of when Pulsechain launch. They're basically just upgrading Pulsechain, and so obviously Richard's going to be not launching Pulse until it's purring like a kitten. They're just finishing up auditing and all those different things. So in terms of when, no, we don't know. Might as well just stop trying to guess it. But it's to everybody's benefit. You have a specific question other than that? It's kind of arbitrary. Okay, crypto coin. You are good to come on deck. And Captain Mango. What's up, Captain Mango?
Did you see that tweet about using the GOAT network outside of the EVM? Do you know what to make it faster throughput? I tried to look at the GOAT network or go.dev. It seems like a lot of big tech companies use it and use that language. Is there any benefit to incorporating the Go native language? And does that help with integrating with
Crypto Safe
software and stuff?
Crypto Safe, you're on deck, man. You're up to bat.
Okay, 1 sec.
Get you a real good answer for you. Just give a second here.
So basically, to make a long story short, how can I explain that? Basically, in software development, when you have, for example, a server, okay, and you want to process or handle multiple requests, you can basically handle a bunch of requests in isolated program, which is called process, or a synonym is thread. That kind of environment is described as basically multi-threaded environment. And with Go, it's a really fast and efficient and multi-threaded language. And as basically node validator, if you know a little bit about that, you know that they need to basically download a pre-configured version of those server via a software that is called Docker. Okay, and then they run it. Basically, it's already, when they download it, it's already basically pre-configured. And they chose basically to partially, he said, rewrite this part of the program of the node validator software in Go. And why? He didn't mention that, but it's well known in the industry. Each time that you need a multi-threaded, basically server, whether in web or with whatever you are going to develop, they use Go. Company use Go. And for everything that is written on the blockchain, they use JavaScript with the Solidity framework. And you could tell me, yes, but it has been partially rewritten. Why has it been partially rewritten? Taking in consideration that the rest, they still kept it. Because you need time, resources, and money when you want to basically rewrite something in order to improve it. And sometimes what is unnecessary to rewrite, you are not going to rewrite it, recode it. See what I mean? So I think he only chose to recode the multi-threaded part of those validators in order to improve them, technically speaking. And for the rest, they keep the JavaScript and Solidity framework running. And you also can, but this is just for your personal information, instead of using Node or instead of using like the Go language for basically developing any web server or any server, you can also use the Node.js, which enables you to basically develop the backend of a product, which means basically the web server using the JavaScript language and a backend framework which is called Node. But the problem of that, it has limitations because it's more single-threaded. You cannot do multi-threading, which means launching multiple processes, threads in parallel, and making them basically running with a race and waiting for each other, etc., in order to basically get a higher throughput, like you mentioned just before, which means a bigger bandwidth. And like that, you can you have a more efficient software.
Hey,
That can
CryptoSafe,
process
what do you think is
yeah.
the potential? Sorry, Crypto. What do you think
I
is
am
the
done. I was
potential increase? What do you think is the potential increase by rewriting the script in Go? In terms of bandwidth, do you have any idea? Like, could you even make a guess at all?
Yeah, difficult, but difficult questions cannot throw like random numbers like that. But I don't know. In your mind, imagine if you have like one software.
I mean, is it a difference
Yeah.
between like a 2x or a 10x or a 50x? I mean, how
It
much of a
also-
difference?
I think definitely it will also depend on the infrastructure, but a multi-threaded environment, of course, you can basically you can basically in one machine change one machine, okay, one server into basically 10 between 5 or 10 servers. One server becomes in terms of processing as efficient as 5 servers, 5 or 10 servers, depending on how it is coded, etc., how it is programmed, etc. Why? Because the fact of having multiple threads gives you the opportunity to process more data at the same time. And if you don't have that, if you were in a single threaded environment, you could also do that, but you would need way more machines. And if you have followed me, you could understand that with node validators, as I explained before, those are individuals, members of the community. David Feder, I think, the Hodl Dog, etc. You know them even better than me. And those guys are going to run that. So most likely, because there will only be 33, I think, it shows that in the rotation system. And because of this number, if he would have kept the basically JavaScript language with the Solidity framework and then it would have been they would have been limited, which means that those people who run those node validators, because they cannot run multiple instances of them, it would have been limited. So the throughput, which means like the number of transactions that each node validators, and because there are only 33 of them, it would have been limited, and it wouldn't have been good for our network, for our future network. And that's why it chose to do that, in order to basically overcome the limitation of 33 node validators, and yeah, just basically offer you to the users and also the node validators the best that he could offer you guys, like 33 and really efficient, being able to with only one per one validator handling tons of transaction per second. I don't know if it's clear.
Captain Mango, was that good enough, or do you still have more of a question?
No, that was great. I think my only other question, so it's all staying within. It's basically creating new language for the software for the validators. Does that help at all with scale outside? Like, is there any type of easy sort of integration with some of these by using this language with some of these other Fortune 500 companies that use this language as well?
How can I say that? The only thing that I can tell you is like everything that is core blockchain, they use the Golang language because of the multi-threaded aspect. And then regarding everything that is on the application side, and which exists and is written on the blockchain, then they use in the industry the Solidity framework. Even when they want to implement something on another blockchain, which is not the Ethereum blockchain, but which is still a fork of the Ethereum, and that's why they always call it like EVM compatible. And at the end of the day, I'm going to answer your question in two parts. So yeah, just stay focused and listen to me regarding that. Otherwise, I'm going to lose you. First of all, there is no best technology. If someone comes at you and says, "Okay, I have the best language, best framework," no, there is just the best tool for your needs. Okay, and regarding the interactions with other tools that are used by 500 companies, there is always a layer in between that makes the bridge. And this layer that is in between is most of the time represented by web services. And web services with, for example, REST, use the HTTP protocol and makes those different software written in different languages able to communicate with each other in an agnostic way, because all of them only need to use the HTTP protocol using the REST technology in order to communicate with each other via most of the time API, web services. They offer services, and those services can be called securely from outside. And this is how basically you make softwares communicate with each other. This plus messaging, like RabbitMQ and stuff like that, where, for example, Kafka, those solutions permit to basically a server to constantly listen and then receive message. And then on the other side, with software, you can connect to that, you can create, for example, a channel, connect to this channel, and then you are connected via a socket, and you constantly get in real time updates because you are connected to this specific server. And those are the two ways of for communicating in an agnostic way via connectors, if you want. And those connectors are like whether web service or messaging app, basically. And there is even an evolution of that because nowadays the trend is not anymore to use web services, but GraphQL, because you have like performance gains and you avoid always requesting the web service each time that you need something. Basically, you make one request, you get the whole graph of the data, and then on your side, you decide which data you want. You want to have access. And like that, you avoid to do like back and forth like that, and you gain time. I think I killed you, no? I killed you, no?
Okay, so Crypto Safe. Next time I bring you up, let's see if you can do it in 120 seconds or less.
No problem.
You got 2 minutes
problem.
next time. 2 minutes, man.
No, but it's
I
difficult.
love listening to you. No, I love listening
It's a
to you
difficult
explain the
subject.
shit, man. It's awesome. I appreciate you. Yeah, it sounds very encouraging. And when you see the big picture, he's essentially building a Lamborghini in terms of what secures the network so that validators all over the world can use the best, most secure, fastest, safest software you could basically build right now.
I would say in one sentence, because he always bragged and promised you this higher throughput compared to the Ethereum blockchain, and because he basically added this limitation of 33 only node validator in the rotation cycle, he told himself, okay, if I promise that, and I have this limitation of 33 node validators, the only way for us to be able to fulfill or to respect that promise is to basically not add more node validators, because otherwise I would break what I already decided and chose. But rather, I'm going to just basically rewrite a certain part of the node validator source software in order to have multi-threaded environment and overcome that limitation. And that's it.
It's a genius.
Mando,
it's perfect. What's up,
hey, Mando,
Jimmy?
have you decided? Hey, good to hear you, man. I haven't talked to you in a while. Quick question: Have you made up your mind or decided? I know your opinion means a lot to me, and probably to a lot of other folks on this chat. Who you're going to be using as your validator? Are you going to go with Hall to Pulse, or what are your you have any inclination yet, or?
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, I'll make my decision like once the chain launches. But as of right now, yeah, how to Pulse is definitely. I'm probably going to delegate to probably like 2 or 3, and just kind of spread the love out a little bit. But yeah, how to Pulse. I like David Feeder. You know, I like. I think Liquid Loans is even doing one. You know, so all my buddies that are trustworthy, that have no felonies, they're going to get some of my delegation.
Amen. And I couldn't agree with you more. Real quick, you know, Lank and you know, Huddle Dog and J Money, they've been such a blessing on here. I agree with you 100%. I think that because we know them, and you tend to, you know, I'm in the car business, and people that know you, they tend to trust you, and because I know them and I've heard of them, and they're good people. I know Lank. I don't know him personally, but I know he's helped a lot of folks on this chat. And J Money, he's unreal. Huddle Dog, unbelievable, and the other gentleman, Mr. Feeder, as well. I don't know much about him. I've heard of him. I've heard nothing but good things about him. But yeah, I'm glad you said that. It kind of validates what I was thinking. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the
awesome.
end of the day, it's when you ask me, the decision is, you want to support the people that you know and that you trust and that have been in the community in here, front and center, shaking hands, going to places, and those are the people that you should be doing business with. I mean,
Amen.
if you want to do business with the guy with the mask on in the back you never heard of, fucking feel free.
Exactly.
So one thing I would add to that is that you might want to take into a consideration is the revenue share percentage, because like I don't care like how much I might like say David Federer over Hodl Dog. If David Federer is giving out a 90% revenue share and Hodl Dog is giving out a 10% revenue share, the 90% is getting most of it.
Well, Spiffy, we know you're going straight to the nitty gritty with the money, man. But that's obviously a no-brainer, right? I mean, you're going to delegate to who's paying you the most. So if I've got a buddy that I like and he's paying me way less, I don't like him that much. You know what I'm saying? Like I like you, but I don't like you that much, bro. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yep. But I agree with you that like I would say, like, in general, I would, if you were to say that everybody's just giving out like the same revenue share, then I would say probably pick like the top 25 and just spread it out evenly.
Well, first of all, if you're getting 90% of nothing, then that makes no sense. In other words, if your validator, is giving you 90%, but he's really not there for you in the time of need, or it wouldn't make any sense either. So yeah, it's gotta make
I mean,
sense.
if you get a felony, you get knocked out of the epoch, man. I mean, you'll just basically be out of the rotation for a short amount of time, right? Yeah. But my thing is, what Spiffy says is correct. I mean, first you want to go look at who is incentivizing you the most to delegate, because it is about making money to delegate. Who's paying you the most? How big is their pool versus other people's pools, and what's the percentage? Because you could have some people paying out less, but or more, but their pool or their percentage is less, or vice versa. But then there's who do I like? And if they're all kind of around the same thing, then you kind of just spread it out, I guess. That, to me, that's where it's at. But now here's the thing. What I was looking at, I was looking at Avalanche the other day, and it's currently paying out like just under 10%. I think it's like 9.4 something percent to delegate on the network. And I'm like, I would really love to know what it'll be in terms of a percentage, on Pulsechain.
Yeah, I was
That's
just about to
to
ask
delegate. Like, I wish to God somebody had math on that, because that's a huge deal for early sacrificers, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, like months and months ago, but I still predict that it's going to be surprisingly lower than people think it will be. But still, anything's better than.
What do you think it'll come in at? Like 2-3%?
Less than that.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You cut off.
Sorry, I said less than that.
Okay, so we can't even get 1%?
I'm not sure. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing all the other blockchains are paying out way more than that. Way more.
What do you
than
mean?
that. So,
1% of what? Of the amount you put in, or of the whole pool?
Yeah.
Delegating.
So, yeah, I didn't look at that. I thought that yesterday when I was on the dashboard, it was just saying that the network in general, it's like if you stake with Cardano, it'll tell you basically everybody gets like 5%, basically, right? Like if you stake, it's like 4.8%, 5.1%, depending on whatever wallet you use or whatever. It doesn't matter. So I don't know how it works in that sense. But like with AVAX, it's like a 9% right now. I know BSC has been all the way up to like 20 something percent. So 1%, I'm like, I don't know. I haven't seen any other ones be that low.
Right. Yeah, I have to see how the mechanics work. And then I thought the rotation worked like 5 delegators at a time, and it rotates through 5, all the way through the 33, and then back around, and then they just keep rotating because you need at least 5 to confirm a block. You don't, not all 33 are confirming them. So it's like a rotation.
Yeah, I don't care about that. All I
Oh,
wanted to know is what percentage rate are we gonna make to delegate? Like what type of a percentage rate right out of the gate? Obviously it'll probably be lower, but it'll be interesting to
right.
see what that number is.
So how
Yeah,
do
I
they
mean, think
rate them?
about it. What are you getting at the bank? Like, what are you getting at the bank? You're getting like nothing, right? And you're getting it in a dollar that's getting whacked. So, like sitting there getting 1, 2, 3% on your pulse chain in an asset
Right.
that can go up thousands of X is like, holy shit, you know?
So is that rated by the amount that's in it or the amount that they're paying out? Like who's going to be number one?
I do not
Delegate.
know.
Okay, we don't know these.
The validators, they can choose the percentages that they pay out.
Right.
You know, that's
And
the
that
thing.
puts them to the top, and that'll put them towards the top in our eyesight. And obviously, we're going to go with people that we know. You know, that's pretty much a no-brainer, right? We want to
Yes.
all the people we know in here, so we'll
Yeah,
help them out.
Man, exactly, 100%, bro. You know I'm all about that, and I know you are too. I just wanted to say that if a validator is paying 90% and making 10%, I mean, how good is that guy? I mean, think about it. If you're really good, Michael Jordan didn't pay for 100 grand. He was making a shitload of money because he was really good. And so there's nothing wrong with, I mean, you get what you pay for. I think that's what probably going to come down to. At the same time, there's nothing wrong with us trying to make, obviously a good return,
Right.
but it's got to make sense to everybody. It's
Right.
got to make
Right.
sense. It's got to make sense to everybody,
Hey, I just wanted to ask about since I read that it's not going to launch this month. I just wanted to ask what you think when it will launch, like how long it's postponed.
Yeah, so the answer is that no one has a clue when Pulsechain is going to launch. It's going to launch when Pulsechain is purring like a kitten in terms of the software, everything that they're doing to basically hand top tech to the network. That's what's going on right now. Optimization and just rewriting some code so that all the software that validators use to secure the network is like a Lamborghini. So they just basically, according to CryptoSafe, they're basically rewriting scripts so that the system can multi-thread, which basically can turn one server into like 5 servers because it's so much faster. So just in layman's terms, that's what's going on. In terms of the when he's going to launch it, as soon as it's ready to launch, software-wise, he'll look at the market and probably they'll determine when they think is a good time to launch it in that vantage point. But we just don't know, man. We just don't know. It could be next month. It could be in 3 freaking months, man. We just don't know. And that's just the truth. No one knows.
Just be ready.
Yeah. So the way I look at it is that, as they're looking at the last things that they can do and optimize, are looking at it, they're like, if it was us and we were launching Pulsechain, we were the dev team and we were looking at everything. This is a huge event in crypto, right? Like there's people all over the world about to use your chain, and everyone's, there's a lot of people watching. There's a lot at stake. If you think about it, there really is a lot at stake to do Pulsechain right in the crypto environment that we're in, where there's so much shit crumbling all around us. And all these people that were supposed to be the real non-scammer people are turning out to be the scammer people, right? It's just crazy. So I think that it's good that they just make Pulsechain super tight and buttoned up for that reason. And I think that, when they looked at everything, they realized that there was a few more things that they could optimize and get some bugs out. And that's what they're going to do. So the fact that Richard mentioned today, because you asked the question, so all we can do is kind of speculate on what he's giving us, right? He talked about the upgrades to the validator rotator, software, and then talked about that a lot of people would actually prefer that it launched when Bitcoin was tanking, because it's better to come in at the bottom of a bear than to get dumped on, So there's also a timing the market situation that might be going on, because 6 months ago or 3 months ago, we were in a very different market than we are right now. So those are just my 2 cents. And anybody else can please feel free to jump in on it. But I do think that's not a bad thing. I think what they're doing is the correct thing.
And also to illustrate basically what they did, and like that you have a metaphor that you can even reuse. Let's imagine if you have one GP, okay? One GP represents in the past one node validator, okay? And let's imagine you are a GP and you have, like, for example, a random number of patients. If you are only one GP and one human being, you can only sequentially basically consult your patient. You look at your patient and then figure out what is his problem, etc., and figure out his problem. So let's imagine that one GP is one node validator in the past, and he needs to basically process each transaction at a time. And let's imagine that now you would have the ability to, as a GP, as a doctor, to just clap your fingers and clone yourself whenever you want as a 4 GP, and then let's imagine if you have like 20 patients, you would basically empty the queue way faster, being able to clone yourself. And as soon as you don't need to clone yourself, you reclap your fingers, boom. You get rid of the 3 others, and you get back to only yourself. Being standalone then. And this is what they did basically. That's what they did in order to be able to handle more transactions at a certain time. And
Yeah. So am I saying this right,
higher
Crypto?
throughput. Yep.
So when a burst of transactions runs through, the servers are heating up. There's a threshold. All of a sudden, boom! Client turns on and says, "We need to clone ourselves."
Exactly.
Boom! Now we've got 2 running at the same time in parallel.
Yeah.
And that one overheats. Boom! They clone themselves again. And then once they've passed and done all the transactions, those clones, boom, they shut down, and now you're just running on normal mode.
Exactly.
You're just running on
to
normal
free up
mode.
the memory. Yeah.
And so this type of a thing, it sounds to me like it's like a 5x the throughput type, or even maybe even way more than that.
Definitely, of course.
I mean, it could be 40 times the throughput. I mean, just don't know.
It will all depend on basically the infrastructure that will be used and basically RAM memory used by any of the 33 node validators. That will be a hardware limitation in the end. So one node validator, if he has like a cheap servers with not a high spec config, will be able to handle or process less transaction at the same time than another one of like a really big, a high spec, high end server. See what I mean? So yeah.
Well, it also allows, like you said, though, it also allows for individuals who don't have the best setup to have the best software to run it so that it's optimized way more. Seems to me that the whole thing's about optimization so that the nodes that are running can run very smoothly even when people have shitty software. I mean, shitty hardware. You know. It's very cool.
Basically.
So hey, question.
Mhm.
So if there's more nodes, okay, so there's gonna be a Genesis node that Richard Hart's gonna run, correct?
I think there's actually initially 5 nodes that the dev team has to fire up because it's a minimum of 5 to generate blocks. And then once everything is going, then all of the other ones are going to be in rotation, and then the rotation will just start from there.
Okay. So the nodes are in rotation?
The validators. There's 33 validators, but there's only 5 at a time that are actually doing the blocks.
Okay. I think what I'm looking for was those that have different, I guess, servers that can access Pulsechain with different RPC or different chain IDs. I'm just getting into depth. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't understand your question. If you could rephrase the question, that'd be great.
So when you speak on nodes, are you guys talking about the validators specifically?
Correct. That's what those are. Validator nodes.
Node validators.
I think I'm mixing the terminology up. So I had a question because I thought this was be pertaining that kind of. So I think Y or Gamma was in here one time and he was speaking on it a little bit. Where you can run I guess a server to connect to the blockchain to access Pulsechain and with your hardware and have people access it as well through by just changing the RPC. So I might be changing the name. I don't know the specific terminology behind it. I just wanted to ask about it.
The fact of being able to change your RPC settings. You wanted to understand the terminology regarding that, or because the rotation is basically to let the 33 node validators getting rewards, and not like having only like 5 node validators validating transactions and having the monopoly. See what I mean? And it's also a question of what is your reputation, because each time that you have downtime or stuff like that, you get basically a bad marks, and after a certain time, if you get tons of bad marks, you are evicted from the swarm of the 33 node validators. So regarding the RPC, I don't really understand your question, because you mean that you think that amongst the 33 node validators, they will be divided into basically groups, and they will share amongst each other basically a certain RPC settings. That's what you meant.
I not I wasn't specifically talking about the validators, but I might just have to catch Gamma and see if I can recollect that conversation.
Yeah, essentially what they're doing now is they're just massively speeding up and upgrading the language that the validator rotation is written in, so that they can multi-thread and have, basically it's like turning one server into 5, and just speeds everything up. These things can then clone themselves, and then when a lot of transactions are being pushed through, it's like cloning yourself 4 or 5 times as a server, and then once everything slows down, those clones basically turn off. And so it's just a major upgrade in terms of RPC. I mean, that's just the network setting in your MetaMask, and you know what I mean. That you know exactly what that is. I'm surprised in you, Mello. I'm surprised.
No, I know what
Pulsenator.
I know what the RPC is. I'm really trying to get. Okay, so I just found what is the endpoints. RPC endpoints. Basically, there's people that run servers that, and Gamma was talking about that, and I was trying to get more information on it. But yeah, I found the name, I guess, and so now I know how to approach it.
I'm still trying to figure out what you're saying. So when you figure it out, let me know. I'd like to learn it.
Okay, I got you. I had just remembered when I was talking to a friend, and we were talking about servers and all. So I just wanted to get more information about it. That's all.
Regarding what you just said regarding regarding the endpoints.
Thanks for your help, Mello.
Okay, I just finished my sentence, and then he helped you. Just one sentence to clarify that. When you have an endpoint, an endpoint just represent basically a URL, an address that you use to access a remote service. And most of the time, it can be a server. But specifically speaking, it is used for web services in software development. When you want to basically interact with the backend, with a server that runs the backend, you're not going to interact like that. No, it gives you basically a series of endpoints that you can basically request at any moment, and with the parameters that you pass in the request, in a basically hidden way or in a public way, then the endpoint receives your request, processes your request, and returns to you the result. Can be, back in the day it was in XML, and nowadays it is in JSON. And they do that when they develop websites. Back in the days it was a mono architecture, and nowadays they tend to separate. So they divide in 2 to make it more complex, because it's more scalable and so on. The code is more maintainable, and they just separate in the architectures in 2. They develop the backend on one side and the front end on the other side. And when you access the website on the internet, you interact with the front end. And each time that basically the front end is downloaded on your computer, in your browser. And then each time that you click on a button, the front end, basically, which is on a standalone server, is going your front end is going basically to request the backend. And the backend is going to handle your request via endpoint, and is going to send you the response. For
No,
your
I know.
of your request.
Crypto safe. I understand all that.
Okay.
I was just looking for. I'm. Thank you for that.
Hey Nathan,
Mello
I got a
sound like
quick question.
Mello. You sound like you smoked a big fat blunt tonight, man.
No. I just wanted to find out about the endpoints server. So I just know that I've seen it being ran before. So when you guys talking about the throughput and the transactions and all that, I was just gonna ask if a different server would help, but it's okay. I have to tie it in, and I'll bring my final result to you guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Mello.
Mello,
it's good
big
to hear you.
dog.
Yep. Mello's one of the first gentlemen I ever spoke to on this chat. He's such the best on here. I always appreciate you, Mello.
Yeah, man. Appreciate all of y'all.
You too, man.
Hey, okay, here, Mando. I have one that y'all was supposed to answer on you guys live. The question kept on popping up. So where's the LP from PLS and ETH gonna derive from if the AMM bot is gonna bring it all to PulseX? Day one, is there gonna be PLS on the Ethereum side, or is it gonna be after the bridge?
I have no clue. I
Okay.
have no clue if it'll be after the bridge or not. I mean, bottom line, that's gonna be Richard and the team.
Okay,
In
because
my
I was
opinion.
wondering where the liquidity was going to
opinion.
come from. I was just wondering where the liquidity was going to come
Yeah.
from for
So
that.
I mean, so here's the thing. Any liquidity that has to come to start Pulsechain in the main liquidity pairings, in my opinion, is coming from Richard Hart. Okay. I do believe that. I'm just speculating when I say that, but the main liquidity pools that have to be set up to start the chain, the hex pairs, the pulse pairs, all that on both chains, the bridging, all of that, to make it so that the environment is usable and easy to use, and the liquidity pools that need to exist. I believe those are going to come from Richard and from the larger community. There's no question about it. You don't launch a chain and then not give it liquidity.
Of course. All right. Thank you.
I got a question, Mando.
Oh no, not another one. Let's see if we can get it answered for you, man, one way or another. What's up, brother?
I won't drag this one out. Do you have any updates on situation with Etherscan? I know we're trying to work with Block Scout, but do you know if Richard's planning to pay the 4 million or just improve on Block Scout later? Obviously, Pulsechain is delayed, so he might have more time. But what do you think?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that at all. I know that the one we use works fine for now, but I haven't heard anything about that. You'd have to go somewhere else. That literally has not been spoken about in any of the places I've been in for 2 months.
No, actually, it was out here not too long ago, Mando. They were talking about that. They didn't have an answer either, but they were talking about it.
Well, I just mean, I'm not, it's great people are talking about it, but if you don't have an answer, it's pointless, right? So I don't think so. Personally, I think that they're going to launch Pulse with the Explorer we've got now.
Gotcha.
I mean, is it really going to be an issue? Like I heard David Fear talking about it, but is it anything of any major concern? I don't really think that it would be. But
Why would it be? It's a working block explorer. It's perfectly fine.
yeah, Yeah, I don't think there's an issue. They're just comparing it to Etherscan, but yeah, I mean compared to Etherscan, it's slower, but that's not gonna be anything that's bad for the network necessarily.
Well, here's the thing: if your blockchain has like 40 times the throughput or whatever it's going to have, we don't even know now. They're doing such a good job. How fast will the block explorer work? You know?
Yeah, I mean probably faster, for sure.
Honestly, the block explorer is the last thing I give a crap about. As long as there's one I can go and see the transactions and look up addresses, and I'm good.
Of the
Just
chain
launch
is
it.
significantly faster. I would expect the block explorer to be significantly slower since it's having to index and sort through that much more data.
Yeah. Then why isn't Etherscan super slow? Etherscan's fast as shit, and Ethereum's as clogged as it can freaking be.
Do you think they're done with SAC balances? I know they were updating like almost every third day, and then that just went quiet. I'd say they're probably done. I don't know. What do you think?
They're done. They're done with the SAC balances, in my opinion, dude. They're done with that.
Mando, I picked up like 4 million tokens like 2 weeks ago, brother. Kind of cool.
4 million tokens?
Yeah, my sacrifice, it went up by 4 million.
Oh, you picked up 4. Oh, good for you, man. Good for you. That's good news, man.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Hey, it could be $4 million one day. Could be $4 million one day. You never know.
Mando, I always say we're going to be blessed. You know that.
Yeah, I know. You don't need 100,000 X to be blessed, though, bro. No, I think a dollar is what? 10,000. Yeah, $1 10,000 X, right? So there you go.
It's funny. The other day we were talking about being blessed, Steak and Bake, and I think Redneck was on here, and the fact that we woke up and we're another day closer to launch, we were blessed because a lot of people woke up dead. So just saying, we are blessed.
They woke up dead. That's funny.
Nathan, I'm gonna come out there and see you in the western part of the United States here soon, man. My daughter lives out there by you, so that'd be cool, man.
Yeah, man. Let's do it. I'm trying to know more people in this community because it's like, why would you talk to anybody else after a 10,000x? So, man.
But I'll see you at PulseCon, brother. Mando's going. So.
Oh, yeah, Mando's going. Dude, PulseCon's going to be epic. I think everybody's going. A bunch of the Hexagon chicks. Elon Musk, apparently. Like, I'm pretty sure Pulsechain is going to be out before PulseCon. So, yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Oh, yeah, it will be. I bet you drink.
I'd take you up
I
on
would
it.
imagine. I would imagine he'd want Pulse to be out by then. I would imagine.
He's gonna do it, man. Yeah, he's gonna do it. Come on.
Hey, man. You know what, dude? At this point, I've just put Pulsechain on the shelf. I'm just staring at it like a picture, just ready to, like a present, just ready to open.
Man, what I'm telling my onboards is they keep calling me and emailing me and whatever, texting me, and I'm telling them, aren't you glad that we sacrificed, that our money ain't going anywhere? You ain't lost nothing. They're like, Jake and Ada, am I okay? I go, yes. I keep on reaffirming, letting them know that they're still okay because they sacrificed. The money they put in ain't going up. It ain't going down. We're in the best place that we can be. We're going to get them all into, all of his projects. And as long as they do that, we're going to be okay. 100%. And I keep reassuring them of that.
Well,
Because
here's the other thing too, that like a lot of people don't think about that didn't come from Hex. Like this exact same thing happened with Hex. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a year and a half, I think. Like, after he said it was coming, but it was different. It was different the way that, they raised the capital with the AA, because it was like you didn't have to interact with anything or like put any money out until it was you were just putting your ETH in and you were getting your Hex right out. It was coming straight into your wallet, right? And you could interact with Uniswap. So that's why, even though from peak to trough, it took a damn near 2 years or whatever it was for Hex to be done, and everybody was waiting for it. This one's like everybody put in whatever they were going to put into the sacrifice up front, and it's like you're waiting for the AA. It's like you're waiting to get the tokens. It's like, oh god.
A lot of people
The problem is that a lot of people put in X amount in, basing their decision on what he was saying at first, in terms of a time frame, and it's obviously gone way over that, and that's where the no expectations piece comes in. So it is what it is.
A lot of people don't know on here that they're I even venture to say that a lot of people don't know that there was no sacrifice for Hex, and so it's a whole different ballgame, like you said.
No, it was a year-long adoption amplifier. It was totally different. Totally different.
So from 0 to $1 is 10,000x. That's what we're gonna go with.
Correct. Well, no,
Yep.
that's what it is. From the 3 zeros and a 1 to $1 is a 10,000x, which is like crazy.
I mean, yeah. If Pulsechain goes to $1, I'm gonna be good. But I've heard some estimates that maybe, depending on the launch price, I guess 2 zeros. Somebody's saying 2 zeros and a 4 to 40 cents is more conservative, and that would be a 10,000x as well.
Nathan, if Pulsechain goes to 10 cents, Mando's going to be sitting pretty good, I think. Never mind $1.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what you're talking about at all.
I mean,
actually,
anywhere in cents.
Actually,
I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
If it goes to 10, if it goes to 10 cents, I won't be doing as good as Mando, but I think you and I would be doing okay. Anybody on here would be doing pretty good.
No, I mean, if you just take 0.0001 times 10,000, it's $1. I don't need a freaking 10,000x, dude. Okay, nobody here needs a 10,000x. That's just silly money. That's just retarded money. Yep. Okay, like seriously.
0.01, guys. I am multimillionaire. I already tell you.
I know.
Excuse
right?
me. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Say it again.
0.01. I would be more than a multimillionaire.
Oh, nice.
I mean, let's just be conservative. Ethereum did a 14,000x, and Ethereum fucking sucks. So, what is Pulsechain gonna do?
I think Ethereum did more than that, bro.
No, it was right around that.
Was it right?
It's fair to put it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pulsechain already has the adoption. It can actually scale. Ethereum can't. So, I mean, you have every Ethereum user plus over 40 projects that want to build on Pulsechain. I say I say 15 to 20,000 X. That's my conservative estimate.
Oh, hey Nathan, I want to get me a nice Jeep, bro, like a CJ7. That'd be cool.
Yeah, you can pick them up for like reasonable prices. They're not. It depends. A lot of them, I mean, out west, you're not gonna have any rust. But where I live, like in the east, you got to be careful. Mine has absolutely zero rust, which is why I bought it. But the difference between top dollar and like the mid-range price isn't that much. For top dollar, you pretty much just get a dash pad and like a nice paint job. But if you go under that, like my price range, like 7,500, 8,000, you'll still get a badass Jeep. It'll just need like a few things here and there. So
Gotcha.
cool thing.
James Crypto. James Crypto. Do you have a question there for us? Going once, going twice. Mr. James Crypto. All right.
Oh yeah. I was just gonna ask if that guy said he thought PulseX was going to 20,000 X. Is that what he said? I just want to make sure I heard that right.
guys, come on, guys. let's scale back the X
No,
times. Right now. It's getting
listen.
retarded.
That's conservative. That's conservative. Come on now. You Mando, you're just being conservative. You know it's gonna do a million X. Come on now, stop playing.
That'd be great.
All right. Yeah, it's going to a million X, guys. Million fucking X. Pulsenator, you heard it. Pulsenator first.
No, this is a group discussion.
Pulsenator first. Million X.
I mean, in 10
Pulse
years.
X.
I mean, in 10 years, yeah, probably. What do you guys think?
You never know, Nathan. You're right.
What did Bitcoin do? 6.9 million X, and you can't fucking do anything with it. Like, there's really no competition for like a product, like a project with actual product market fit. That's a finished product. Like, yeah, I think that's conservative.
Hey Mando, quick question. Do you think that what are your thoughts on Richard spending some cash after mainnet as far as advertising? I think he's gonna go for it, man.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were him, would you do it?
Well, I'm in advertising, so I'd say definitely.
So why would you ever build a thing and not market it?
No, believe me, I'm into marketing. I've been doing it forever. Absolutely 100%. But he hasn't done a lot of it. So I think it's time. That's my point.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, man, I'll be honest with you. I would prefer to have the thing actually exist before I start marketing it. You can do certain things pre-launch, but I'm more concerned with building the thing before and marketing it after.
That's why I said after mainnet, Mando.
There you go. Especially when you have 150,000 shillers that are already out there shilling it like crackheads.
You know I am.
I think the documentary will go a long way for us. They can actually get it on Netflix or a platform that's like of the same caliber. Yeah, I think that'll be a good chunk of marketing.
Well, the quality is obviously like the best you can get. You can just tell by the work that they're doing. It's going to be the highest quality film you can buy, essentially, in terms of professionalism. So that's really nice to be able to have that kind of quality. It'll be really fun, the narrative. It'll be fun to watch what they actually put in this thing and what it actually speaks to people.
Well, I know they're going to finish with Pulsechain, And yeah, Pulsechain just launched, so you know the decision is yours. I think a lot of people are probably going to be interested in Pulsechain.
Oh, a lot of people already are. You know what I mean? I mean, if you can have a chain launch with 150, 250,000 people, like right out of the gate, that's astra freaking nomical, dude.
Oh yeah, Pulsechain has a lot going for it. I mean,
What is ETH has what, like a million? How many users does it have right now? I'm having a
I'd have
brain
to
fart on
check
that. I don't
that.
know why. I think it's like over like 1.2 million or something like this.
It's like 3 million, Mando, I think.
Is it 3 million?
It's
Jeez.
a lot.
I didn't think it was 3 million. Damn. Yeah, maybe it was 3 million.
Sadu might know. What's up, Sadu?
What up, buddy? What's going on?
Hey, Mando, it's so exciting, man. Since I've been on here, there's so many these smart young guys that come on here. They've only been on here for a few months, and they're sharp as hell. They're kind of like impulsive. It's just so awesome, man. They're such the best to be on here. I just want to say hello to you, brother.
Roger that. I'm just doing some research over here. Wasn't really listening in. I was seeing if there's something y'all talking about.
Yep.
Nice.
Nathan, how long you been into Pulsechain and Hex? PulseX.
Yeah, I was been in Pulsechain since the Sacrifice. I was buying Hex around Christmas of 2020. So I got to ride it to all-time high and then all the fucking way down. But it's all good.
Hold on, Nathan. Are you the guy on How to Pulse too?
On how to pulse? No. I don't have a YouTube channel.
Because there's a gentleman on How to Pulse. His name is Nathan. Are you that same guy?
No.
No, that's a different Nathan.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh shoot! I didn't know you were like an OG, bro. God bless you, man.
No, I'm not an OG. I think a Hex OG. I mean, that's like pre-big payday. I'm like I've been around for a while, but I'm not an OG.
Yeah, I'm not either. I got in last July of last year.
Yeah, that's cool. But I'm glad to be a Pulsechain OG. That'll carry some weight in the future.
You got that right, brother.
Yeah, man. Pulsechain OG is where it's at. Where it's at. PulseX OG.
Oh yeah.
Pulsecano.
Yeah, I was thinking, fuck, man, I could have gotten into Hex a lot earlier, but I was brand new to crypto and just investing in general, and I was in XRP for a while, and then so I got away from that narrative, and then I bought Hex, but I was thinking, fuck, man, if I just bought a Richard Hart project from day one, why did I waste a year with XRP? And then Richard's like, all right, boom, Pulsechain, PulseX, 2 freaking new projects from day one. I'm like, holy shit, thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
Hey,
So you're PulseX too,
you
right,
got out.
Nathan?
You got out the wrong. You got out at the right time too.
Nathan,
2020.
you got Pulse.
That was.
Well, I could have sacrificed more XRP, but I bought a Jeep instead. Not too upset about that decision, but I could have set myself up a little bit better.
Nathan, you have PulseX too, right?
Yeah, I got PulseX.
Job, brother.
I went harder on PulseX than Pulsechain, but I'm still happy with my Pulsechain sacrifice.
Yeah, I got more Pulsechain than I'm sorry, more PulseX than Pulsechain. So I'm gonna be definitely investing some more in that 100%.
Yeah, I think the single-sided staking with PulseX will be pretty lucrative. So I'm probably gonna DCA the incentive token into Pulsechain over time, because that's the one I know is definitely gonna do mad gains, like Ethereum style gains.
Are you going to provide liquidity?
No, I'm not too familiar with impermanent loss, so I'm just gonna let the
Yeah, so
whales do their thing.
that's the incentive token. Yeah, you can't get the incentive token without LP providing. But
Okay.
you'll get the you'll get the rewards tokens from single-sided staking once the pools are set up.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll move those into Pulsechain. But yeah, I'd like to provide liquidity, but I know that you got to keep a 1-to-1 ratio, and a whale can just come in and either pump or dump on your ass, and then you're basically screwed. So I'm gonna observe for a while before I consider doing that.
I think it's important for people to know that they're just getting into this to want to do, liquidity when they don't know what they're doing. It's not smart. I'm definitely not, because I'm really into that. So just trying to be smart with my money, man.
Yeah, it's too much. I'm not gonna risk the opportunity of losing gains on a day one project just for a little bit of yield. That to me is ludicrous.
Exactly.
I think I kind of want to play as many games as I can. Like my plan is to probably bridge over about 15% of my hex, my EHEX, and then pair it with PHEX and then earn liquidity from that.
You think you'll earn enough for the EHEX to overcome the impermanent loss?
Well, it's not really that. I don't care. Like if people want to buy more one or the other, and I end up heavily weighted on one or the other, I'm not worried.
Yes, that's the thing. That incentive token, I think that incentive token is going to be awesome. And I think it's going to incentivize people like a son of a bitch to provide liquidity, because it'll really remove the sting from impermanent loss earning that incentive token, plus the fees.
For sure. I think it'll be safer once PHEX and EHEX get a little stabilized, though. And I wouldn't do it early when they're really, really volatile, right? You have more impermanent loss likely then. So once they stabilize to equalize in price or whatever they're going to go to, right? That's when I would do it.
Yep.
Hi guys.
Hey, got him. What's going on?
Message in the group also. This is just my thought. Stand on this. I mean, just to let you know. See, even though release,
Your mic's cutting out. We couldn't hear you.
Sorry?
Your microphone was cutting out, so please start over.
I've just sent a message in the group also. And, I mean, promised a date on the launch. The I mean, like we all know, it has been expecting. So is there, I mean, something he can with some incentive token that
Your
Hey,
mic
bro,
is
you're
really
breaking
cutting
up.
for
out.
You gotta.
staking? No, I mean, no, I'm not asking if he would do or not. I'm just
We can't hear
thinking
you.
like,
We can't hear you, man. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You got to come out and come back in, or go to a better connection.
am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have, sent a message in the group as well, and I've sent it to Richard Hart as well. Richard Hart has not promised any date on the release of the chain, but still, we all feel like it has been delayed a bit. So, would it be good if, like, he incentivize the people who have sacrificed with a token that he's gonna incentivize with people who are going to stake it for the days that has been delayed, so that people who have sacrificed don't feel that we have been delayed for long.
So the premise that I don't agree with right out of the gate is the word delayed. So there was never a date given for Pulsechain, unfortunately,
Yeah, I agree
and
with that. I agree
there
with
is
that. But
not any expectations that you're
yeah, I
allowed to
agree with
have
that.
with regards to when, right?
Yeah,
So
I
why are
agree
you
with that.
asking for extra things? Why would you ask for extra things?
Yeah, but
Like Richard owes you something.
no, Richard doesn't owe me anything. But as a community, I'm not talking about the ethical part of this thing. But as a
Okay.
community, people started getting, I mean, a bit disappointed with the
No,
release dates.
I
no,
don't
no,
agree
no.
with that at all.
Yeah, I'm done too.
Don't speak for the community, bro, because I think you're
Okay, I
kind of
don't,
want like
I can't
nearsighted
represent
on
the
that.
entire community, but this is a part of a community which we
I
cannot
think it's a good
neglect,
idea.
because we want to include everybody in the community. We want to grow as a whole thing. I mean, it's just I mean, I just want to listen to your opinions. I mean, I'm fine with whatever opinions you're giving, but I'm not representing the entire community, but it's just part of a community, or whatever, who are messaging in the Twitter, or whatever places where things are getting delayed, this kind of thing.
I don't understand your question.
Can you just in a 30-second soundbite, please tell me what you're proposing, what you think that
Yeah, I'm
should be done?
proposing, like, we were expecting a mid-May launch of Pulse Chain, but since it didn't happen, and as a Hex community, we understand that whatever time that has been promised, if it is not uh, fulfilled by us, we are being penalized.
It was never
Yeah, it is not
promised.
promised, but there was an expectation set. There was an approximate expectation set. Would the community be more happy if we had an incentive token for all the delay that is happening as per our expectation that was given? That's it.
Yes, yes, it's a
I
good
think
idea.
the answer is no.
No.
Yeah, so it's essentially
Yeah,
what
why
you're
don't you
saying,
what?
though. Hold on. So essentially what you're saying is, hey, since it's delayed, don't you think Richard should give everybody some money?
Not should, but would it be better? I
That's
mean,
essentially
if
what you're saying.
yeah, if you
I
take
Hey,
it that way,
Crypto Coin agrees with him. Crypto Coin agrees with him. Go ahead, Crypto Coin.
not should, but would it be better?
You're killing me. You're literally killing me.
No,
Come on,
I'd
brother.
prefer that the money goes toward the blockchain and the ecosystem, if it was going to go there, toward liquidity providing, toward building better things that are going to pump the shit out of our bags, if he even in fact is doing that. So No, if you sacrificed, with zero expectations. And
But then we
as
all
much as
we have
it's
always been listening about the launch date, and people are getting disappointed with the launch date.
you got to get over it, man.
No,
Yeah.
see, it's, no,
You have to get
see,
over.
there's no other chance than getting over about it. There's no other thing that anybody of us can do. But would it be better? That's what I'm asking.
No.
I guess if Richard just started sending out a bunch of ETH to us, that'd be great. Like, here, guys, here's some of the sacrifice back.
But then that would give us expectations regarding Richard. So the no expectations goes out.
So why
Richard's
is
gonna
all
give us money every
the
time just to appease people's
discussion
expectations.
or tweets about the date of the launch?
It was a guesstimate. It was never a set time. But
the delay is tactical. You'll thank him more later.
Yes.
Yeah, he's never said, "Oh, mid-May." He's always said software is very hard. The devs could come back and say we need to do this, that, the other, and it's a rolling time frame. So,
well, he said he was hoping for a mid-May.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And once mid-May came, he said, we're talking to the devs. They ran the main guy ran the audit, found some bugs, and then also found a way to optimize the validator rotation by rewriting everything in Go. So Pulsechain is going to be a much more faster chain because of what they're doing. It's going to be more secure and just by far a better chain. Yeah,
we'll wait for we'll wait for the Bitcoin bottom.
You guys signed up for delays when you sacrificed. It's just that simple. But yeah, I don't think that anybody should be coming in here and saying that Richard should be giving people money.
No, I'm not telling he should be giving. It's
yeah,
like
gotcha. If you're looking for support on here for that place, you get no support on that.
No, I've got.
Hey, guys, let's not hate on him. I mean, come on, this nice guy,
I'm just making a point which would be better for the community. That's it. I'm not making any point. I don't want Richard to do something that I'm
so
something
like
that. My only point is whenever he's giving a date, like it's not going to happen this month, is what he tweeted today, right? So when he says that because people have some expectation on the date. That's the reason he tweeted that. Do you agree or not?
He's giving us updates. I mean, he's giving us updates.
Yeah, he's giving us update because we are expecting an update. Otherwise, he wouldn't do
but
that.
Gautam, your argument that of this
no, I'm not arguing. I just want to discuss. I mean, there is a difference
so
between
your
argument and discussion.
Let me just say, your discussion starts with bringing up some questions. Can you mute yourself out because we're getting? Can you mute? You're not talking.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but when I'm talking, you have to mute yourself out.
Yeah.
Mute your microphone when you're not talking.
Mute your microphone when you're not talking, sir. Okay. So the premise of what you're saying, you come in here and I'm totally in a dialogue with you, right? But you come in and you make a straw man argument by asking a question that just sounds so smooth and so, and it's like, well, don't you think the community would benefit from that? That's basically the question. Like, don't you think the community would benefit from essentially Richard giving everybody money because they had an expectation of a certain date and it's not being hit? But in fact, he never gave an actual date. He never said it was actually going to be launched at a certain time.
Can I see even Pulse or PulseX? I don't think he's giving any money. It's like he's giving you tokens, which the market would decide what money or whatever it would be. It might be a loss or profit, depends on what the price the market decides. So just to incentivize people because of the delayed launch, I mean,
Incentivize us to do what?
incentivize for him not to keep updating on when the project would launch, because he is doing that because people are expecting a particular date when it will be launched, so he's telling no, it will
No, they're
launch at
not.
this. That's
They're
fine
not
then.
expecting a date, man.
Yeah, that's fine then. I'm done with my question.
I
Thank you.
think
You're expecting a date.
I think Godam,
He's
there's
expecting a
some
date.
confusion between mid-May and what Richard actually said. Richard never said yes. Mid-May that's when we're launching Pulsechain. He said his devs thought that it could be ready by then, but he also told us explicitly that software is challenging and that their best guess could be as bad as his. So here we are.
Exactly.
Pulsechain probably was ready to launch at the end of May. However, they did an audit and found some things they can improve on, which is fine with me because Bitcoin is about to capitulate a lot more. So I'm good. I'm staking Hex. I don't really give a shit. I would say if you're going to be in cryptocurrency long term, patience is a virtue. You should learn to have some more patience.
Amen.
Okay, let me put it
Anytime.
in this way then. Can I? As a
Tell us why Richard owes you money, man. Tell us why Richard owes you money.
let me put it in a different way then. No, Richard doesn't owe me anything. See, I mean, if you want me to make fun of me, then it's fine. I'm all right with that. Then let me
No,
put
but
it
I
in a
just want to
different
be
way.
clear. That's exactly
No,
what
no,
you're arguing,
let me
and
put
I'm
it in a
letting
different way.
we're letting you have your argument.
Let me put it in a different way. I mean, if Hex has launched on May 1st and everybody in the Hex community staked it, they would have got an incentive token, right? What if that
No.
happens without it being launched?
Well, that would be an impossibility because the incentive token is part of the Pulsechain network. Richard would have to. I mean, what is this token? What utility does it have? What purpose does it serve? You know, by that logic, Richard should just give everybody money, which is a pretty fucking stupid
No,
idea.
why are you talking about money? I'm not talking about money.
Well,
I'm
you're
just talking
referencing.
about a token.
You're
saying that-
referencing an incentive token that I'm assuming you think is going to be in a liquidity pool that you can swap for ETH or whatever else you want, correct?
Yeah, that could be a later part. I don't have to have them. I mean, I'm not the one who's talking about the money. I'm just talking about the token.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
so
the
the
same.
incentive token is inflationary, and it only comes into existence when people provide liquidity in PulseX by being an LP provider. So when you're talking about the incentive token, you're talking about a token that literally doesn't exist until the blockchain goes live and PulseX is live with pairs and LP providing is happening. So what incentive token are you talking about that would be great for Richard to just start dishing out to everybody?
So, do we have any incentive token that if we stake PulseX or Pulsechain that we get?
So with Pulsechain, when the chain goes live, you can delegate to validators and earn parts of the fees on the network. You can't do that until the chain is live. With PulseX, you can provide liquidity as an LP provider and earn an incentive token. But for that to happen, you actually have to have a working Pulsechain and a working PulseX and LP providing. With the single-sided staking, Pulsechain and PulseX both have to be live, and there has to be protocols that are voted on so that when you're single-sided staking, you can earn the rewards tokens that are being provided by those protocols. And in that way, you're earning the rewards tokens that are being paid out that are currently called the party token as a placeholder. So in all of those different scenarios, you have to have Pulsechain deployed and PulseX deployed with the actual activities being happening on chain. So you're coming over. What you're saying is he should give us this incentive token. There's nothing that exists for him to give us yet. You're literally
That was clear.
asking for him to come up with
Yeah, I
something that
understand.
doesn't exist.
Yeah, I understand. That was very clear.
Pulsechain's gonna launch at the end of the summer. Got him. Don't worry about it. You'll be all right.
It's
Yeah, I
rough.
I'm
It's
got
just
them.
not
rough on
worried.
everybody.
I just want to give some clarity. I'm just not worried. I'm all right till 2026 or whatever 2027. So I just mentioned this point because sometimes I get worried. Like there are some people who get worried. I mean, they may move out of the community or they may be in a panic mode. So I mean, I just want to try to help the community. That's it. I mean, if I
Hey,
can.
got them. Hey, got them. Real quick. If anything, if you brought any of your friends or family into this community and they're not in the market right now because they sacrificed, then they're in a good place. So, if anything, I would reassure them that they're blessed to be in here because you got them in here. If you did, and if the person that got you in here, then tell them thank you. But I would say this, there's nothing free in life. You know, this is, cryptocurrency is very volatile, but you're in the right place. And that's the bottom line. And I think that's what Mandalorian and Nathan and these folks and myself are trying to tell you. So nothing's for free. Um, if we get blessed with incentive tokens or a party token after the fact, he didn't have to do that, but he did, and he will. And we believe Richard Hart to be a man of his word, and because of his proven track record, and that's who we are, and that's what we believe.
Yeah, I too believe that. That's the reason I have bought in so many people, and I'll keep bringing so many people. My only concern is like I don't want him to be a person who, I mean, who kept his word all the way, but at this point of time, that is the only concern that people are having. Like it's getting delayed. Maybe he's not keeping up his promise, and I don't want to lose people for this thing because there are far better reasons why he's doing this, but always people don't understand that. That's the only thing.
Well, God, here's the thing: when we sacrifice for Pulse, right? I'm assuming that you did, but when we did that, we had nothing. There was nothing, right? We just believed in Richard that he was a man of his word, like you said, and sacrificed knowing and believing that what he was saying was true about blockchain, was true about speech and assembly and freedom and security and everything he teaches. So now what do we have fast forward 10 months later? What do we have now? Do we have anything to show for it? Is there anything to show for that 10 months of time since the first Pulse chain sacrifice started?
No.
Absolutely. 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 We have a working V2B. We have Pulse chain alive on testnet. We have millions and millions of transactions. We have a amazing looking PulseX DEX, which is the nicest DEX I've ever seen.
That's true.
Right? We have them finishing all of the balances where they made the nicest, sickest affidavit, ledger of everyone's sacrifice balances. So you could see every single thing to the freaking T. Okay. If you were ever going to look for professionalism in a certain time frame to build a thing as big as Pulse Chain, look at what they've already delivered, the team, man. In my opinion, being around the space a long time, they are actually doing it at a very fast pace and at the highest level of professionalism and transparency from the blockchain side. You can go on blockchain on the chain right now and you can use the testnet. Pulse chain is alive right now. You know what I'm saying? So this isn't a question of if Pulse chain, it's when.
I'm equally amazed, man. I'm equally amazed. That's why I bought in
I'm just saying that we tend to forget the amount of hard work and integrity that we can so clearly see right in front of our faces.
Yeah, the problem is not everybody understands that, man. I mean, I'm equally amazed. I'm equally loving the project. I equally love Richard Hart. I'm just, I mean, I'm trying to represent people who doesn't understand all these things. That's it.
So
I
let
know
me
that.
ask you a question. Go ahead.
I know that it can be discouraging. Yeah, if you're new, maybe you haven't sacrificed 1,000 or 2,000 before, and it's 10 months. Where's that money? I need, that money quite often. But Hex took a year. Like Mando was saying, when these people are like, "Where's Pulsechain?" I put in money I needed. Show them the progress, show them the testnet, show them what Pulsechain can do, how you can bridge things over. I think they'll be impressed as well.
It's not that simple when you're bringing in people, or when you can see. I see whenever Richard Hart tweets something.
But here's the thing,
There's
it's
nothing
not that
Can
simple.
I complete, please? So it's not that
Yeah, I think
easy.
I think we've listened to your point long enough.
Okay, then let's go ahead
Respectfully,
with
though.
your points. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Very much.
respectfully, though. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's like, let's think about, did the team think that when Ethereum did an EIP 1559 that they were going to have a 2-month delay in one bug? No. So that's why you were supposed to have no expectations. And that's why you're not supposed to talk people into Pulsechain that don't understand it and don't have the correct mindset before you get them involved with it.
I have a bit of an off-topic question, guys, if I may.
Go
Can you guys hear me?
ahead. Yeah, man. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, sweet. I was in here earlier. Just a couple of I had a couple of questions before. Same topic to do with like Ledger and your Trezor cold storage wallets and MetaMask and whatnot. But the more I've been thinking about it today, the more I was a little confused when I think Papa was talking this a few hours ago, maybe like 5 hours ago. He was saying about having two ledgers or something, one to keep your crypto and one for your liquid. Now I was just a little confused around that. Like, what does that entirely mean? Why would I need two? I do need to, get some more security on the MetaMask. But yeah, just a little bit about that. If someone could help, that'd be great.
Yeah. So just I mean, bare bones minimum.
Sorry, Mando. I was here when Sizlak was asking that question to Papa B. I'm happy for you to go. I was there for that conversation with him.
No, I would prefer to shut up. So go ahead.
No stress. So Sizlak, so you currently don't have a hardware wallet, that's correct?
No, I just got my MetaMask. I'm pretty safe. I don't really connect to anything bad. I'm pretty thorough in what I do for the last year or so using MetaMask, but I have been, more and more thinking about doing, a hard cold storage on something. But majority of my
to the point. Sorry, just to the point of what Papa was saying. So the two wallet situation is where, so you have your kind of hotter wallet. So currently you have an address where your tokens are stored on the blockchain. You're accessing this through MetaMask. And so what was recommended is you have one hardware wallet for you to migrate the seed phrase, which is sort of your private key to your tokens on the blockchain, and put that into the hardware wallet. Now, the other recommendation of the second hardware wallet was that you have that to be a vault or a cold wallet. So this has never touched the internet in terms of the seed phrase. Nothing's been typed in. It's been generated offline. So when you actually use that hardware wallet, the seed phrase is generated completely offline, and you would write that down in an analog method and store it in that way. So then you would send if you're in hex terms, you would send hex to that cold wallet, and then you would stake it from there, so that you have the least amount of risk, or you have the highest security that can be suggested for your staked or funds that aren't liquid. And then you have that hot wallet, which you've been dealing with everything currently. And then once you've moved everything off that, say, hotter wallet, I would then even suggest you create a new account to be doing all your hot transactions. So if you're onboarding money and all of these things, you would have an account for doing that. And then you have your cold wallet, which is the one that is like your long-term locked up assets that really hasn't been involved in anything for a risk as a risk vector.
Yeah, right. So basically, the second one is just like a full on, Fort Knox safe. If I'm not going to touch these coins for X amount
Yeah.
of years, just to put them in something super secure.
Yes.
Yeah, but for the absolute minute, like right now, playing around, on different chains, like mostly Ethereum or the Binance chain for myself, trading or doing buying and selling little things, and that it would be fine basically just to have one and just having one Trezor or one, cold storage to do those transactions to make it safer. Yeah.
Yes. So having one is completely fine. If you want to be making trades and things, like, it's completely fine to just do one. It's recommended to have the two so that you do protect and have that high security. But when we talk about having one in this scenario, you want that to be still a seed phrase or an account that has been created offline. So if you were to do your migration to protect your current, say, setup of how you've got an account on Metamask, you would migrate it, and then you would create another account from scratch so that you have a brand new seed phrase. And that account, you would send all the funds from your current one to it, and then you would have a highly protected account. So if you had something that currently exists, that if you have, say, staked tokens that you can't move, so if you had a HEX stake that's locked up for 15 years, the point of doing the migration is to increase your security, but you can't get the highest level. So if all your tokens are liquid, then you would just go and create a brand new account from a wallet, a hardware wallet, so that everything's offline, and then you just send all the tokens over there, and then you can start from scratch on a very highly protected one. But if you have staked tokens, that's why you would do a migration, so you can increase your security profile, but it doesn't mean you've got the highest level by doing so.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I've got a few tokens that are like reflection tokens. Let's just say, for instance, like your safe moons, So
Yeah.
will that work? Would I cop any fees by like transferring them to this new wallet or migrating them? Because of
Someone else will have
the buy and sell tax.
Mando, I'm not sure if you know about that.
What was that, sorry?
I can't comment on those tokens. Is like I don't really know at all. Potentially, you would be paying some tax, but given that you're not going through a DEX and it's just a send, maybe you wouldn't. I don't know. You'd have to look into that.
Yeah, nah, no worries. Cheers, guys.
I would strongly encourage you to not think of yourself as safe without a hardware wallet. Like, even if you're taking the best practices that you can, that you have like a dedicated laptop just for crypto, that you never read email on, that you never surf the web on, unless you're using a hardware wallet, I wouldn't consider yourself safe.
Yeah, Spiffy's right, and that comes down to the fact that your actual private key or your seed phrase is stored within the browser extension of MetaMask. So that is accessible through, well, I guess if someone was a quality hacker or there's certain programs that were in that you interacted with, that is stored online. So the whole point of getting a hardware wallet is making sure that there is no trace of your private keys online anyway. So yes, I would not consider you safe, even though you have safe practices.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hey, Mello, are you there? You got a second? Mello, are you still awake? Hello.
Hey, Gotham, I feel really bad, and I'll be more than happy to offer you what you paid for on your sacrifices for your tokens, just to make everything right. And gone.
What's going on?
Everyone's silent now. All right, what's the next topic for the night?
Hey, Marsh, I got a question for you, bro.
Sure.
Okay, isn't there a place that people that want to build their token or coin, whatever the case may be, on Pulsechain, where they can go and speak about that and get information? Is there a place that they can go? Let's say, for instance, I wanted to, launch my project on Pulsechain when it comes out. Is there a place people could go to that we could send them to be able to ask questions and on how to do that? I believe there is.
It depends on what questions you're asking, I guess. So there is the Pulse Dev chat. So if you were wanting specific development questions that would be like to do with coding or specific mechanics for launching on Pulse Chain, then that would be applicable. In terms of discussing your project to community, then the Pulse Chain altcoin group would be the more suitable one. If you're wanting just community members to help give you some insight into building a project, then I'm not aware of that too directly. But I think if you can, just hook into maybe some founders or anything of other projects to get some questions, that's probably the best way to do it if you're recommending someone.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Pulsechain altcoin group link.
Yeah, sure. I'll post it in the chat if you want. I'll just search it up.
Yeah, sure. Appreciate you.
Good job, Sadu.
Thanks, Jake.
Hey, Sadu, do you wear like a headset or something? Because your volume is like perfect.
Yeah, I have a nice microphone and headphones.
Yeah, it's sick, bro.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I bought
What
a
kind of mic?
one microphone. It's a
So
Rode podcast.
quick. Sorry, I just dropped it in
Gotcha.
the chat right now. So
Thanks,
if you
sir.
want to find it, it's right there.
Yeah, I gotcha. See it. It's a Rode podcast. RODE. Or Rode Pod Mic. Sorry.
Where do you
It's
get
about
it?
$100. And that's XLR actually. You have to get the XLR set up for it. It's about $100, and it's comparable to the SM7B. You know, like the $400 one. So this is like, probably the nicest $100 mic you can get. It's decent, as you can tell.
Is it like a mic you have in front of
How do
you?
you interface that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I got it on the stand or like a arm. How do you interface it? So you got to get a digital to analog converter that has XLR into it. So I have like a mixer, which is really nice. You can turn up and down. I game as well and stream, and you can turn up and down in just about anything, like in 4 different channels, like your chat, your mic, your system sounds, all like dynamic, however loud or whatever you want them at the time. So I'll recommend a mixer if you want to go with a Go XLR mic or an XLR mic. I got a Go XLR mixer, which is just like a 5-channel.
You sound like
Oh
you
no,
got
I've been
YouTube.
I've been in the music business for decades. I have a studio, and I was just curious how you're interfacing it because I usually use my cell phone, so I didn't know if you had like I know there's 3.5 millimeter mics and lightning port mics
Right.
and stuff now. So I was just wondering if
XLR is the connection for this mic.
okay.
Yeah, you sound awesome, bro.
Thank you, dude. It's nice to hear. Hey, you can really tune up your voice quality, like just the bass and the mids and everything. So it's nice to hear that it's tuned well. You can also have it like I could probably scream in this
You
thing.
get like a 3-band
won't ever get too
EQ on them.
loud.
You have like a compressor and a 3-band EQ in the mixer.
Yeah, it's got an equalizer. Let me go look at it.
Hey, so dude, can you DM me that, bro, so I can buy one?
Yeah, sure. The mic or the whole setup.
Yeah, the whole setup. If you don't mind, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so you could look into mixers. I'll send you one I got, but like I said, yeah, it's kind of like a gaming $250 mixer, which you could probably find a mixer comparable price that'll do more stuff on the mixer itself, like it's different features and more channels and whatnot. But yeah, so that's just definitely your XLR cable interface for the mic, and yeah, I'll see the mic I got.
Okay, cool. I haven't asked you, where you are you in the United States or where are you at, brother?
Yeah, Dallas, Texas, the United State of Texas.
Oh, so you're a Raider fan.
Of course. No. Unfortunately, Cowboys fan, but we had the 90s, so.
That's right. I'm out here in Los Angeles. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but
I heard it's pretty cool. in some ways not so cool.
Yep.
Hey Jake, we should link up, man. I got a full blown recording studio out here.
Where do you live? You out here?
I'm in your backyard. Yeah, I'm out here. Yeah.
No way.
I won't disclose my exact coordinates, but I'm within an hour of you, regardless of where you're at. You know what I mean?
Is this Spiffy?
No, this is quote me. I was using Kinetics for a while, but I changed it to quote me. I'm working with Illuminati.
Dude, Illuminati's my boy.
Yeah, I saw a couple people using something similar, so I changed it. Gotta keep them guessing.
Dude, Illuminati's
Yeah,
my
I'm
boy.
working with
You asked me about the
Illuminati.
Jaconator. I'm trying to find your name. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's under Q. Quote me. I'll shoot you a DM, man. I'll DM you some pics, and then you know it's me.
Yeah, dude, for sure. Okay, so check it out. So there's some Hexagons here in Southern California. Thor, myself, Life is Good, Impulsive. There's like 6 or 7 of us that have met up, and there's other ones that Hexagons we want to meet up because we're going to PulseCon. But 100% Illuminati's, I feel like he's my friend. I've never met him, but I'm so proud of him and his journey that he's been through in his life, and he's such an inspiration on here for all of us right now, and he's such a blessing, and I can't say enough good things about him. But for sure, man, I would love to meet you. Love to hook up, brother. 100%, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man, we'll do that. Yeah, RG3 onboarded me.
Really?
Good friend. Very good friend.
There's some Hexagons on here that are millionaires, friends of mine that I'm not obviously going to dox, but here from Southern California. But yeah, I'm sure they'd love to meet up as well. So yeah, so if you DM me, bro, let's definitely get together. Be a blessing.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, so the mixer to your question has a gate, a compressor, and an equalizer on the software.
Yeah.
Hey Q, did you send me a DM?
I did. Wait, no. I think I put it in chat. Oh no, that DM'd you. That's you.
No, so dude, you're from Texas. I'm talking about the guy from Cali.
Oh, my bad.
I just DM'd you just now.
Dude, I don't see you on the chat. It's tripping me out. What's your name on here?
It's quote me, like just like it sounds. And I don't have a picture or anything. I just have QM.
Okay, I see. Okay, gotcha. Okay,
You see me? Okay.
I'm going to quote you.
I got to change my name back or something, man. I don't like it.
Oh my god, that is sick, dude. Are you kidding me? Dude, this shit, dude.
Yeah,
Oh my, so dude, I thought you were this shit. This guy, oh my god. Wow.
What we got?
Dude, it's so
wait till
cool,
you
man.
wait till you hear what we got. Wait till you hear what Illuminati and I are working on, bro.
Oh shoot. I did hear that a couple days ago. I was working the weekend, but he did mention something about, I believe, you and another gentleman. But yeah, man, wow, how exciting is this? Talk about getting the word out. Call me. I don't know if you know who I am. I'm just some Mexican here from Southern California, but yeah, I love to onboard people. And yes, I'm in a marketing, have been for over 20 years. But yeah, we could probably do some stuff together, brother. Amen.
Oh yeah, big time. So yeah, but you guys are going to meet at PulseCon though, for sure.
Oh yeah, bro, 100%.
Okay. Yeah, I got with the business and everything, and then I've got two twins. They're 3 years old, two little boys that are full of energy and stuff. So it's hard for me to break away. But by September, things will be very interesting. So I'll be pretty compelled to go.
Amen. Yep. So cool, man. So exciting. I know Nathan said he's gonna try to make it too. So, dude, you coming, or brother, or what?
Where are we going?
To PulseCon, you coming, right?
Oh man, I'm thinking about it. Freaking tickets are steep. I
Where
don't
is
know.
it?
Dude, by then, don't worry about it, bro. I got
Vegas.
you.
Vegas. You got me. I might think about it a little harder if that's true. I do want to come out. It sounds cool. I love Vegas. Like I said, at Resorts World, I was reading it was at, and I hadn't checked that place out. I've heard a lot of good things.
Yeah.
I'm a big poker player too. We'll be playing poker the whole time, probably.
Well, we gotta go to PulseCon, then play poker.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I usually go to
Dude, I
Vegas
can
for the
play
World
some.
Series of Poker, which
you
is going on
serious?
pretty soon. Or right now. Yeah, usually in June. June to like a whole month. There's tournaments for 30 days, June to July, usually. Nice
I
summer
could pay some.
Vegas vacation.
I could pay some blackjack, bro.
Heck yeah. I kind of stay away from the table games. That's where you lose your ass. You can be more patient in poker and control your outcome a little better.
My son is really good at Texas Hold'em. I don't know how the hell you know who's holding what. It's crazy. He was 13 years old kicking my ass, and his
Yeah, it's
uncle's
just all
ass.
about gaining
My neighbor's
information.
ass.
It's just all about gaining
Yeah,
information.
crazy.
People give off a lot, by the way they play, by the way they look. Some people can't keep secret per se.
Hey, so dude, I'm not. I'm being very, very honest with you, bro. If I have a good friend who does a lot of business up in Vegas. He's also a big gambler, and he told me if there's any of the Hexicans, and I got him involved about three. He sacrificed for PulseX, so yeah, he's in as far as that. But he invests a lot of money. He's a businessman, and he told me if any of my Hexican friends need a place to stay, so DM me, bro, and if I can help you, I definitely will. Just saying, no bullshit.
Awesome, man. Really appreciate that. It's September, right?
Yeah, September 6th through 9th. Yep.
I think I'm gonna have to do that. I'm due for a Vegas trip. It's been a couple years.
Yeah, I'll have a good time, brother. It's gonna be
I
exciting,
already
man.
know. Already know that. Yeah, I usually spend at least a week in Vegas. Or shoot, dude, I spent like one World Series. I spent like three and a half weeks, almost a whole month.
Did you play in the tournament?
I played a few tournaments, yeah, and I play mostly cash games though.
Texas Hold'em or what?
Yeah, Texas Hold'em. So what do you mean with this guy with the place to stay? Just got like an extra house for guests or something?
No, he does a lot of business out there, and he gambles a lot, so he gets a lot of good deals, either very inexpensive hotel rooms
Oh, okay.
or
On rooms and whatnot.
or a free room. So if you came out here, more than likely 95% chance I can take care of your accommodations for PulseCon is what I'm saying.
Awesome. Right there at Resorts World or other properties?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be a resort world, but I mean, everything's right there, so it'd be close by.
Yeah, I've stayed all over. It don't really matter.
Yeah.
Got Uber for everything.
Exactly.
So how's LA, man? You guys still wearing masks out there?
Nope. I think
Fresh
Bobby
air,
is,
sea breeze.
Well, excuse me. After Pulsechain launches, I'll be living down by the beach. So, but yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
You'll be invited too, brother.
Let's go.
Hey, so dude, so how much will it cost me to sound like you on here? Like 350, you said?
Excuse me. So the mic $100 and the mixer, roughly 200. You could probably find a cheaper mixer though, honestly.
What does a mixer do? I don't get it.
Well, it's going to take your your audio and turn it into however many inputs you want and split it up so you can dynamically up and down the volume on a hardware control box. It also routes in your mic and does some software, the compression and the equalizer and all that stuff.
Gotcha.
You've seen it. It looks like it's like a board with a bunch of faders. Yeah. It's what like the centerpiece of any big studio. They have like smaller versions of them for like desktop.
So yeah, it's useful to say if like I'm sitting here in chat listening to this and it's got mute buttons for every channel. Like I'm got a chat slide fader, or I have a system sounds if I want to turn up, like let's say a YouTube video. I got that slider and I can mute the thing on the fly with the control board basically. All the mixing's done on it.
So, dude, let me ask you a question. So, let's say you have a jacked up voice. Will it make you sound better?
I mean, yeah, you jack up, you got a jacked up voice, and you're speaking over a jacked up hardware or whatever, then it's going to be even more jacked up, right? So yeah, I mean, you'll just clarify your audio better and all that, I guess. No, I sound like shit in real life. I'm just kidding. It does make you sound better.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. No, because when I'm like get excited because I like pump my guys up at work and I'm like, oh, this and that. Next thing, sometimes my voice gets high, but your voice is very melatonin. It's kind of cool. That's the reason why I'm saying that.
Yeah, it's
I
got
wish I could
that
like
compressor on it. Like like I said, I can scream in this thing, and it won't like overload your audio.
Yeah, it's super cool. You sound like Mando on here.
Yeah, I think he's got a good mic too. There's a few guys with good
Yeah,
mics.
you know he does. You know he does. He sounds so
Benjamin,
good.
Papa Boners isn't bad.
Redneck, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Thor, he's got a good one too. He's my bro. Thor's from LA as well. So I met him. We broke bread together. He's like a day one Mexican. Really good guy, man.
Yeah, so in my experience, I guess just the USB mics and all that stuff just don't compare. Yeah, if you're hearing a good quality mic like that, likely they're going on XLR cable, and which requires a mixer and all that shit.
So that's the stuff you sent me, right?
Exactly.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, man, can't wait to hear you all crispy.
I probably won't sound like you, but I might sound a little better. Although, Tam's one of our administrators on here, and she said my voice is okay. So, she's a woman, so I kind of go with that.
So,
It's a good
dude,
indicator.
do you have do you stream? You said you stream. Do you stream like you have like a YouTube channel, or you just like for gaming and stuff?
Oh yeah, I'm on Twitch, just screwing around to kind of learn recording and streaming and all that stuff. Yeah, I play shooters, playing Escape from Tarkov right now.
Okay.
Did you manage to get views, like followers, etc.? Because
Oh
it's
yeah,
kind
I
of
got
hard, I think.
affiliate. I got affiliate. I've monetized it at least, and got 100 followers, I guess. And I just don't stream enough. It's very occasional. More of a hobby, really. But when I get more time, I'll do it more, of course.
How did you get? How did you become an affiliate? You contact them, or they contacted you? Or how does it work?
You start your channel, and you have to do complete certain milestones, like get 100 followers, have so many hours streamed, and so many viewers at certain times, and there's some goals to hit.
Then they contact you, or it's basically built in.
Yeah, it's built into Twitch.
the
Yeah.
Twitch. Okay.
I think anything, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, any of that content creation, it's kind of some hurdles you gotta get through to monetize.
And basically, do they force you, or do they force you to shield some total random product, or how does it work? What do you have to shield, basically?
No, there's none of that. They just,
ad, or
they get the ad revenue for playing ads for people watching on your streams. So you share in that, and
Okay,
you get tips and subscriptions and all that.
okay.
Certainly not only for gaming, though. I mean, I think there's some, poker players on there, some crypto as well, maybe some trading. Even guys playing slots online on there. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, you got everything, basically.
It is a lot of work, though. I'll tell you that.
People don't
Hey,
realize,
Sadu,
but
so-
yeah, I can imagine.
I'm sorry, Crypto Safe. Quick question for Sadu. As far as cheap, I'm sorry, not cheap, but inexpensive hex on Pulse, um, I don't see that. It might happen, after launch. But can you see that after 90 days? What are your thoughts on that?
On PHEX or EHEX?
PX.
PHEX. Good question. I mean, I think it's going to just go the way the other coins are going to be going too. Like, it's going to have a pump initially. People are going to get it. Some people may want to sell it. So, pump and dump, and then find a floor, and then go from there. And I'd say, gradual climb going up.
Okay, so let's just say that it was half a penny or a penny. Are you telling me you wouldn't buy it? Of course we would. I just my thoughts are this. For the first 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, if it's very inexpensive, wouldn't you agree because of the gas fees on the Pulsechain side are so inexpensive that people will not be buying a ton of it, especially if it's very cheap?
Right, to take and stake and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Initially, I think people are going to want to, use their copy per se to swap into the other things, right? So I think it'll be pretty cheap out the gate. I don't know. I could be wrong. Like, people inversely are thinking other ways, like getting into it, because you've already got yours, right? You've already got your Pulse and PulseX pretty much, so you're more interested in getting that cheap too.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing from the Hexicans, they're pretty well off here in Southern California. and even Richard Hart says he doesn't want any, inexpensive Pulse. I'm sorry, Hex on Pulse. But again, what he wants and what he gets are two different things. I understand that. Don't get me wrong. But the bottom line is this: if Hex is 10 cents on the Ethereum side, and it's a half a penny, I'm just saying day one. Would you not buy it? Of course we would. So I don't see it inexpensive for a long time. It might be a week or two. I couldn't see it longer than that. I think at some point in Mandalorian and Pepe and a lot of Walrus and you know a lot of the admins and people that are Gamma, a lot of folks that are on here, they're very bright. Um, Adrian, a lot of these folks believe that if it's very inexpensive, why would you not buy it? Especially because of price appreciation over the next couple of years. So I don't see it being inexpensive for very long. Just saying, in my opinion.
Yeah. And if it isn't, I mean, I plan to put in a hex stake. I mean, and I don't have one yet, so I'm thinking that's the play, right? If I'm gonna do a hex stake, do it on the P side
Exactly.
for 2 years.
Yep.
So I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see, I guess. Less fees and all that for unstaking it, and why wouldn't you? I can't foresee the advantage for ETH instead. With all that said.
Well, the only, and there is an advantage on ETH, and that would be the less people to stake, the higher your APY. However, if you're a newbie, that are not only a newbie, but people that are bringing people on to Richard Hart projects, it'd be less, it'd be more advantageous for them to uh, start their stakes on Pulsechain because it's that much more inexpensive for them. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and that's a good point. The less people that are staked, the better for the stakers. So on ETH side, people, they end their stakes and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go stake on P now. Well, the people that have stakes are benefiting on the ETH side, so it's not really a bad thing.
Amen.
I don't know, just kind of diversified. I think maybe do a little bit on both for sure, like a 15-year, a little bit on both, and then whatever else you want to do with the rest.
I know you're getting your hands on some Pulse. What are your plans on that as far as getting in?
Yeah, most definitely Pulse and PulseX. I haven't really come up with more than like a 50-50 ratio that I'd like of both, but definitely just gonna grab them and hold them and stake do whatever I can. P PulseX and then Pulse, I guess, for the little rewards you get. Might as well do it if you're gonna hold it. Stake.
Yeah, I think as long as you're in all of them,
Or
and
delegate.
yeah, we've been preaching that forever. I have. You definitely want to get into PulseX, the Pulsechain, obviously Hex, which you could buy now, and then Hex on Pulse, and then be blessed with a party token or the incentive token if you're into liquidity. But it's very tough right now because of the market. I invested in Pulsechain and PulseX as well, and I plan on, I put some more money into USDC, and I'm going to bridge that over, and I'm going to buy some more Pulsechain. I'm going to DCA in more into Pulsechain because I have a pretty big bag of PulseX, and I want to have at least a third of my money in all of his projects. So that's my plan, is to go ahead and put more money into USDC, and everybody has their own agenda, But I think without, because of the market and the volatility, to put some more of my powder, my dry powder into USDC, and then bridging that over and buy some Pulsechain, I think is my best bet at this point.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing that too. I'm waiting for the bridge. I don't know, the swapping strategies would work out so well. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that, but mostly secure the bags with that dry powder and on the bridge.
I agree. Anybody on here that is new, and when those 2 days prior to price appreciation, I think would be very ignorant to do that. It wouldn't be smart at all. And people on here, very well, very brainiacs on here. That's their opinion. People that are newbies on here, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. And I'm not a newbie, but at the same time, my mom didn't raise any fool. I'm a pretty smart man, and I'm not a techie guy, but I know what I don't know, and what I don't know, I learned from, you know, Walrus and Profex and you know Al Meyer and all these different folks on here, and I think it's just a good idea that it's just to hold. You know, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do anything.
Yeah. As far as the swapping goes, pre-bridge, I don't know. I you know, might be holding some stable, as dry powder as we get the copies and all that. And I think, maybe the stable as well, where I'll swap anything just to and get a little bit of whatever. Because that's, I guess the one that's probably not going to have the value that we expect or hope to.
And I'm glad you said that, because I'm not referring to it's a great point, because they could actually, make it to where, it's worth nothing. Or, Profix has said maybe 3% or maybe 1%, we don't know. But at the same time, if you have USDC and you bridge it over and wrap it, it'll have the same uh, value on the Pulse chain. And Profix and Walrus and Gamma and all these brainheads have said, and I mean that obviously, with the utmost respect, that it will have that value. Now, as far as holding USDC and thinking is going to get copied over, let's say for instance you have $1,000 on USDC, and we think you could have another 1,000 on the Pulse chain, a USDC on Ethereum, and have that copied over to Pulse chain, and then have another $1,000. That's ridiculous. That's why I keep on saying you can use the Pulse ramp and then bridge that over, and it'll be wrapped USDC, and it will have the value on the Pulse chain to buy whatever you want.
Right. So long run of your stablecoin copies could get invalidated. And so
That's
with
correct.
pre-bridge, it's, fair game, I guess, unless they just invalidate it immediately, right? So yeah, I'm not really trying to strategize to grab stable and do that. But if I do end up, being caught with some in my in my wallet, then I'll probably, probably swap it if I can.
Yep.
Got a lot of other ERCs too that I'm just hodling.
Me too, brother.
I'm still trying to decide on that same instance what to do with those. I think there's some of them that I'm going to speculate and hold for sure, and then some of them I might just punt off to Richard Hart projects on the swap of the copies.
You know what's cool to do is it on PulseCon, and I'm not chilling anybody in any way, but at PulseCon they're going to have um, different projects that are planning to build on Pulse Chain, and one of them is Shiba. They're going to be coming over. They're going to have a speaker at PulseCon, letting people know that we're excited about having them over on the Pulse Chain, and it's exciting. So even Richard Hart mentioned that in his live stream. So it's important for people that are on this chat to know that there are a lot of projects that are going to be built on Pulsechain that are dying on the vine on Ethereum because the gas fees are unreal. They're
Absolutely.
ridiculous, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And Shib's one I hold, and I'll probably not swap that one, right? Because they're
Yeah,
showing interest in the chain. Yeah. So
yeah. Why not see what they're going to do? I mean,
yep. Yeah, a lot of other ones is I don't know, kind of it's hard to decide whether I want to keep them for doing the LP with the bridged over copy or Ethereum copies later or not. I think the best one to do that with, like the pair is is Hex, right? Pulse and Ethereum Hex once they stabilize, but I don't know. We'll see.
look into your crystal ball, bro.
I broke it the other day, bro. An
you
extra
didn't
one.
break. You didn't break your mic.
Yeah. I broke the wrong thing again.
Dude, I totally want to sound like you. I'm getting your mic.
Clicking the buttons right now. Buy now, right now.
Get Barry White said, dude.
What's that?
Dudney?
What's that? Sound like Barry White?
We're all up in your like cranium with that mic.
Well, it makes me feel better about my purchase.
You sound like a white Barry White.
Up on the mic with Barry White. Yeah, I've been told I've got a good face for radio. So
That makes two of us.
man, I was thinking today, like if Richard didn't or if the project hadn't been delayed per se. I know we won't call it a delay, but if it had launched, I don't think we'd ever seen below 10 cents.
Say it again.
I'm just saying with the delay of things and him saying today, or yeah, it happened today, right? Him saying it's going to be a little while longer, and Hex dumped immediately after that tweet. I don't think we would have seen lower than 10 cents had this not been the case now.
Hold. Did it dump? I'm sorry. Did it dump below 10 cents today?
Yeah. I saw some people sold for like 5.4 cents. I don't know how that happened. I was looking on the deck screener. But yeah, even 7 cents was one was sold, but the prices you could get were around 9 cents at the lowest.
Holy crap!
Yeah, it was just
Yeah,
it was
it was like
15 minutes
15
after his
minutes.
tweet.
I'm sorry. Can you see what he tweeted was again? I'm sorry. I was working all day.
So he just
Please.
basically came out and said Pulsechain is not launching in May.
Yeah.
I think another interesting thing to think about too. We've got I've been watching the stake ending whatchamacallit to see what when there's a bunch of them ending at the end of the month. So these prices could get a lot cheaper, like everybody's been speculating, around the 6 cents and all that. So I'm still packing my bags, and it's good for me. Wait,
Good for everybody.
yeah, no doubt.
It's funny. Is it? It's not funny, but the longer it takes to launch, the more people have an opportunity to put some more money into its project. Now, whether it would be into Hex or just building your bags to be able to go into, balls deep once it does launch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. And I mean, you know, ideally, when they were talking about the documentary and everything, I mean, it would go much smoother and have way more success if they just, like per se, they got done with the documentary and told about PulseX or Pulsechain launching at the end, and they throw that up on Netflix for a couple months and then launch.
I'm looking at the chart right now. I don't see it going below 99.4 cents. How did people buy it at 6.5?
Somebody sold it at that. I don't know on what I think it was on Uniswap somehow. I saw a couple sales that went for, yeah. Let me just look real quick. I'll grab a screen on it.
Yeah, real quick. Maybe because of the slippage, maybe, I don't know, because it's just showing right here. 9.4.
See the deck screener I look at.
I don't think it's a dude. I don't think it went down to 6, bro. I don't see it on here.
Well,
Maybe.
it didn't. It didn't on the graph, but if you look at the swaps, like somebody swapped for dirt cheap. I don't know how that happened. Limit orders or something, routing through other things, or I don't know how it happened, but showed up.
Have you ever seen Spaceballs?
Negative.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's so
Yeah,
funny.
no, I've seen Spaceballs.
Yeah, no, I've seen Spaceballs. Yeah. Oh, come on. Did they go over your helmet or under our helmet?
Yeah.
To what?
Dude, Spaceballs. Did somebody go over my helmet? Oh my god.
Is that movie made in like 1980?
1980? Yes. Mel Gibson. Not Mel Gibson. Same guy that made Blazing Saddles. Young Frankenstein. Mel Brooks, bro.
I got one sale for $8.31 so far. 77 cents.
77 cents hex. Come on, brother.
Yeah, they sold it. It was only like $1,300 on that one.
Bro, 77 cents. Come on, stay with me, brother. It's never been that high.
Oh, seven
You mean
cents.
Yeah.
7 cents. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you're just off about 70 cents. No big deal.
Yeah, just 10x.
Hey, Suda, I just saw your chart. How does that even work, bro? I mean, I don't get it.
The deck screener.
Yeah.
Did you click that link? That's for the pair that I'm watching. I think it's HEXUSDC on Uniswap. So you can go on the deckscreener.com and search for the pairs you want to monitor, and you can see the swaps live, like as they come in.
Gotcha.
There's another thing I look at for limit orders. Like you can monitor where they're set up at on those different dexes. It's called metric.exchange.
Hey, were you a techie guy before you got into crypto? You were, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I have an IT degree, actually.
I knew it. I'm just a salesman, bro. That's it.
Salesman. That's good. That's a good thing to be.
Yeah, I've been onboarding since about a year, so it's been good.
Just in this project, or
Yeah, yep, 100%. Life is good. My boss got me into this, so I'm so blessed.
Or is that TMI? You don't want to dox yourself.
What do you mean?
You're saying your boss got you. Do you have a day job, or what are you saying?
No, well, a lot of people that know me on here. I've been in marketing for over 20 years. I took a job recently with Life is Good, a gentleman who owns a dealership here in Southern California, and I'm able to just to work 3 days a week. And he's one of my best friends in the whole world, and he got me in a Pulsechain. I actually took him to lunch back in June or July of last year, and try to get him to buy one of my products, and he told me no. And he said, by the way, I need to share something with you. And he told me about Hex and Pulsechain. And he said, I'm an idiot. And I've known him for 20 years. He goes, he goes, Jake, if you don't not get into this project, you'll be kicking yourself in the ass. So do yourself a favor and get into it. And I did. And then I bought Hex about a month later. And I'm so blessed to have him in my life and to been able to share this with my family. I probably onboard over 100 people for a lot of money, doesn't matter. But the bottom line is, I believe in Richard Hart, and I believe in. First of all, I believed in Life is Good. If I had not believed in him and what he stood for, I would have never got into Richard Hart projects. Then when I started doing my own research, I started to learn more and more about what he's all about and what Hex did in the first year and a half, and how could I not believe in that? So I not only did I get my family, my parents, and the people that I work with into his projects, but I continue to do that every day. I talk to customers every day and let them know on the way out that, you know what, if you're not into crypto, and if you heard about crypto, this is what you need to do. Because and I say that with conviction. I don't just say it just to say it. I say it because I believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I've
Yeah,
been
it's so much
scouring
easier.
crypto projects for a while, and never heard of Hex, never heard of Pulsechain and all that. I just got turned on to it, like I said, a few months ago by a friend. So it's all about who you surround yourself with, and found myself here, which is another huge blessing. Like, I mean, learned so much just in this community and everything.
It's so true. It's an old adage. I'm probably older than you, but back in the day, people would say, tell me who your friends are, and they'll tell you, they can tell you who you are. And Life is Good. He's not on here right now, so I'm not blowing smoke up his ass. But the bottom line is, he's been very successful over the years, and so I try to surround myself with people like him. That he does very well for him and his family, and I try to do the same thing for mine. So what am I going to do if I'm hearing, if I'm listening to not only Life is Good, but my other friends who have became millionaires off of Hex? Why would I not listen to him? Why would I not, be interested in what they're talking about? To me, it'd be idiotic, it'd be ignorant for me not to at least look into it. And once I did, I was in. Bottom line, and that's the reason why I continue to onboard people every week.
Yeah, and you got to do it. I mean, especially with Hex, like I said, man. I researched every crypto project everywhere, and like I couldn't believe that I didn't find this earlier. So yeah, at the time I had a friend. When I was finishing my degree and everything, I was too busy to really deep dive and be keen on everything. Another friend of mine had stayed in the game and was focused on this, and so I just hit him up when I had time free to wrap my mind around these things, and he put me on. So thankfully.
So true.
But yeah, and then that's what I was looking for, is find a project that I believed in and that I could get in the ground floor. And you always look at the charts and you're like, oh, I wish I got in back here, and I wish I knew about it back then.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
yeah, Hex is so gate kept. It's like, yeah, we're lucky to be here because Yeah, and we got to keep telling people like word of mouth for sure, because it won't get to people that could have the opportunity unless you tell them.
Well, to me, Sadu, it really, if you think about it for a second, everybody on here wants their bags to be pumped, but yet they're afraid to speak of it. They're afraid, bro. I go to a supermarket and I'm punching out and I'm cashing out for my groceries, and I ask them, "Hey, have you know anything about crypto?" Well, my husband kind of. Okay, well, great. Do me a favor and I write it down. Have them look into Hex. I tell them that. I go to the bank. This guy was minting something, some crap coin or whatever. And I told him, hey, look, I was, depositing my check. And I told him, hey, look into Hex. Everywhere I go, that's what we need to do. We can't expect to be loaded because we're going to be loaded. We're going to be blessed. And Sadu, I know you've heard that about me. And I say it all the time because I believe that. But I only believe that because of what his first project did and where he's going and who he is. And so, but we can't, rest on our laurels. Oh, well, I invest in this. I'm going to be low. No, we got to get the word out. We have to. And if you don't believe, well, then don't invest. Get into something else.
Well, you know what happens though. You tell people about it. They listen. They're like, okay, well, put it off and see how it goes. They'll keep it on their radar and they'll watch it and they'll see it pump and then they'll start thinking about it. Or they'll see it have all the success and everybody's talking about the success and then they'll come. So there's only a certain amount of people that have their mindset, like we were talking about earlier, to be ready for these things and what to do when you come across something. So there's people looking, there's people just kind of like vicariously looking, just keeping on the radar and seeing what if, and kind of hypothetically, what if I did this, and then when it happens, then they get in later.
I think it's easier for somebody like myself or for you. I mean, I've been, thank the Lord, I've been successful in life, and they tend to listen to people that have been successful, so it's easier to onboard. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But at the same, but at the same time, I mean, let me ask you a question. If you, and I tell them this, I don't know, if you could invest in Amazon day one, or Home Depot day one, or Tesla day one, or Microsoft, Apple day one, Ethereum day one, Bitcoin day one, or day two, or day 100, or day 200. Would you be mad right now? No, you wouldn't. Okay, great.
No.
Right? To me, it's that simple. To me, but of course, I'm a salesperson, but that's who I am. That's what I do. But it's not that tough. And then, hold on a second. So, are you telling me, Jake and Nader, if I buy 1,000 hex right now, I'll get a free copy on the other side as long as I have it in my hardware wallet? And I say yes. Oh, that's a really bad idea. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Think about it. You don't even have to be a salesperson to do that. Now, a gentleman came on here 2 days ago and he goes, Jake and Nader, well, he wasn't talking to me, but I'm going to use myself as an example. Jake and Nader, what if I tell my sister to put $1,000 into Pulsechain and it flops? It just does nothing. She loses her money. And there I am at Thanksgiving sitting with my sister. And you know what? It flopped. And then I go, okay, well, sir, let me ask you this. Let's just say that she did put some money into Pulsechain and PulseX. Let's say 500 and 500. And in 2 or 3 years, you're sitting at the Thanksgiving and you are super loaded and she's still broke as hell. How would that conversation go? Would it be better that you never told her? Or would it be better that you told her, if you have $1,000 that you can lose, because only invest where you have where you have the capability to lose? Wouldn't that be a better conversation? Think about that for a second. Does that not make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah. Goes back to mindset, right? They got to be ready to know what their risks are and the time frames it takes and when you should get in, when you shouldn't. And yeah, much easier conversation when she's to that point where she has invested and she's not doing well, and maybe I should start listening. Right?
Yeah. I mean, dude, if he's loaded at that point and she's still broke, come on.
Yep.
Another thing we need to share on here, for people to say, "Oh my word, I don't know, I miss Pulsechain, I miss a PulseX Sacrifice, I missed everything." You miss nothing. If you're in here right now, whoever told you, about this cat, you're gonna be blessed. And say this, okay, well, what if it only does, 1,000x? What if it only does? So, dude,
Only.
what if it only does? Stay with me for a second. Check this out. Okay, so let's just say somebody put $10,000 into this, and it only does 1,000x. What if it only does 500x? And then add them numbers up. So take 10,000 times 1,000. Then do half of that. So in other words, 500x. Then go down to 250x. And then go down to 100x.
I mean, it's
So
just
people
a
do the
no-brainer. It's
calculation.
just like
It's a
the
no-brainer,
upside's
bro.
just so
Think about it.
so quick and so big, so quick and thick. That's either way you look at it.
Exactly.
There is risk though, but such as any investment.
Yeah. 100% there's a risk. That's why you only put in what you can afford to lose. And I tell every one of my onboards that 100%, brother. Only God knows the future. And everybody on here that knows me knows that. I feel that way.
Yeah, I haven't found any community around a project or anything like this that has like just transparency and support all the time.
Hey, Jake. I think you said earlier that you were looking to maybe acquire some more Pulse. Did you have a plan for that? Can you kind of see how things?
100% I do. I don't know who's speaking, but yes, I do. And
Yeah.
so what I plan on
So it's kinetics. I DM'd you earlier.
Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't looked at my DMs, but yes. So I did a sacrifice for Pulsechain and PulseX, but yes, what I'm doing is and this is my strategy. This is no financial advice. I'm just being real. I am who I am. So I'm putting some more money into USDC, and my brothers. I have 6 brothers. I have 6 siblings, and they all sacrificed for PulseX. Uh, one of my sisters who believes in me to begin with, she sacrificed also for Pulsechain. Now, as far as buying more Pulsechain, what I'm going to do is this: I'm putting more money into USDC, and I'm going to use a Pulse ramp and bridge my USDC into Pulsechain to buy more Pulsechain. Now, I'm going to take my brother as an example. He got a hold of me earlier today, and he wants to put more money into buy. He wants to buy. He sacrificed for Pulsechain. I'm sorry, PulseX, but wants to get into Pulsechain. So what he's going to do is he's put more money into USDC, and then when Pulsechain launches, he's doing nothing to those within those 24 to 48 hours prior to price appreciation. So after it launches and there's price appreciation, he's going to DCA in. So what I told him is this: put $1,000 in first day, and then the rest of that, because I got to tell you, Pulsechain is gonna, Pepe and Mandalorian says it's gonna rip faces off. I think it's gonna go crazy high. Oh my God, I would say at least 10 to 25x. I'm being very, very. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it probably can go higher than that. I think within the first 30 days. So he's gonna put let's just say $1,000 in the first day and then DCA in, because I believe it's gonna go really high and then not drop as much as most projects do. So at the same time, you don't want to ape in. So let's just say you're putting $5,000 in. You don't want to put all your $5,000 in the first day. What I would do, and this again, no financial advice, I put let's just say you put $1,000 in total. I put $250 in first day, and then see what's going on with price appreciation, and then I don't know if it keeps on going up, let it go up, let it go up, let it go up, and then when it dips, another 250, and then let it go up, and let it go up, and then boom, another 250, and then let it go, and then boom. That's what I would do. And I've onboarded like over 100 and some people, and that's my advice to them. I'm just being real with you, bro.
So you don't plan to do anything with the ratios and stuff like that?
Well, no, heck no, especially for all the newbies, bro. I am not doing that. There's no way I'm doing that.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that. And let me tell you why. You could press a button. Let's just say that Paul, that you get 5 PulseX for one, 5 PLSX for 1 PLS, and then you press a button, and all of a sudden it changes. To me, especially if you're a newbie, and I apologize, I don't know who you are. It's okay, but I would do nothing stupid. When I'm, the people that I onboarded, they have no business doing that. They have no business doing that. It's kind of like, you have a son who's 17 years old, driving around with 12 of his friends in your van. He has no business doing that. There's things that we don't have no business doing. Now, if you're Sadhu or Impulsive or all these different people that are really techie guys, and again, Sadhu hasn't been here that long, but he's smart enough to know what he doesn't know. It's kind of like Al Davis, the owner of the Raiders who passed away. God bless his soul. He knew what he didn't know. It's kind of like me. I know what I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm in the same boat. I want to acquire more Pulse. Just trying to figure out, if I'm not going to trade any of I have some ERC20s I'm going to get copies of that I don't really see as investments. I kind of just treat them as like, well, whatever I can get for them in ratios, I'm just going to switch over
Exactly.
in that first 48 hours. But the PulseX to Pulse, no way. No way am I touching any of my PulseX. I want to build those bags,
I agree, 100%, bro. As far as ERC tokens, we don't know. We gotta wait and check it out. I mean, I just say.
Yeah, it's tough calling the swapping and what to decide to swap and what to hold. Like we were saying, any projects that are showing interest in being around, sticking around the pulse chain, I'd keep if you decide to do that. But either way,
yeah, I
get
see.
more pulse and all that. You jump off after the bridge opens up, and you're gonna be getting in great prices that way for certain. So you're not certain on the swapping side.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. I had some ERC20s that I was planning on holding. for the copies, but with Hex going to where it went today, I had to swap into some Hex, man. I mean, I have a pretty decent amount of Hex, but I just like 9 cents.
Hey,
Yep.
bro, I
I'm
want to
buying
share
the
this.
dips.
I'm buying the dips. Hey, so dude, I think it's important to say this on here. When Richard Hart on his live stream said that Shiba was going to be on the Pulsechain, if that's not a wake up call for anybody on this chat, then you're not listening. And what I mean by that is this: if Richard Hart said, "Oh, by the way, Shiba is going to be on the Pulsechain," why would you not put some money in there? $100 or $200 and just see what's going to happen, because when it gets a Pulsechain with the gas fees being, a tenth of a penny, are you kidding me? Why would you not do that? People think that everybody's going to sell all their ERC tokens and, for Pulsechain, whatever the case may be. I don't know, bro. There's going to be some people that are building on Pulsechain, and it's going to get some momentum. And that's the reason why the reason why he built, he came up with Pulsechain is because of Hex, because of the gas fees. So when all these Dine on the Vine projects find out what's going on with Pulsechain, oh my God.
Yeah, especially with the volume that Shiva has. I mean, got a lot of holders.
Exactly.
So what are we saying? They showing interest to be on the Pulsechain. Are they gonna build out their project like away from Ethereum now, or is it they're gonna be doing both?
Well, so they're going to PulseCon. They're going to have one of their, CEOs or CFOs, whatever, is going to be there, speaking about how they're building their project on Pulsechain. What else do we need to know? I mean, that's kind of cool, bro. They're going to
Yeah, I
PulseCon.
was just wondering what that looks like. Are they discontinuing the Ethereum project and continuing on Pulsechain completely,
No,
or
yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, bro. I don't believe that. There's no way that's going to happen. But at the same time, if they're coming over a Pulsechain and the gas fees are, a tenth of a penny as opposed to $50, tell me they're not going to come over. A no brainer.
Yep.
And there's also like a lot of influencers that are, speaking to the Sheeb community, because they have a pretty strong community, even though it's like it's a meme coin. They're going with it. They're trying to
Hell yeah.
get people excited about their copies, and they got I think it's the president of the Asian of the Asia market speaking, and I mean they're like supporting it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try to be like the third party token on a single sided staking for PulseX.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Exactly, bro. 100%. They have millions of followers. Google it. Imagine if we get a third of them. And then we get an exchange. Yeah. Gonna
Yeah,
happen.
and a documentary. Yeah.
And then you in the community,
Yeah.
Injectinator.
Jake from State Farm. That's what we need.
We're gonna be blessed. You know that, brother. Right? Steak and bake. He must be
This
asleep.
chat's gonna be bananas at launch time.
Hey, so dude, I've been working out, bro. I've been eating good, working out, walking 5-6 miles a day. They say health is wealth, so I'm trying to be more fit. My brain's been a little better, so
Absolutely.
it's a good thing.
Me as well. I got some questionable blood results, and need to take it easy on my liver. The check liver light came on. I've been joking about it for years, but it did finally. I'm doing intermittent fasting and keto diet currently, so it's helping out a lot.
Yes, I do. Let me give you a little advice. You know, I drink every morning is lemon water every morning.
I'm doing
It's
that. Yeah,
awesome for your liver.
I'm doing that and
Amen.
apple cider
That-
vinegar.
Yes, me
And at night as
too.
well. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna tell you that. Apple cider vinegar and lemon every morning, bro. Amen. 100%.
Yeah, it's really fixing the situation in the gut and getting good probiotics in there as well. Yeah, your gut situation's not right. You can't absorb any nutrients or repair damage or whatever.
You're doing milk thistle, so do you?
Nah, well, actually, yeah, I'm taking a detox supplement. I think it has it in it. Yeah.
Milk thistle is good too. You're right. 100%.
Yeah, crypto put
It's
me on
actually
a bad
like
wise, just not working out and eating crap, for a long time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much money that we can make without having the help to be able to give it to our loved ones and people we want to help out. 100%, brother. We got to be around.
Absolutely, and I think this community is good for that. I mean, Richard Hart advocates for all those things we're talking about. So
Yeah, so does Pepe. You heard of Pepe on here, right? So do.
oh yeah, he comes in every now and again.
Yeah, I love that guy, man.
You know who he sounds like? I'll let you say it. You don't think he sounds like anybody?
I'm not gonna
Public
say
figure?
it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not
Why
gonna
not?
say it.
Mr. Wonderful? Sounds like Kevin O'Leary. I straight up thought he was up in the chat, but one day I was like, what the?
Dude, I bet you invest in this. Watch. I bet you.
For all we know, it might be Kevin O'Leary. I don't know. Sounds a lot like him.
You never know.
Nah, he sounds just like him. It's probably because they're from the same area. I don't know.
He said, you know, Richard Hart comes on this chat every now and then. Did you know that or no?
Yeah, I was aware of that. He'll come in. I've never heard him speak. Have you?
No, never. But he comes on here every now and then, and it's kind of cool.
Everybody just
Hey,
shouts him out. He never says anything.
No, I won't tell you how I know, but I know.
Tell me how you know what. If he's in here or not.
I'm not going to pontificate. That's one of my big words, so don't maybe use it again.
Was it a little hard on you?
No, I'll tell you later.
No, what do you mean? Yeah, here he has his just name, just like RH or Richard Hart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just told me how you knew.
Oh man, did you see the? Do you guys watch the hangout, the effing hangout with RG3?
No, but I love him.
They were talking about the trust, like the most recent one. How so? I don't know if you follow Funding Jim. You guys know who Funding Jim is?
Yes, I know who he is, but I don't own him.
Yeah, so he's like, I guess he had tweeted some pictures of him with Kiyosaki a while back, and they just kind of alluded to, having the support of some pretty big names. And they didn't really go into detail, but you know, there's a there was that whole concern about, you know, corporate institutions getting a discount and all this stuff, and they kind of said, well, we can't really say too much, but we don't feel like there's going to be a discount. We're aware of that. We're gonna, it's gonna be sold at a premium, and there's gonna be. I mean, it's basically in motion. They've got their investment money in, so it's actually a real thing. And then the SEC filing is happening, so this is all public that they shared on the last stream. But it's just bolsters the community and the price, of the asset. And it's good to know that these guys are continuing to work on that side of things, so that we're just we have so many hooks in so many different places. It's just good for the community, for the asset, for these other projects that we have launching. And yeah, so it was kind of like good news on the back end of this whole Rackham drama that happened.
Yeah, they were talking about all this drama, and I got to tell you, a lot of people, a lot of folks think that some of this drama is just to draw attention to richer projects, and that's not a bad thing, because good news, bad news, not so good news, attracting attention to our projects, to richer projects, is a good thing, no matter what it is. You might be all just, what's going on? What's really happening? We don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, Richard is no stranger to what he calls outrage marketing, right? So I mean, he knows that
Exactly.
controversy sells. I mean, and right now it's about bringing awareness and just getting a word out, and that's unfortunately how you have to do it nowadays. It's a crowded space. All these social media platforms are just saturated like crazy. You're having to compete, and it's just a wild. You have to be wild and crazy. Like you got to slap Chris Rock on stage at the fucking, to get anything.
That's so true. Exactly.
Yeah, all about engagement, and it's really polarized. It's either you only get engagement from hate and love. People love it and people hate it, and so you got to be extreme.
And there's no loyalty anymore. Like I mean, I'm in my 40s, and I just remember a time when people had brand loyalty or loyalty to their favorite, their celebrities or their, the people they followed, influencers. There's no loyalty anymore. People could just get thrown under the bus and canceled in a day. So the fact that he's somebody that people love to hate right now, that could flip too. And all of a sudden he's the savior, and people just see through it and they're like, oh man, look at what this guy's done for all these people, So they may hate him now, but that could change too.
Well, they may hate him now, but I got to tell you, if you're paying $60 to buy, 100 or swap $150 of one token to another, and then you find out, you could buy it for a tenth of a penny. What are you gonna do, bro? No. You can buy. You can do it for 1/10 of a penny. I mean, let's just be real.
That's why I think it's great for like communities like Shiba Inu. Frees them up. I don't think there's an admin on here, but I see Crypto Goose muted. A lot of great minds in this community, man. It's pretty crazy.
You know, there's engineers on here. There's doctors, there's lawyers, there's attorneys. Crypto Goose, I believe, is an engineer, um, and they're into rich hour projects. I think we're probably in the right place. I got to tell you. So, dude, what do you do for a living, bro?
Well, with the degree getting finished, I'm headed for a career change into the IT field. Before that, I was an entrepreneur. I was running a car service, like black car service, limousines and whatnot. It's kind of a means to an end kind of deal.
You sound young, bro.
Well, thank you. Creeping up on 40 right now.
I wish I was. But that just goes to show you. I mean, even life is good. He's, I'm older than him. But even this gentleman who's been, very successful in life, he heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend, and onboarded me. And I'm older than you, but I'm not, you know, overly old. But it doesn't matter because even Mr. Jiggs, who's 80 years old, have you heard of him?
Yeah, yeah.
Mr.
He
Jiggs.
doesn't sound 80, but yeah, he's a great guy.
Mr. Jiggs, he's awesome, and he gets upset sometimes because it's hard for him to figure things out. But I got to tell you, when
Man,
it's
for
all said
80,
and
he's
done,
doing great.
yes, exactly. But he might be our older gentleman on here, but he's a good man, and we love him, and he's everybody goes out of their way to help him. Jay Money is, I think, one of his best friends. But that just goes to show you that good things are happening, and we're going to be blessed.
Absolutely. If you can reach out to the 80s crowd, man, you're doing something right.
Oh yeah, my mom's 85, my father's 80, and they're both in, brother. They are in.
I mean, they've seen it
Oh,
all,
yeah.
right? I mean, they might not understand everything about everything when some new stuff comes around, but they've seen some enough to know. So it's good.
It's good. Hey, so dude, have you ever met Redneck?
Yeah, yeah. I've heard him in here. Georgia
He's a
boy. Yeah, we talked a little
yeah,
bit.
yeah, he's from the ATL. Smart man.
And Papa Boner was on one today. He was spitting some serious wisdom today. He's on fire.
Who's talking? I'm sorry.
This is Kinetics. I changed my name, Jake. I'm the one with the studio, recording studio. It's going to link up with you pretty soon.
Okay,
We'll
cool.
change my name to Kinetics. I had a Kinetics before, and then I saw some people with some similar names. I don't know. I'm not on social media at all, and I only come in this chat on Telegram. So I don't really feel like I need to like create a persona.
So you recording studio for music producing or what?
Yeah, for music. I own a company that we develop and license audio, like intellectual property for 3D immersive audio, or the whole gamut. I mean, we develop technology for broadcast and streaming and automotive, consumer electronics, and live sound venues, etc. But we patent our technology and develop it in our studio. But I came from a music industry as a producer and artist, so I worked as a recording artist for a number of years, and then produced a lot of music and still do. And then I met my business partner, who's a savant, and he actually had a music background as well. But he's kind of like, if you've seen the movie Rain Man, he's kind of like that. So he's autistic, but he's got more of a personality than a Rain Man, I'd say. But intelligence-wise, he's up there. So I met him and started consulting for him during like this period of a non-compete that he was in about 10 years ago. And he said, well, let's do audio again. And we put a company together and wrote a bunch of patents and developed a technology and started selling it, licensing it into all those industries that I mentioned. But it's just me and him and a couple of contracted engineers. And it's just he's been a real blessing, and this whole thing has just been an amazing journey, to be honest with you.
So are you onboarding some people, bro? What's going on? I'm sure you are.
To be honest with you, I run my business now, with COVID and everything, we kind of shut down the office, and I've got these two young boys that my wife works full time and I run the business from home. I've got 2 3-year-old sons, and it's just nonstop, man. I don't really get out a lot. I do a lot of Zoom calls. We have customers in Japan, Taiwan, Switzerland. So I do a lot of Zoom calls, and we do a lot of development. Most of my work is just, doing embedded programming to whatever processors the customers are using. So I've got engineers in Ecuador and different parts of the country, and spread out throughout the world. And so I do a lot of remote work from home, but I'm also taking care of these twins. And they're in that age where it's crazy. It's totally nuts. So I don't see many people, to be honest with you.
I gotcha.
I do what I can.
I used to work in Irvine a long time ago, back in 1989. I'm sorry, 1999, 2000, at the Irvine Auto Center. You know what that is, correct? Off of Lake.
Lake Forest Drive,
Oh yeah.
where the 5 and the 405 meet Lake Forest Drive.
Of course. I know you live. I know you live nowhere near there, but I know you live in California. So, but yeah, it's down there. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely hit me up. Give me a call tomorrow, bro. I'd love to speak with you. I think I know
Yeah.
you're busy. You work from home and you have 2 beautiful sons, and you work from home. But and I'm just saying that because I assume you're good looking. You might be ugly like redneck.
That's sick. He can't even defend himself.
I can say that. I can say that because he's asleep right now. Yeah, I live here in Southern California as well. But yeah, I got to tell you, it's important that we get the word out. And I think, when I meet people like you and Sadhu and Nathan and, Walrus and all these different people, Life is Good, my mentor, we got to get the word out. And I think, and it doesn't take that much. I mean, I've been in marketing for a long time. I know how to get the word out. I do it only because that's what I do. It's kind of funny when you say that, when you hear that, but yeah, I think people that think they're getting their bags pumped without pumping them themselves, I think are ignorant. And what I mean by that is this: oh yeah, well, I invested $500 and 5 years I'll be rich. That's a bunch of bull. To me, we need to get the word out, bro. And we'll do that. I think Richard Hart's going to do that. I think Mandalorian mentioned that earlier. Why wouldn't he? Pepe agrees, and I got to tell you, I'm excited about what's going on. So anything we can do to get the word out, I think it's important. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, that's why. I heard Illuminati spitting some bars on the call because I'm on this call and I'm usually just wearing a headset when I'm not doing other things. And I heard him spitting bars. I was like, I just barely got back to my phone fast enough to see that it was Illuminati. I was like, hey, Illuminati, I just DM'd you, man. And my whole thing is, yeah, let's use whatever I can do to get the word out. I've got a studio. I can produce some pretty good content. So let's get the word out.
It connects. So you obviously spoke with him. Have you heard his story? You probably have.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've sent him 15 songs, and him and I have talked about his current situation, where he came from. His story's kind of. I mean, my dad has 35 years of sobriety. So and my business partner, the one I just mentioned,
Amen.
He toured with the Rolling Stones. He built stuff. I mean, he built this mixing consoles started CAD microphones, built mixing consoles for the Stones, yes, Tina Turner, Elton John, toured with all these. And he was addicted to, first it was cocaine, then it was meth, and he's got 33 years, 34 years of sobriety himself. So I'm around recovery. I grew up around it.
That, brother.
So when Illuminati was kind of, he actually said it on a call on the chat here. So I feel like I can talk about it, but he's like, yeah, I'm 9 months sober today. And I remembered that, but it wasn't until a couple months after that he spit those bars. And I was like, oh man, let's do something because we can get the word out. Right. I mean, it's about really getting the word out. You can do it through music.
Yes.
Hey man.
Amen.
So yeah, let's definitely let's just link up and get together at some point,
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. That's a little bit. Well, I don't know if you ever heard me before, but I haven't seen you on here a lot. Of course, your name was different, but
yeah, I've called you out a few times and stuff, but you probably don't know who I am.
Was I talking? What was I doing?
No, I said, yeah, no, I said, yeah, Jake Nader's got he's got the trophy from most onboarded people.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've heard you on here.
No problem, bro. But that would be awesome, man. I'll tell you, Illuminati, you gotta love that guy. What he's been through. Yeah, it's just he's such a blessing on here. I love him.
I mean, he's real sharp too. He's real sharp, and he knows that he's got a bright light shining around him right now. He's getting blessed on the daily.
He does. I don't know if you ever heard this, but I think we're going to be blessed. Have you heard that?
I've heard you say that a few times. I feel blessed right now, but I know what you mean.
Amen. It's exciting. This chat is so exciting because you never know who you're going to meet and what we're going to do, where we're going to go. But I really believe in what Richard Art has to offer. So, it's exciting.
Yeah. It's just, I feel like a 7-year-old on Christmas Eve. You wake up and they're like, oh no, it's getting pushed out. All right.
It's so true. The other day, Steak and Baker, one of these guys are like, Tam was on here and she's like, well, and I'm like, well, today, it's another day closer to mainnet. And I'm like, well, a lot of people woke up dead. Today we're alive. Another day we're closer. What's going on? And it was so funny. No, it was it was Crypto Drone. He goes, Jaconator, I'm pissed off again this morning. He goes, Kinetic. He goes, dude, I don't wake up happy every day. What the hell are you talking about? So funny. I go, dude, you didn't wake up dead. Relax.
Man, I feel bad. I see some people with their hands up and there's nobody in here to unmute them.
Is Redneck on here? Maybe he could mute him. Dude, your studio is unreal, bro. God bless you, man. Seriously.
Thanks, man. Yeah, those speakers up on the top is part of our thing where we basically take stereo, even from vinyl or VHS, and what we do is we have this patented transform that it converts it to 3D, and you can have as many speakers or as few speakers as you want. Like we do it in headphones, we do it with up to 128 channels. But in the development room that we have there, it's like a 7.1.4, 5 speakers up in the height. And I'm telling you what, man, you play a song or movie in that, just streaming from YouTube or songs on vinyl, and it's like everything is like you go to the back speakers behind you and you only hear the background singers or you only hear what was mixed there. And
Shut up.
I've had people in that room, bro. I've had Bob Margolef in that room. Bob Margolef, he was working in the UK with a guy named Malcolm Cecil in the 70s, in the early 70s. Malcolm had built this synthesizer called Tonto. It's the world's largest synthesizer. And this artist who had just gotten out of his contract flew in to test it out. And he flew in and he's sitting there and he goes, "Can I play this thing?" And he goes, "Well, yeah."
In that room?
No. This was in the 70s, back in the 70s. This is a guy that came to that room that I played his music through it. But I'm telling you the backstory on this guy. So the artist was Stevie Wonder. And Stevie Wonder came in and played this synthesizer, and they recorded 4 albums, the 3 of them. They produced and recorded Inner Visions, Fulfilling This Is First Finale,
No.
Visions of My Mind. Yeah, some of my favorite albums of all time, dude. I totally manifested this shit. There's no way. Because Stevie's like I'm a vocalist. I was a recording artist with, and I toured with Pitbull and opened for Pitbull, and like that, he was my biggest musical influence. And so I'm sitting in my studio with Bob Margolef, who produced Boogie On Reggae Woman and Superstition, and I'm playing him these songs on vinyl. And I got pictures because I sat behind him and he's sitting there, 80 years old, sitting there bobbing his head, man, just bobbing his head. He's like, this is exactly where I would place the singers. And this is how I would mix that song if I had this technology at the time. He's like, what do you want from me? He's like, it sounds great. Everything works great. So now he's like kind of like an advisor to us. But just like little moments like that are, that are just, I don't know. It's like I'm dreaming, It's been a wild ride, man.
Unreal. When I was in the Navy, back in the 80s, I met Stevie Wonder in Detroit, bro.
Oh, wow.
I sent up a bottle of wine. True story. I was 21 years old, and I sent him a bottle of wine, and he was there with his family, his entourage, and I sent a bottle of wine, and he sent me 2 bottles of wine, and he asked the folks that brought me the bottle of wine, 2 bottles of wine, back to his table. True story. He's from Detroit. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if you know that, but that's a true story. So I go over. I'm like 21 years old. Not even that. I was, probably 20, 21. And I go over and I shake his hand. True story. I mean, you can't make stories like this up. And I shook his hand and I just said hello and I said, I'm a big fan. He goes, sit down, take a nader. Of course, that's not my name, but I sat down with him. It was true. I swear on I mean, why would I bullshit about something? It's being real with you right now. And I was just so blessed because I mean, you know, the song. What's that song I dedicate to my daughter? You are the sun. You're the sun. You're the. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, you are the sunshine of my life.
Yes, yeah. You're such on my life because he had a daughter, and it was to his daughter. Of course, he could never see. And you're the sunshine of my life. Together we shall be. It's just unreal, and it was. It was just unbelievable. So, wow, it's just that story's unreal, bro. So I
Wow.
appreciate you sharing that with us, man. I can't wait to meet you, bro. I gotta tell you.
Oh yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's a crazy story.
We're gonna we know what we need to do, and of course, hopefully we'll meet soon. But I'm in marketing. You have your music thing going on and everything else, and we need to reach out to a lot of these folks that don't know what's going on. There's a lot of people into crypto that don't have an idea of what Richard Hart projects are, but with your help and everybody else is on here, we need to get the word out because people again they come on here and they're like, well, I invested $1,000. I want to be rich, but I don't want to do anything. I want to sit on my ass. That's not how it works. We got to get the word out, and I think we will. I know I will, and we will.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll put our heads together and figure out what can I do? What can you do? Like, before I met my business partner, and while I was doing music, I was in marketing. I worked for Nokia, so I managed like the field marketing for North America for I don't know 4 or 5 years, and then I went to Samsung, and I did marketing over there. And so there's a lot of things I think we could do, man. Like I just there isn't like a clear path. We're kind of pioneers. We have to figure it out on our own.
Oh yeah, we're early, brother.
Yep. All right, Jake, I'm gonna turn in for the night, man. So I'll hit you tomorrow. I'll text or call you.
Okay, brother. Sounds good, man. Hey, nice
All
meeting
right.
you, bro. God bless you.
Yeah, you too, bro.